Afternoon appeared before the girl. The main character couldn't believe that this was truly a messenger from God, who was an angel. She couldn't believe her eyes and thought she was just imagining things. He congratulated the girl because she had been given the chance to be reborn. The girl died after all her suffering. Boss yelled at her for daring to argue, when she should have said thank you, because she didn't even have a higher education. The girl was supposed to let him know if she couldn't work anymore. In other words, he would immediately find a replacement for her. Today was no different from the main character's typical daily routine. She hadn't slept all night again. It was already 6 a.m. The girl needed to get back to the office before the manager arrived. There was only one ray of light in her hopeless everyday life. The girl needed to hurry. The main character was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but living with such brothers and a father was simply impossible, and she had to flee this house as quickly as possible. Her love was fantasy novels. But she couldn't understand why she'd run away from her wealthy family with her handsome father and equally handsome brothers. Batat said that her handsome father doted on her, and that's not even thinking about her handsome brothers. And today, she even received a diamond mine as a gift. And the sweet potato couldn't understand why she wanted to run away. The girl really wanted to take the place of the manga's main character. She wouldn't run away, but simply live happily ever after. As it turned out, reading such novellas was, and will forever remain, the only outlet in the girl's life. The main character believed that her commentary on the novella was the best, and was thinking about what else she could leave so that everyone would be shocked. The angel couldn't tell if the girl could hear him, and wanted her to at least pretend to be happy. The heroine couldn't believe she'd been hit by a truck, but it was the legendary isekai truck from the novels, after a collision with which a person is reborn in a fantasy world. He expected nothing less from her. She had indeed read a ton of novellas, and it was no surprise that she'd chosen the main character. She must use her knowledge to fully enjoy the world created by their god. The messenger told her to take the matter seriously, as she had to choose a novella, and God would create a world modeled on this novella, where the girl would later be reborn. When creating this world, Afternoon studied a lot of data, but he borrowed the most details from romance novels. God creates the world based on novellas he hasn't even read. She was furious. An angel from Afanis asked the girl how she liked this world. It was created specifically for a Lufan like her. Lufans are people who read and enjoy fantasy romance novels. The angel asked the lady if she wanted to be reborn there, but the main character refused. She didn't want to end up in a world created by a madman who understood nothing about these stories. The messenger became hysterical, pointing out that the girl herself wanted to be reborn as the novella's heroine because she had left a comment earlier. The girl considers such behavior unacceptable for an angel. He does not inspire an ounce of trust or respect. She asked why the chance for reincarnation was given to her and not to someone else, because there are enough people on the planet. The angel replied that under all the stories that his god Afternoon had read, were her comments. The girl's comments not only always reached the top, but also contained objective criticism of the main characters. That is why they decided to choose her, because she will quickly get used to the world created by Afternoon, the angel noted. The main character didn't understand whether this god wasn't getting enough attention because she didn't even need to live in his world, so she immediately gave it 0 stars. But she was dead, so she had nothing left to lose. The messenger's answers to the girl's questions didn't reassure her at all, but she still had nothing left to lose. The angel asked about consent to reincarnation. The main character is well acquainted with the world of novels, because in a month, she managed to read dozens of different chapters and titles. She didn't know what to do if she was reborn as a slave, or she could become a villain whose head will be cut off through the park of chapters and nothing good will come of it. It may even happen that she becomes part of an extras that will be used and then simply thrown into the landfill. The girl still had doubts, because the angel's answer wasn't at all comforting. After all, the answer that she would soon get used to it was unacceptable for a girl. The messenger asked the girl if everything was okay, because she herself wanted to live in the world of a fantasy romance novel. But the girl, as she wrote in that comment, wants to be born with a silver spoon in her mouth, namely, into a rich family with a handsome dad and brothers. The angel considered the border too capricious, but the girl assured him that it was, in fact, the basis of romantic novels. And besides, her family should practically carry her around. The angel said that this definitely doesn't happen in novellas, and heroines have to gradually win the love of those around them. But the main character didn't agree with this, because if you remember the little lady, then everything is exactly like that. The angel said her story begins after the death of her entire family, and if she wants the same, he can arrange it. The girl immediately refused, and said that she had simply blurted out something stupid, and that she would think about it carefully right away. The messenger eagerly awaited the girl's answer regarding reincarnation. She noted that all the main characters had some kind of special ability, and if not, they're terribly clever. Angel thought someone needed to get their lip in, But in the end, he simply assured her there was nothing to worry about. The angel said clearly and distinctly that if they give her a chance to be reborn, then they won't deprive her of her ability either. Reincarnated as a heroine with a handsome father and a brother who was also handsome, and also endowed with a special ability, was a good option. The main character began to think that perhaps the universe really had decided to reward her for a life in which she worked like a horse. Although she was no saint, she had seen much and suffered even more. She accepted reincarnation. The girl was happy that finally something good would happen to her. And then the messenger said the deal was done. Something strange started to happen. The girl had an unusual feeling, and a black portal began to open from above. When she realized it was a deal, she immediately asked him to stop. Because deals are only made with devils. Now the girl realized that this messenger was actually the devil. She screamed and said she wanted to cancel the deal and return everything as it was before. But the messenger said that it was too late, because the deal had already been made. The girl finally wanted to know what kind of superpower she had, but the messenger, opening his right eye with the same evil smile, replied that her skill would suit her perfectly. The girl promised the messenger that if this was the ability to trust telephone scammers, then she would get him anywhere in the universe. But the devil said that she need not worry, because in the end, she was still his property. Suddenly, everything goes dark. And then a magnificent, enormous castle appears. A girl, with tears in her eyes, is washing the floor in the enormous hall. It was into her that the main character was reborn. She was very upset with the fucking little devil swindler. She became curious about where her handsome father and brother were. And the situation was not like the one where she was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. It didn't even look like wood. She sat there, upset, already wondering if she should have been reborn at all. The thought of this rebirth tormented her greatly, because what she got, to put it mildly, wasn't quite what she wanted. All that mattered was the castle. Suddenly, some person on the second floor said that the girl took after her worthless mother and was doing nothing again. The girl apologized and said she would improve. But he was angry because she couldn't do anything, even something as simple as cleaning the floor in the hall. The man pushed the bucket. The girl apologized and said she would make amends by calling the guy uncle. He couldn't understand how she dared call him her uncle. She apologized and corrected herself, saying the name Marquis. The man said she should know her place, which is why her father abandoned her. The baby was all wet, and the Marquis added that it was not even known whether she was the Duke's real daughter. When the girl was reborn and saw a luxurious house, she thought that she had truly been reborn into a good family, and this meant that her period of survival had ended, and a new life had begun. She hoped to have a family that loved her, something she didn't have in her previous life. And she can hope for a happy ending, just like in a fairy tale. But she's become a nobody. She felt very happy in her soul until the moment she realized what reality was. A yellow-haired girl appeared next to them and asked her father what he was doing there. She was peeking out from the side, and her father didn't notice her right away. She was the main character's cousin, named Claudia. If they were in a novella, she would be the main character. And even here, the girl remained a nobody. Her father asked Tia what she was doing there. The girl glared menacingly. She firmly told her father that he shouldn't torment the little girl like that. The Marquis noted that his Tia, this is kindness itself, since it even worries about a dirty brat. The daughter hoped her father remembered that her birthday was coming up. The Marquis informed her that this was precisely why he had ordered the girl to scrub everything here. Tia said that there is no need to hold the celebration in such a large room, because you can choose a smaller one. But the Marquis replied that the celebration should be celebrated in style, since a birthday only comes once a year. This made the girl laugh a little. Tia leaned over to the heroine and wished her luck, while she complained to her dad that her shoes were dirty because of the dirty water. The Marquis reassured his daughter by promising to buy her new ones. Tia was overjoyed and told her father he was the best. The main character was left alone in the vast, empty room. She was as desolate as the room itself. Tears streamed down the little girl's cheeks. She stopped cleaning and went to her bedroom. She lay on the bed and thought about her life. The baby's legs were all cut up. Suddenly, Tia wakes her up and tells her that the girl will now only eat once a day because she didn't clean the living room. So, she'll go without dinner for a week. The Marquis's daughter ordered her to stop crying. Tia added that they couldn't feed the girl for free, even though they were cousins. After all, it wouldn't be fair to the servants. Tia added that her father always says the proverb, "He who doesn't work, neither shall he eat." The girl smiled broadly and told her cousin to work better next time, because her duties must be carried out properly. And even for such trivial things, the main character should be grateful. Because her father dumped her on the Marquis and left her no money. Therefore, the girl must at least earn her food. The Marquis continued to press his daughter, pressing her weak points, explaining that being a heroine comes at a high price. After all, she eats a lot, and of course she doesn't need to earn mercy from him, because he, out of his kindness, took the girl into his care. Although even her biological father doesn't need her. But that's not surprising since the girl may not even be the Marquis' brother's biological daughter. The man argued that the girl still didn't have magic, so she should at least earn her food. The girl couldn't believe that everyone had abandoned her because of that little devil. The girl is disappointed. The imp promised her a loving family and a golden spoon in his mouth along with superpowers. The heroine so desperately wanted to have a family, at least in this world. The girl didn't even notice the tears streaming down her cheeks. The little girl always wanted brothers and a loving father. Family was her only desire, and she so hoped she would have one. She saw that the situation was getting worse every day, because she was getting weaker every day, and there was no medicine in this world yet. For a moment, she thought that dying was the easiest way out of the situation, but she immediately dismissed the thought, as it would be sad to die amid such injustice. She promised herself she would survive in a world with a 0 rating. Tia's birthday arrived. Everyone happily congratulated the girl. She stood in such a magnificent and beautiful dress. It was hard to call it childish. The girl saw how the Marquis adored his daughter and literally showered her with gifts. He often spoils his daughter with expensive dresses. They say hers costs as much as a mansion, and he buys her one just like it every year. It's clear that Tia is loved. Unlike the heroine, Tia stepped in some slime with her shoes, and the heroine was immediately ordered to wipe Tia's shoes. The girl asked the butlers if she could have something, but they ran away saying, "Of course!" She realized that the Marquis had ordered no one to help her or communicate with her in any way. Suddenly, the enraged Marquis shouts at the heroine, asking whether she should be starved for another week, whether the beatings weren't enough for her. The Marquis didn't understand whether the little girl needed a week of starvation for her to behave like that, and he remarked that she needed to be spanked more severely. At this moment, Tia's evil smile is visible. She was enjoying the protagonist's suffering. She was ordered to polish Tia's shoe until it shined. The girl hoped that this was necessary for the plot, and that everything in her life would change later, because she was most likely truly important to the plot. Ferriton enters the hall. He is handsome, tall, his hair is darker than darkness, and his eyes are redder than fresh blood. He's the main character's father. He'd only recently returned from the front. He said that, as far as he remembered, his daughter didn't have golden hair. Suddenly, the Marquis began to serve Ferriton, but the black-haired man said that he did not have that much time to waste it on a bunch of pathetic, invertebrate creatures. The Marquis kept asking why Ferriton had returned without even warning. The little girl couldn't believe that this man was her father. He asked what was unclear here, since his goal was already clear, and drew attention to the heroine, who looked like a thin mouse. The Marquis replied that the girl simply worked in the Marquis's house. Ferriton remarked that his daughter hardly looked like that. The girl knew he wouldn't recognize his own daughter, but she still had to try. She asked Ferriton to take her with him. The girl knows that she is dirty, but she just needs to wash herself. She added that she knew how to cook and clean, and that she would work off every morsel of food she ate. The Duke was completely shocked. The little girl promised to polish his shoes until they sparkled every day. Unable to bear it, the girl burst into tears. The main character said that she no longer had the strength to stay in this house, and that she wanted to go home. The girl eventually told Ferriton that he was her father, because the Marquis had Tia, and she had him. With tears in her eyes, she asked her father to take her home. Ferriton quickly picked the girl up. The little girl didn't expect this turn of events. She couldn't believe it was actually happening. She was terrified. Ferriton said they were returning. She thought she was dreaming because she couldn't believe he was taking her with him. She still couldn't come to her senses and was still hesitating. Was this terrible dream really going to end now? And would she get out of this hell? There were literally just a few steps left. Tia's dress was completely torn, and the servants immediately rushed to her. Ferriton's name. The little girl didn't understand what was happening and couldn't believe it was his doing. The girl noticed that the Marquis didn't even say a word about Ferriton taking the child with him. The Duke remarked that they were becoming completely brazen in encroaching on something they had no right to. The girl couldn't understand why the Marquis wasn't even indignant, as if he was actually guilty of something. The girl woke up in a beautiful room and didn't know what time it was. The maid was surprised that her mistress had woken up so early. She wished the girl a good morning. Her personal maid asked if she'd slept well. As always, the maid was emotionless, though the little girl doubted she hated her, since Ferriton took the girl to his place, and her legs had completely healed, and the baby's health recovered very quickly. She felt as if she was even healthier than before her illness. The girl admired herself in the mirror. She had returned to a good state, but she still didn't see the Duke. She couldn't even believe it was her in the reflection, although she doesn't really want to, because she remembered how she begged her father to take her away, and she felt a little ashamed of this incident. But she can afford to worry about little things, because she now lives a good life. She's happy in Ferriton Castle, because they feed her, don't beat her, and treat her well. She'd like to stay here longer, and in order to stay longer, she needs to determine what Duke Ferriton is like. She began to think about what standard qualities could correspond to the qualities of Ferriton. The girl thought about justice, protection, and peace, but this is not associated with him in any way, because he's more of a villain. But in novels, there are two types of villains. For example, Marquise Taranko, who definitely needs to be executed. And the second type of villain is considered to be tyrants, who only look that way but in reality are very good people. And the heroine classified Duke Ferriton as the second category of villains. The girl considers herself very lucky, finally having found her way after so much suffering in her old life. And the not very easy fate at the beginning of her new life passed like a bad dream, and now she can live in peace. She never received what the messenger of the god Aftonus promised her, so it was too early to relax completely. The girl knew that to find out who the Duke really was, she had to do something. The little girl ran off to make up for the food she'd eaten during her stay with the Duke. The first thing she did was wipe down all the windows in the house. The maids tried to dissuade the girl from working, since they could do it themselves, but the girl said that she had promised the Duke, so she had to do it. The main character said that if she could live here just because she was the Duke's daughter, she would have been here a long time ago. She was abandoned. A child who is abandoned will never truly be a family member. The maids tried to stop the little lady, but suddenly the Duke arrived and asked the little girl what she was doing there. The main character nearly had a heart attack. She didn't expect to see him because he's usually not home at this time, and it's unclear why he returned so early today. The little girl announced that she had decided to clean up properly. The Duke was in complete shock and couldn't understand who had ordered her to do so, but the girl said she'd promised to work for the food. The man picked up the cub. She was frightened. The Duke noticed that she was still skin and bones. The little girl didn't want to believe that she was about to be thrown out into the street, and she began to cry. The man sat her down at the table and said he would repeat it again and order her to eat. The little girl didn't expect that. The table was filled with various dishes and products, ranging from chicken baked in orange sauce with radishes to red fish and salads. The girl ate, but she couldn't manage much. Ferriton asked her why she stopped, whether that was all she could eat, but she simply couldn't take any more. Her stomach felt like it was about to explode, and she swallowed what was left in her mouth with great effort. The girl was afraid that if she didn't eat more, she wouldn't just be kicked out, but executed outright. This was the limit, and the little girl didn't know what to do about it. Suddenly, the maid came up, asking for forgiveness for interrupting. She reminded the Duke that the girl had a smaller stomach. That's why she eats less. And if she eats more than she can handle, she'll just have stomach problems. The Duke asked the maid her name. She replied that her name was Anna. Ferriton said that from today, Anna would be the girl's personal servant. The little girl was glad to learn the maid's name because they see each other every day, and she doesn't even know her name. The girl happily asked again whether she could really stay in the Duke's house, but he considered this question stupid. But, having thought about it, she herself realized that throwing out her daughter immediately after he himself brought her would not be very nice. He certainly has aristocratic honor. She should have guessed earlier, but she was afraid in vain. She was already at peace, because she wouldn't have to worry about the house since she was staying with her father. He had come to terms with the fact that his daughter could no longer take care of him. An awkward silence fell. A minute ago, the main character had been busy eating, but now she felt terribly awkward. She wished someone would save her from this. A servant came to the Duke and informed him that, due to his early arrival home, they wanted to see him at the imperial palace as well. She wanted someone to save her from this. A servant came to the Duke and informed him that, due to his early arrival home, he was also wanted at the imperial palace. The little girl was very happy, because Uncle Adjutant arrived just in time. The Duke agreed and ordered the horses to be prepared. The girl realized that it turned out that he had not come in the evening because he had finished work early. The father told the little girl not to think of doing something stupid. She agreed, but was angry because she had polished the window until it shone. It was hard for the little one with him. But since she's really staying, there's no need to worry about survival anymore. She's being fed on time, and there's even hot water. Anna came and talked to the girl. The maid hopes that she has calmed down and is now confident that she will not be kicked out of the house. The girl replied that she was no longer worried. She was certain that the duchy's reputation depended on her father's choice to expel her. The maid said that the girl no longer needed to do the maid's work because she was still too young. Moreover, she is the only daughter of the Duke, so she has nothing to worry about. But quite the opposite. Now she needs to think only about the good. There won't be any more problems. The girl considered the maid's words and wondered if she really looked so nervous. And also the maid added, the girl doesn't need to keep everything to herself. She can talk about any of her problems, and the girls will help her. The girl was asked in surprise whether the maids were worried about her, and they replied that of course they were worried. The little girl thought that the maids didn't care, and that they wouldn't like her talking to them, and they weren't talkative themselves. The maids replied that they would never have responded like that. They asked the young lady if she really wanted to talk to them. The girl quietly replied that she wanted to. The maids praised her for being completely different from the other young ladies and a truly unusual child. One of the maids agreed with this and accidentally said that the girl was just like an ordinary child, although she wanted to say that the girl was a very unusual child. The maid, with tears in her eyes, began to sincerely apologize to the girl, explaining what she had meant. Now the little girl knew the name of another maid, Nancy. But the girl said that all this is not something scary, and she even likes being ordinary. The maid thanked her and said the girl was very kind. For the first time, the girl felt that there could be so much kindness and light in a house. Although they feel a little awkward with each other, they still feel very happy inside. The girl doesn't know if it's okay to call everyone a family just because they all live under the same roof. The only thing that still worried the girl was her mother. But was she really the Duke's daughter? But if we believe what the maid Anna said, then she has nothing to worry about. The girl was sad because she had never seen her mother. She had only heard about her from others, and only bad things. But why the girl didn't have magic like the rest of the Pharaton family was unclear, since the imp had promised her power. But he didn't keep his promise. Another argument that she might not be his daughter is that the Duke has dark hair and blood-red eyes, and a face whose sharp shape resembles a sword freshly forged by a blacksmith. And her pink hair, the color of which is more reminiscent of spring flowers, tourmaline eyes, and a sweet face. The girl began to worry again because she looked nothing like the Duke. The girl wondered, what if she really was an illegitimate child and the Marquis was right? The girl thought that if she really was an illegitimate child, then simple exile would not be enough. Moreover, she sees the Duke as a tyrant with the dark soul of a villain. At least, that's what her Lufin radar tells her. But then she thought, what would happen if the Duke became so attached to her that he loved her as his real daughter? Or at least, he wouldn't kick her out of the house. The girl thought she knew what she could do in that case. She is, after all, a true fan of fantasy romance novels who has read thousands of titles. So she put on a pretty dress and decided to go to her father's office. Knocking on the door was already an achievement. The main characters in novellas are always very brave. The girl began to recall her first memory of him after being enslaved by her uncle, how he called her a skinny mouse. She knew he didn't like her, but then he approached her. She was afraid to go in right away and decided to count to 10. But his assistant opened the door and said that the Duke was already waiting for her. The little girl couldn't understand how he knew she was coming to see him. The Duke waited for her to enter. The lady still hasn't recovered from the question of how he found out that she had arrived. Afterwards, she ran to hug her father and tell him she missed him. The girl was upset because she thought the others' reactions were strange. The Duke asked again if she was bored. The little girl confirmed it with a smile. He noticed that she was on edge during their meal. She was worried. Now, because he noticed. But then she thought that it was unlikely anyone could eat calmly while being looked at like that. The girl said that everything was fine and that she was just embarrassed. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and now she wants to be around her father more often, and that will make the feeling of embarrassment go away. The girl herself determined that she was an illegitimate child, so the Duke needed to become more attached to her. And in that case, even when he finds out that she is not his biological daughter, he will not kill her. The man grabbed her by the clothes. As she hugged her father, the girl felt something very soft under her palms. She thought it was pure silk, but she still found it strange that she could feel the warmth of his skin through his clothes. She reassured herself that she was unlikely to be holding him. The girl touched his face. It was very soft, even though he was already a father. His skin was well preserved, like a baby's. Suddenly, a text about identity verification appeared in front of her face. She was recognized as the reader who made a deal with Aftoness. After which the verification was completed, a new feature called Rush was unlocked, and Cash. The girl was scared and thought that she was having some kind of hallucinations due to fear, but she will never forget the name Afanes, for it was he his guide spoke of. He also promised abilities and rebirth. The reader did not fully understand her power. It seemed to her that it sounded as if she would borrow money from loan sharks and disgrace the entire family, but soon she switched back to her father's face. The little girl was frightened because she had said everything about her father's cheeks out loud. The father sat his daughter on his lap and began poking his finger into the baby's cheeks, after which he squeezed the girl's soft cheeks. She thought it was her father's attempt to become more attached to her. And most likely, he found her cute, because when a grown man squeezes a child's cheeks, the affection between them definitely increases. The little girl thought she was cute. Her father said his daughter looked like an angry puffer fish. The girl was upset, because he should have become attached to her, but still, there is no harm in dreaming. After his words, the father ended the meeting and carried his daughter out the door. He ordered her to be washed. She didn't understand why he ordered her to wash herself, since she was clean. Out of fear, the little girl began sniffing herself. The girl did not know why her father constantly carried her in his arms, after which she remembered what she had told him about how she wanted to be closer to him. Although later I still shattered these dreams in my head, thinking that it was nonsense and that I shouldn't get my hopes up like that. The maid approached the girl and asked if she was ready for a bath. She agreed, saying it was a good time to reflect. Already in the bathroom, the girl lay in thought and remembered another pressing problem. When she got distracted by the Duke, the notification window disappeared, and the little girl doesn't know how to view her incoming notifications again. Because of the Duke, she couldn't read it. Suddenly, the message illuminated before her again, and now she could calmly read about her new skill. She was shown a ceremonial letter congratulating her on receiving a new skill. It was expected that such a simple condition would be fulfilled quickly, although the girl only thought of doing this much later. In the letter, he wrote that he hoped she hadn't called Aftonus a fraudster and a swindler, but the little girl didn't consider these conditions easy. But then, she herself didn't even understand what conditions were being discussed. The letter then went on to clearly outline the instructions and classification of her superpower. Skill level, F. The reader can use the cache to summon any fantasy romance novel from the list of unread novels. She can summon and use the ability of the novel's heroine she summons. But she was forbidden. After all, the use of the ability skill was blocked due to the lack of a summoning attribute. The girl was very fascinated by her power. She was very happy, because thanks to this ability, she can completely forget about how to survive forever. With this ability, she'll be able to conquer the world with ease. She's already said goodbye to her long-suffering everyday life, but she didn't know what a cache or attribute was. Another notification illuminated the girl. She had received a task. She would have to prove her worth. After the notification, the following came to her attention. It told her that this world is also filled with danger and dangerous situations. We mustn't forget the dangers of the surrounding world. The full description of the task illuminated it. The reader must develop her own skill through her own efforts and prove her worth. The condition for completing this quest is to obtain the summoning attribute, which rewards her with 500 units of cash. The girl was highly motivated. She didn't care how difficult it was, because she wanted to complete the task. That's why she accepted it. But the next question facing the girl was how to obtain the summoning attribute. In novels, attributes are usually very rare and very expensive items. For example, a shrine relic and a magic tower treasure. Or a family heirloom that is passed down from generation to generation in aristocratic families. The girl already knew where to find such a family heirloom, and it was the Ferriton family heirloom. It was the only relic that could be found within the girl's radius. She hoped she wouldn't have to search hard for it. Suddenly, the girl thought about it and thought that she could simply ask the Duke to give her the relic. It's a pity, but it may also happen that among the family heirlooms, there are no attributes of summoning. She decided to find the relic the next day, as soon as she got some sleep. She needed to make a plan. The girl woke up, and the maid approached her with a question about how the young lady slept. The girl asked Anna if she had covered her up. But maids are forbidden from entering rooms at night when their owners are asleep. The little girl thought that she had probably crawled into the blanket on her own. The maid asked the girl if she would like to change. Suddenly, the other maids entered her room, and the girl greeted them all kindly, as if they were sisters. The girl saw the jewelry lying in the display case and was delighted by its beauty. Various metal alloys and a bunch of pebbles, shimmering with an infinite number of rays of light within themselves. The maid pointed to a hair clip that perfectly matched the girl's eye color. The maid asked the girl if she wanted something similar, because it would look very good on her. The girl replied that the hairpin looked too expensive, but the maid replied that this was out of the question, because the girl deserved to wear as much jewelry as she wanted. And the second one added that something much more expensive might suit the girl. A reader found the opportunity to ask where all the jewelry in the house was kept, calling it shiny things. The maids replied that there wasn't just one such room, but many throughout the house. The girl was disappointed that there were so many rooms, because finding the one she needed would be more difficult. But the maid offered to look at all the decorations. The girl asked again if she really could, and the maid replied that, of course, she could. The girl thought that if she could get into the best of these rooms, this would allow her to find what she wanted, namely, the family heirloom. Remembering how strictly her uncle and his daughter Toy treated her, they would never have allowed the girl to approach such expensive jewelry. The girl herself didn't notice how she was immersed in memories, making a strange expression on her face. The maids were in tears and did not understand what was wrong with the baby, and she, in turn, did not understand what was wrong with them. The maid ran up to the girl in tears and asked what had happened to her. The servant caressed the girl, pitying her, and adding that she was so small and so vulnerable. The little girl didn't understand what was wrong with her face, and Nancy continued to feel sorry for the girl. The girl replied that everything was fine with her, because now she had her sisters who were worried about her. Another maid entered the room and saw them all hugging together. The girl really likes it. Finally, after so many years of suffering and problems, she just finds herself in a place where she is loved, sympathized with, and appreciated. The maid said that if they were to start a tour of the house, they should start with the most expensive and luxurious place. They decided to go to the estate's sanctuary. The maid added from the side that the treasury of Marquis Terenka was not even close to the treasury of Duke Ferriton. The girl politely asked if they really needed to go there, and the maids replied that the girl was part of the family, and of course she could go there. Unfortunately, removing jewelry from the sanctuary requires the Duke's consent. The girl still sees value in visiting the treasury. At least she'll know if her father's treasures contain a summoning attribute. But as soon as the girl wanted to visit the treasury, Ferriton's assistant arrived. He said that his lordship wanted to see his daughter at breakfast. The girl didn't understand why. She was so upset that she couldn't eat anymore. It was as if everything had become a lump in her throat. The little girl understood that she needed to get used to the Duke. Otherwise, there would be no progress. The little girl wished her father a bon appetit and smiled widely, feeling like she was about to burst. But the girl decided that it was probably wasted effort. So she decided to just eat. They made eye contact, and the father simply continued eating the meat. The little girl was happy because there was pudding on the table, because she simply adored it and was in heaven. She ate the pudding so quickly that she didn't even understand how it happened. The father pushed the pudding toward the girl and told her to help herself. The girl was surprised as she thought he was ignoring her, because he had not responded to her wish for a good appetite, and then the Duke had given her some of his pudding. She was wondering whether to ask him to try it. She decided that whatever it was still worth trying because she needed to increase her attachment. The girl thought that she needed to bind her father to herself more strongly, so she sincerely thanked him and began to eat the pudding, scooping up the dessert with a spoon. Suddenly, she wondered how she knew how a real father and daughter behaved. After all, she had never had a father, and so, in a serious tone, the Duke asked the girl why she didn't stick to him. The girl did not understand her father, but she did not need to look for an answer, because he simply picked her up in his arms and hugged her. She noticed that when she woke up, her father was no longer in the house. The girl wondered if her father had decided to wait for her today. The little girl began to wonder if her father had something important to talk to her about. He carried the girl into his office, sat her on his lap, and began writing some documents. The little girl didn't understand what was happening or why he was doing this. The only question was whether it was because she said she wanted to be close to him, or if there was another reason. He looked at her, his gaze as always frightening, just like his face. But the girl thought he had no intention of harming her, and everything seemed to be going according to plan. Even if he gave her his pudding with the same frightening expression, the girl had formulated her own survival plan. The first point was to see my father often. The second point was to always smile at my father. And the third point was to increase his affection. And that meant she shouldn't deviate from the plan. But she still felt very shy. Suddenly, she remembered that she didn't have time for such trivial things that her father did, because she needed to look for the summoning attribute. She started to fuss in her father's arms, so he asked what was wrong. The little girl saw this as an opportunity to remind him about the treasure, but she replied that she wanted to look at the pretty sparkles. She was very scared because she had blurted out something without thinking again. Her tongue was her enemy. And so, the maid bowed and reported to the Duke that the girl wanted to visit the treasury, although the girl didn't understand why the maid had told her this. What if her father didn't like it and scolded her? The little girl couldn't believe they were actually going to see family heirlooms. Besides, the Duke had a lot of paperwork. The Duke picked her up and headed off somewhere with her. She couldn't even imagine that they were actually going to the treasury. The girl doesn't know what her father is planning. She was worried that she shouldn't have let her guard down so quickly. After all, she knows that one must not let one's guard down. Having read more than one fantasy romance novel, she knows that one must not let one's guard down even in one's sleep, because this world is very dangerous. What if the Duke is truly a good man, even despite his status as a thief in this world? Suddenly, the girl hears the sound of a lock opening, and when her father entered the sanctuary, she was simply shocked. She saw the sanctuary for what it truly was. It was filled not only with treasures, but also with various trophies. A book caught her eye, and she remembered that the message had called her a reader. And then, during the explanations and details of how to use her power, she was addressed in the same way. The girl decided to ask what kind of book it was. He calmly replied that it was a sealing book. The girl was frightened and asked if the devil was sealed there. She didn't understand why her father pressed her even harder. The assistant replied that everything was fine, because even though it was a sealing book, there was currently no one or nothing inside. The man assured the girl that she needn't be afraid. She replied that she wasn't afraid at all, although her face said otherwise. She wondered if the Duke also thought she was scared. The girl asked why they kept the book there if it contained nothing sealed. Her father replied that it was the first Duke's treasure. The little girl was delighted because it was a very old book. She asked if she could touch it, just once. She looked into her father's eyes, making a face like a cat's, but it didn't help her. The assistant replied that, in any case, it was a very ancient book and fragile. The girl puffed out her cheeks, demonstratively expressing her disagreement. There she saw the message. The task addressed the girl as a reader, but it asked her to demonstrate everything she was capable of. The main condition is to assure the Duke that he will give her the summoning attribute, and the reward is the opportunity to win a lottery with a prize fund of 5,000 units of cash. She wanted to refuse. The girl was terrified of this task because she wouldn't be able to persuade her father, and she couldn't risk it either. But the message added blood-red text that said the following: refusal of the task means death. Failure of the task means death. The girl didn't know what to do because she couldn't take the book because she would die. But he can't not take the book either, because he'll die the same way. It's a hopeless situation. His eyes filled with tears. Another message appeared, informing her that by accepting the task, she had activated one of the functions, namely, hints. She became curious about what these clues were. But her curiosity was short-lived. It didn't matter anyway, because she had to get this book. The hints would appear while the task was being completed, and the girl hoped that she would at least be able to choose these hints. The girl saw that there was a heart drawn on the Duke's cheek, and she was very surprised. The little girl thought that she should kiss her father on the cheek, but she knew that she couldn't trust that devil. The father noticed that the girl's face looked strange. She looked like a frog that had been crushed. It seemed to her that it even suited the Duke. But now was not the time for that. She almost decided to kiss her dad on the cheek. She was very shy and scared. The girl reassured herself that this was just a hint, and she could do without it, and the kiss. She simply had to persuade the Duke. She grabbed her father's shirt and began to tug it, simultaneously uttering the word, Daddy. She promised that she would be very careful with the book. But could she even touch it once? The girl said that she was sad that no one had read the book for several centuries. She added that she would not harm the book, but would only stroke the cover. The little girl asked if she could, her face very sweet. Her father's reaction wasn't what she expected. His gaze grew even sterner, and his hands. She thought he wanted to break her ribs because she kept begging for the book. More hearts appeared around her, and all the clues urged the girl to kiss her father on the cheek. The heroine didn't understand what was happening. She realized there was simply no other way out. The lady looked at her father's face. That's what a man who expects nothing looks like. The little girl stretched her hands towards her father for a long time, but he did not understand what was happening and what the girl needed. The girl kissed her father on the cheek, following the prompt. The reader was captivated by the Duke's face. Even stony and emotionless, it looked very handsome. The little girl smiled joyfully at the Duke. Everyone present was in complete shock because she had kissed the Duke. The girl heard a crunching sound, and suddenly the glass shattered. Her father destroyed the glass barrier to get the book. He took her in his arms, and the girl couldn't believe it. And the assistant was completely shocked by the gentleman. The little girl really wanted to pick up a book, but her father wouldn't let her, and instead examined it himself. It looked safe. Even though this book is ancient and no one has sealed it, one still needs to be careful. The girl realized that the Duke did not take out the book not because of its importance, but because of his concern for the girl. He didn't want her to come to any harm. The assistant excitedly told the Duke that this book had been very expensive for the first Duke. The assistant added that if the girl were to tear or damage the book, the Duke quickly interrupted the assistant's chatter with a question about whose book it was and glared at him. The girl was overjoyed and told her father he was the best. This greatly surprised the ruler. She reached for the book, and the faster she tried to take it, the hearts started flying around again. The little girl thought about what a bastard the demon was, and about what she would do with him as soon as she caught him. The girl kissed her father again. The Duke's face no longer resembled stone so much. The girl is surprised that he enjoys kissing his own daughter on the cheek so much. That's the sign of a loving father. The girl couldn't tell whether her father had become angrier or kinder. She touched the book and saw a notification. It said that she had received the summoning attribute and had completed the task of proving her worth. She also completed the Best Expression of Respect challenge, receiving 500 cash prizes and a chance to win 5,000 cash in the lottery. She almost died from the stress, but she likes the lottery for 5,000 cash because she loves money. The girl added that the chief assistant of the Duke of Ferriton, Urkel Viscount, admires her. The girl received many more messages about how Heine, the Duke's chief butler and the servant of Duke Ferriton's house, admired her. Her influence within the family increased. She received a reward of 500 units of cash. The girl realized that if she received a positive reaction from those around her, she would receive cash. But the girl doesn't understand why they admire her so much. Her greatest achievement finally dawned on her. She had achieved the highest level of satisfaction for Duke Ferriton. The Duke asked the little girl if she'd seen enough of the book. She received another notification, but decided to check later. The Duke came in with her in his arms, and the girl found it very pleasant and close. She really wanted to go back to the room and find out what was going on with the lottery and the extra reward. The girl also really wants to leaf through the book to discover her powers. Her opinions are interrupted by people in the Duke's office. They say investors are flocking to Marquis Terenka's gem mining business like flies to honey. It is said that the Duke also invested money in Terenko's business, but these are just unfounded rumors. They added that if the Duke had not ordered Terenka to be watched, they would not have known about such rumors. People learned of the rumors from Marquis Schrodel when he was drunk. However, the next day, when he had sobered up, he began to deny everything. But they began to grow a little suspicious. Despite the fact that Marquis Terenka's monostone mining operations were highly inconsistent in terms of results, the number of investors had not diminished. The men handed the Duke a letter with a list of all those who had invested in the Marquis's business. And these were Duke Delvatrin, Duke Iscamil, Marquis Schrodel, all of them very influential people. Duke Ferriton said that only the rich were on this list, but he found that strange because if there was no mana in the stones, then all the investments would be a waste of money. For some reason, investors are convinced that stones are full of lies. The only way to convince them of this is to lie. That Duke Ferriton also invested in Terenk's business. The men added that Marquis Schrodel wouldn't lie while drunk. Duke Ferriton got angry. He wanted to know who told him this nonsense. But the men don't know. Because Marquis Schrodel spoke only a bunch of unintelligible words, and they were unable to find out the informant's name. It should be taken into account that Marquis Schrodel loves a lavish reception. Duke Delvatrin and Duke Iscamil lead relatively secluded lives. These three individuals have never crossed paths. Duke Ferriton stood there, lost in thought. Only two options remained. Either they both invested without knowing about the rumors. The lady was glad they were thinking along the same lines. Or Marquise Terenka spoke to them personally, the girl suddenly added. Suddenly, after the girl's words, everyone fell silent. The girl didn't even realize she'd said it out loud. She was in a hopeless situation, but she felt awkward. The girl was wondering what to say next. All attention was focused on her. The girl said that her uncle had said so. She was asked again if she meant Marquis Terenka. The little girl replied that yes, and that it was Marquise Terenka who told some man in an expensive suit that her father had invested in his business. Her words didn't sound very truthful, but the girl added that Marquise Terenka was showing some kind of trick. It was a very beautiful card, black and shiny. The girl pointed at the card in the man's hands, and she said that Terenka had shown her exactly the same card. The assistant asked if Marquis Terenka had shown her husband exactly the same card. The girl was absolutely certain it was this very card. The men in the room were shocked. Did Marquise Terenka really do such a thing? He must be crazy if he does such a thing. Was it really her that he used as evidence? There were many questions, and answers needed to be found. If the mines actually produce stones with a lot of mana, then everything will be fine. But if not, then Duke Ferriton and all of them will have big problems. So the high society will decide that Ferriton is involved in a scam. Duke Ferriton did not say a word. He kept looking at the girl and asked when she heard this conversation. The girl thinks her father suspects her, his own daughter. The girl is afraid that if she makes a mistake, he will definitely kill her. The little girl replied that she was cleaning her uncle's shoes while he was talking to that man. The assistant was surprised, because all the checks they sent were supposed to go towards the girl's support. The girl couldn't believe the assistant's words. He continued that the duchy was sending enormous sums of money for her upkeep. The poor girl really thought that they didn't have money to support her, so they fed her little, and she worked for the food she received. She did everything her uncle ordered. Only under these conditions could she continue to live in the Marquis's house. The girl is disappointed that the Marquis could do this to her, because she is just a small and defenseless girl. The men don't want to believe her, but her assistant tells her that Marquis Terenka is madly in love with his daughter. At the same time, the girl recalled how her uncle constantly told her that her father had abandoned her and had not left her a penny. The girl doesn't understand whether she is suspected or not. She said that she ate only 2 times a day because she couldn't earn enough for a third. And when she didn't have time to cope with the work for the whole day, she was fed only once a day or completely starved. The men were shocked by the girl's stories. She was worried that she would die because of a misheard phrase. But it's true. The girl fell at his feet in tears and showed him exactly how she'd cleaned his uncle's shoes. He handed the card to the man and said it was proof. She continued, saying he showed the card to some old man and a man with red hair. She was practically hysterical and assured the men she was telling the truth. Ferriton shouted quite loudly, but with an enraged face, he asked why the hell they were interrogating his daughter. The men assured that they did not interrogate his daughter. He, with an invisible dark force, grabbed everyone by the throat and began to strangle them. They begged for mercy. But the father would hear no excuses. Through them, he remembered what he had seen in the Marquis's house when he came for his daughter. He reached out to the little girl. He didn't want to interrogate his daughter. The Duke only cared about her. Ferriton took his daughter in his arms, and seeing her dirty sleeve, he ordered a tailor to be called. He announced the next topic to be discussed. The girl wakes up in her own bed, which is surprising because she was just in her father's office. Apparently, a maid carried it. Seeing that the maids were nowhere to be found, she took out the book. This book has outlived all the Ferritons. The book is so old that it's almost falling apart. She hopes nothing falls out of it once she opens it. It's risky, of course, but curiosity gets the better of her. She throws the book aside, and the entire room fills with a golden glow. Surprisingly, the book she had just opened was old and almost falling apart, but now it was in perfect condition, like new. She opened the book. It contained a bunch of black magic spells and a key to gain divine power. The girl thought that if this was a sealing book, then it must contain a way to seal a demon, or a spell to summon one. She began to leaf through the book to fully reveal her ability, but when she opened the book completely, it turned out to be empty in the middle, after which she received a notification. It said that the summoning attribute seal had been removed, and now the restrictions on using the ability had also been removed. The girl can finally use her ability. She is very happy. But then, a new task was revealed to her called The Path of a Worthy Reader. His conditions are to use cash units to summon a novella and draw its power. The reward for this task is 1,000 cash units. The girl was surprised why the program was asking her to do what she herself wanted. But how could she summon the novella? She has no idea how to do it. She started experimenting with different options, starting with simply waving her hand and shouting for it to appear. Then, remembering the experience of all the novellas she had read, she checked to see if there was anyone nearby and stretched out her hand. Besides this, I pray to the heavens that they will allow me to endure the stupidity of the main character and not strangle her through the screen. She received a notification that said that in order to use the power, she simply needed to say the name of the novella she was reading. The girl felt ashamed. Currently, her power is bronze level, and she can summon powers from the fantasy romance novels she's read. She titled the novella, I was born into a rich family, but I still want to escape. Thanks to the novella's power, one can forget the fear of exile or death, but suddenly, she didn't have enough cash to call this novel. The girl is angry. Because in this life, she doesn't have enough money. She received a notification that she had 1,000 cash on her balance and a lottery for 5,000 cash. She ordered a lottery ticket. The girl is disappointed because this lottery is a complete scam. She decided to be optimistic and hope for the best. She received a greeting about winning 100 units of cash. Just like in her previous life, she won a maximum of 100 won. While others were winning 1,000 or even 5,000, the girl lay there, upset. It was unlikely that 1,100 cash would be enough for her to win a novella. The notification said the balance was 1,100 units of cash, but the little girl didn't understand why she was pressing a sore spot when she already knew it. She remembered another message that she hadn't had time to read. The girl did not receive a reward for Duke Faraton's satisfaction level reaching its highest value. After the counting, she was given a reward. The opportunity to rent a novella for 3 days. The girl was very happy with such a reward. It was even much better than 5,000 cash, because it was not a chapter, but an entire work. She is very grateful to the Duke, although she does not know how she pleased him so much. As it turns out, raising cash is difficult. But for now, she will save her capital for something more important. The maids knocked on the girl's door, and she quickly hid the book. They apologized for not being there when she woke up. Although the girl replied that it wasn't such a big deal, the maids asked the girl if she was hungry. She'd missed dinner because she'd fallen asleep, so they decided not to wake her. The girl replied that she hadn't even noticed she'd fallen asleep. The maid replied that most likely the girl was simply very tired. No one expected this. The maid said the girl started to nod off, then completely fell asleep, sat on the Duke, and was shocked when she heard this. The maids were even scolded for their lack of laughter. The girl was frightened and hoped it was the maid who had carried her, but Anna replied that the Duke had done it, and the girl said that next time the maid should do it for him because she didn't want to be a heavy burden to him. But the maid said that her father truly appreciated her because he did more than just carry her to bed. He also called a tailor to make clothes for her, although he himself is so lazy to do it that the butler always has to find some way to approach the Duke. The maid added that Duke Faraton was truly worried about her. The girl realized she had made the maid worry about her again. With a sincere smile, the girl replied that she was fine. The maid continued, saying that the Duke simply did not know how to express his own feelings. The maid shared that she used to think her owner was perfect in everything, and there was nothing she could find fault with about him. But he did not need his loved ones, and did not understand those who tried for their loved ones. The maid had since begun to doubt the Duke's perfection, but after she saw the Duke's attitude towards his daughter, she understood everything. He simply doesn't know how to express his feelings. The girl asked if he really had feelings for her, and the maid replied that he did. And recently, they have learned about aspects of the Duke's existence that they had never suspected. However, members of the Faraton family are different from ordinary people. The girl became curious about the differences between them and ordinary people. Another maid corrected her colleague, saying that she simply meant that the Faraton family members were special. The girl heard enough to understand that her family was not ordinary. She said she was very hungry. The maid asked if she should set the table right away. The girl wanted to know more about her father and her family. The Marquis did not understand why Duke Delvatron wanted to withdraw the investment. The Duke replied that it had just become known that Marquis Schrodel wanted to withdraw from the list of investors. Another investor also announced their desire to end their partnership. Marquise Taranka was upset and anxious. Star was the last of the investors, and the Galleon Bank refused the loan request. Marquise Taranko has had his title for 5 years now, but is about to fall to the bottom with just one movement of Duke Faraton's hand. Did the investors really find out that Faraton didn't invest in Taranko's business? But he couldn't have figured it out, since the maintenance check assured them Taranko was right. He could not understand how the investors got this information. Taranko wanted to use his family's resources, but if the truth reached his father, he ordered his servant to do everything so that his father would not find out anything, and called Tia to him. The man called her to send her to the house of Duke Faraton because she missed her. The girl was surprised, having never been interested in her. The Marquis continued that, after all, she was family, and they grew up together like sisters. She replied that if that was the case, then let the mouse go to them, not she to her. The Marquis replied that he knew the girl needed to visit Tia. Faraton was unlikely to fulfill her request. The girl informed him that, indeed, everyone in the house hated the Duke's daughter. After all, she was the only one who treated her well. There was nothing to be done. Tia would have to go. The Marquis was very pleased with his daughter. He ordered his daughter to find out how the Duke's daughter was living and how Faraton was doing. She was self-confident. She believed that the girl would be happy to see her. And she added that this mouse would surely be in seventh heaven when she saw Tia. At that very moment, during the meal, the Duke's daughter's ear began to itch, and she did not understand the reason. The next day, the girl sat down to draw. She was in a good mood, so she sang along to a cheerful melody. The maid said that the girl drew beautifully and called what she drew a pineapple. The girl turned around and said it wasn't a pineapple, but she and he were holding hands. The maid stifled a laugh, after which she began praising the drawing, even though she said it looked like a pineapple. Surprisingly, the girl's plan worked. She was thinking about how to appease a few more maids in this way. The little girl began to imagine how the maids would give up everything for the sake of her drawing, and they're even ready to give their hearts to a little lady. And they'd act like stalkers. While the girl was dreaming, the maid called her for a walk. The maid suggested that the girl visit the glass gallery, which is located in the Duke's house. Now the girl believed in the world of the novel. She ran with all her might to examine the glass greenhouse. While going down to the greenhouse, the girl tripped and fell right at the feet of Duke Faraton. He asked the girl what she was doing there. She replied that she had fallen. The Duke asked a strange question. Why had she fallen? But for her, the answer was perfectly logical. Because she had fallen. At that moment, the maid ran up and said that children her age very often stumble and fall. But Duke Faraton thought the girl was weak, which was why she was falling. She asked her father to pick her up. Dad silently lifted her into his arms. He saw small scratches on the girl's knees, got a little angry and went the other way. The maid followed him, but the girl still wanted to go visit the glass greenhouse. The Duke sat the baby on his knee and was surprised why her knee was so red. He decided to treat the wounds with a special ointment, so that within a few days, there would be no trace left of them. The Duke knew she was weak, but for Duke Faraton to say so would be unbelievable. The girl began to worry that her father would abandon her again because of her weakness. Could she really be an illegitimate child? Especially since she doesn't have a drop of magic in her. Faraton decided to treat the girl's wound himself. The maids were surprised, as they didn't think he could handle it on his own. The girl's face twisted in fear. She thought that the wound would now sting badly from the ointment. The maid intervened and said that she did not want to bother her, but a dressmaker from the clothing store had arrived. The maid added that the Duke would soon have a meeting, and it would be better to leave her to the maids. The Duke did not answer and went to meet the seamstress personally, ignoring the meeting. Surprisingly, the men followed him. The tailor was glad to finally see the girl. They have been creating beautiful dresses worth an entire castle for several years. It's a shame because children's clothes only last for one season. It's all a waste of money. The seamstress started from the very bottom, and now she sews clothes for His Majesty the Emperor. Her name is Jutra Philia. She looked like a true stylist, with an interesting short haircut and an extravagant, beautiful suit that accentuated her curves. The woman is genuinely glad to see the lady who had been so carefully hidden from her all this time. The maids were incredibly interested to see the result. They believed that the girl would be an exact copy of the Duke and his sons. Strands so black as if the darkness had swallowed up the light, blood-red eyes, and a beast-like gaze emitting an extremely powerful aura. The designer created a dress for a beautiful and fragile girl, imagining her as extremely delicate. Her colleague emphasized the girl's incredible charisma, even at a young age. But the designer responded that one shouldn't expect a member of the Faraton family to be cute and charming. Even if she saw a miniature version of the Duke, she mustn't show disappointment. The Duke entered the room, and the women greeted His Grace. The craftswoman hoped that the girl would be very sweet and charming, and not an obvious copy of her father. The seamstress was very surprised when she saw the girl. The girl she saw was so sweet and beautiful that Jutra couldn't even control herself and began to praise the girl. But Duke Faraton did not need praise for his child. He gave a short and sharp order to take the girl's measurements. While holding her in her arms, the craftswoman asked me to lower the child from her arms so she could take more accurate measurements. But on the other hand, she decided not to expose herself to further danger, and she began to take the girl's measurements right in the Duke's arms, saying that it was even more convenient that way. Jutra noticed that the girl sat very politely in his arms even when she was taking measurements. Apparently she loves him very much, the woman told the Duke, and added that he was lucky to have such a beautiful daughter. He replied that the girl was simply always with him, but that it caused him a little trouble. The girl didn't like her father's words about her making extra troubles for him, but the craftswoman added that the Duke must be very protective of her if he decided to come and take measurements in person. Duke Faraton was at a loss for words, saying that the girl simply fell over a lot, like a newborn fawn, and he has to carry her in his arms. The butler added that the little miss simply adores her father. The men began to tell how sweetly she fell asleep right on the Duke's lap. The Duke remembered that when he came home from the war, his daughter became hysterical, saying that some evil man had come, and the girl saw pain on her father's face. But at this time, everyone around could not cope with how sweet His Majesty's daughter looked, and how sweetly she hugged him. Yutra added that she probably felt so comfortable in her father's arms. And the man who came to the meeting shared that he was terribly envious of the Duke, because he was lucky to have such a wonderful daughter. Although all this chatter made him nervous, the butler asked the girl if she loved her father. The little girl replied that she loved him, but that answer didn't satisfy those present, and they asked how much she loved her father. They wanted the girl to say that her father was the best. The girl was fed up with it all and showed how much she loved her father. She touched her finger to her finger and said, "This is how much she loves her dad." Everyone around asked the girl. She said that she loves her father. That's how much. And once again, she showed a gesture with her fingers and added, "A little bit." Everyone present in the room forced the girl to tell how much she loved her father. They have already mentally started writing a will, digging their own graves, and planning their suicide. But the girl added that if you take away just a little bit of her love, there will still be this much love left. The little girl spread her arms out to both sides to show how much she loves her father. The little girl added that if you take away a grain of sand from the universe, what remains will be how much she loves her father. The girl's improvisation left everyone in the room abruptly amazed. But the Duke said he hadn't heard. The girl repeated that if you take away just one drop from the universe, all that remains is the girl's love for her father. Everyone was delighted with Ferriton's daughter. They asked to share the secret, but the Duke didn't really like this whole kindergarten thing. He asked the girl why she decided to take anything away at all. But at that moment, she hadn't yet come up with an idea. But she quickly got out of it by saying that she wanted to love her father even more by spending time together. The girl added that if her father is always there, her love for him will become even stronger. Everyone standing in the room understood why the girl took away a little bit. The girl was praised in various ways. They said that she was such a young lady, but she already thought like an adult, and everyone was simply speechless at how sweet the girl was. The reader is pleased. It seems like everyone was hooked, but the girl saw her father's gaze. It looked as if he didn't like it. Yutra noticed that the girl's size had been larger in previous years, and she found it strange. Even the clothes she brought were a little bigger. But that shouldn't be a problem. The woman asked to put the child down on the ground so she could try on the clothes. But the Duke asked why the girl needed to try this on. He added that they were already taking all these clothes. Just let Jutra tailor everything to the girl's size. The Duke said that he buys absolutely everything that she brought. Jutra considers that she is very lucky. She replied that she would obey, but the Duke put forward a condition, so that the sleeves were either exactly to the wrist or very short, so that she could not take the sleeve with her fingers and lower it to her palms. The baby thinks that the Duke is not her real father, although he doesn't seem so bad. Meanwhile, Tia arrived at the house of Duke Ferriton, although she was not very happy about it. She saw the whole castle. They say that if you collect all the Duke's gold, you will get a mountain higher than the magic tower. Apparently the rumors were true. Tia was surprised and asked why they didn't stop at the gate. It was just an extension. Every building here, wherever you look, resembles the main mansion. No one was warned that the daughter of Marquise Terenka would visit the castle of Duke Ferriton. Tia was surprised why some poor butler was meeting her. She came to visit her beloved cousin. Does she really need permission for that? The butler replied that next time it would be necessary to send an official letter requesting permission to visit. Otherwise, the butler wouldn't be able to let the girl in. She and her maid walked demonstratively past the butler, their noses in the air. She was amazed by the grandeur and beauty of the castle. Everything was so luxurious. She ran and took in everything that was in the enormous hall. Suddenly, she saw a portrait of Duke Ferriton. The previous time, the girl had been so frightened that she hadn't been able to see his face. She was surprised how a mere mortal could look so majestic. Tia dreamed of having a father like Ferriton, but he would also be a good uncle. The girl is very confident in herself because even the maids from other houses are delighted with her, and that meant Ferriton would definitely be delighted with her. Tia knew that the more a person is feared, the lonelier they become. Tia was sure that her uncle definitely needed him. She believed that a child born out of wedlock would not provide the same love and joy that she could. Tia wants to take her cousin's place. The lady is sure that such a dirty child has no right whatsoever to live in such a luxurious estate. Suddenly, she saw the same scary and dirty little mouse. But the image of the mouse was only in Tia's head. She was shocked at how beautiful the girl looked, and what a nice color her hair was. It was as if a completely different person stood before her. Tia wondered if she had always been so beautiful. She was furious because her cousin didn't even pay attention to her. In her opinion, she is even more shameless than Tia could have imagined. The little girl said that it was even more shameless to show up at the house without an invitation and not even think of saying hello. Tia replied that she had come to see her cousin because her father had said the girl missed her very much. The little girl asked again with a grin. She began to lecture the girl and tell her that she should be ashamed of her behavior. Although the reader not only didn't miss him, she simply forgot about the Marquis and his evil daughter as if they were a bad dream. She decided to press the issue and said that her father had told her that the baby was not the Duke's daughter and that she was an illegitimate child, and her mother cheated on him. She called the girl an illegitimate freak, and she didn't understand how she dared to live in Ferreton's house with her head held so high. Suddenly, an immediate task dawned on the girl. She needed to get rid of that lump in her throat. You can't do without a sip of refreshing soda to make your life easier. Oddly enough, before her reincarnation, she even left a similar comment about the main character. The reward for completing the task is the opportunity to win a lottery with a prize fund of 2,000 cash. A penalty for failing to complete a task. A temporary removal of the reincarnation enhancement. The girl was ready to do anything for the cash, so she accepted the task. For the little girl, cash was everything. But Tia didn't understand what was happening to her cousin. Tia thought that if the girl was silent and didn't say anything, then she finally understood everything. The girl shouted, "Hey, Tia!" And she asked her cousin if she had said that to her. The little girl asked haughtily if anyone other than Tia was in the room. Tia didn't understand how this mouse dared to treat her like that. She was angry that her cousin still looked down on her. The girl asked the main characters of the novellas to give her strength, but she replied to Tia that she hadn't even begun to look down on her yet. She wanted to press on a weak spot by saying that if the cousin put on a beautiful dress, then everything would suddenly change. Tia said that Duke Ferreton simply took pity on her because she looked too insignificant, and added that the dress was not the girl's property. The little girl was surprised that some dress had upset Thea so much. The uninvited guest added that if her cousin continued to behave so condescendingly, everyone would turn away from her and hate her. Tia said that her father said that if she was treated specially, she would take it for granted. That's precisely why he gave her as much food as she earned. But as it became clear now, her father's attempts to raise the girl were futile. Tia said that she wouldn't be very surprised if Duke Ferreton kicked his cousin out of the estate, be kicked out someday, but she would definitely not be kicked out for what she was about to say. The girl called Tia the daughter of Marquis Terenka and shouted at her with rage. She asked her how she dared to call her, the daughter of Duke Ferreton, arrogant. Tia didn't know what to answer and said that the reader should treat her with respect, and was surprised that she hadn't been taught manners. The little girl thought she was simply irresistible. The only thing cooler than her was an egg. She, as always, used her only argument that the girl's mother had cheated on Duke Ferreton and given birth to an illegitimate child. The girl asked if she was responsible for her words. Tia calmly replied that she was. Then the reader asked if the girl would put the honor of the Terenka family on the line. She again agreed. The lady said she would ask her father now. The girl started to leave, but Tia asked her to stop. The reader stood her ground and wanted to ask the maid about her pedigree, because the Marquis's daughter was interested in it. She ran into the arms of her maid, and with tears in her eyes told her that the girl had called her arrogant, and that Thea should bow before her. Tia acted like a victim, as if she came here for her cousin, and she treated her so badly. Tia's maid began to lecture the girl about how she had no right to behave like that. But here, things were different. The girl is completely safe. The girl's maid Anna said that she sees how Tia and her maid have completely lost their fear. If they allow themselves to speak to Ferreton's daughter in such a tone, Tia's maid replied that she had simply asked her cousin a question about her actions, as it was necessary to immediately point out where the girl was wrong. Anna stood her ground and asked where exactly the girl had gone wrong. After all, it was the Marquis's daughter who had behaved badly toward young Miss Ferreton. But the maid stood her ground, adding that Tia had not intended to insult the girl and had even brought a gift. Tia's dresses. She added that she saw her cousin looking at them, and that's why she decided to give it to her. Tia walked closer to Miss Ferreton and looked into her eyes with an evil smile, asking if she wanted him. The Marquise grabbed the girl's hand and offered to make peace. She added that she apologized for all the harsh words. She wanted to add something else, but Duke Ferreton himself interrupted her. The man said Tia was talking too much, like she was stealing his daughter's dresses. Everyone was surprised the Duke was home so quickly. An hour ago, he was sitting in the interview room with a very angry face. There was talk in the room that a common solution needed to be found, and that the issue of awarding prizes to different military divisions needed to be re-examined piecemeal. And later, we need to meet again for a second discussion. They looked at the time. It was already late. The man didn't know if he would have time to buy his daughter an eclair, but he was assured that it was no big deal because he could always ask the servant to do it. But the man refused, because the eclair bought by the servant could not compare with the one he would bring himself. The man said that every time he comes to his daughter with an eclair, she will happily greet him and kiss him on the cheek. Unfortunately, it seems that all the eclairs from this pastry shop have already been sold out, because they fly away in no time. So he's unlikely to have time to buy anything. Which means he won't get a kiss from his daughter either. The Duke's face took on a scowl of rage, and everyone around him became worried and decided to continue the meeting. But suddenly the Duke asked where exactly the pastry shop that sold these eclairs was. Everyone who was at the meeting was seriously worried. They thought that the Duke had suggested a different topic, to kill them all right here and now, because he was a terrible person. The men politely asked if he was really interested in these eclairs, but you wouldn't have guessed right away. But suddenly, his colleague interrupted and scolded him, saying that the man's ingenuity was zero, but he spoke from the very beginning and then thought. They continued their meeting, but the assistant approached the Duke and whispered something in his ear. The Duke immediately stood up and left, saying he had urgent business to attend to. The men in the room insisted that the Duke had already missed more than one meeting and that they needed to resolve the matter. He glared at them and asked since when his attendance at meetings had become mandatory. The previous time he ran out of the meeting after learning that his daughter was cleaning the windows, after which the Duke stopped going there altogether, and all because the girl wanted to always be near him. Of Tarenka had arrived at their castle. But he was far more furious about the bad treatment of his daughter than about the fact that his name was being exploited in the Marquis's scam. It's surprising, because Duke Ferriton is a special person. He doesn't need emotional connections and attachments with people, and his sons are the same as him in this regard. All except his daughter. The assistant said that she was pleasant to look at, and quickly corrected himself by adding that it was pleasant to see how much the Duke protected her. The Duke replied that it went without saying that he was obliged to protect her until she grew up. Although, for Miss Duke, he is just an ordinary, loving father, no different from others. The assistant asked him if he thought his daughter was sweet and beautiful. The Duke ordered him not to talk nonsense to the assistant, who immediately apologized. Although the Duke understood the meaning behind the question, the assistant didn't understand what the Duke was talking about. Ferriton continued that his daughter cried a lot. She falls and cries again, probably because she has no magical powers. And that's not all that surprises the Duke. He finds it strange that she says she misses him when she kisses him on the cheek, and also falls asleep right on his lap, although the Duke considers his own behavior far stranger. When he looks at her, his body reacts very strangely. His theory is confirmed every time. When he's around her, he feels completely different, but when he's alone, he feels just like usual. Presumably, this was the dirty tricks of Marquis Tarenka. The assistant asked to describe everything in more detail, because it was akin to a curse using the blood of a relative. The Duke said that his heart was fluttering and buzzing, as if instead of a heart, there was a hive filled with bees that were constantly buzzing. The assistant realized it wasn't a curse at all. He asked if his heart was starting to pound violently, like something abnormal, and was constantly contracting. The Duke replied that these were precisely the symptoms. He also constantly wanted to feed her something. When he is alone, he does everything for the Empire, and his hands begin to work while his head has not yet had time to think. And when he sees his daughter, all he wants is to bite off her cute, chubby cheeks. The Duke said it was a serious illness, but the assistant thought it was not an illness at all, but simply a mad love for his daughter. Progress is evident. The assistant hopes that one day the Duke will learn the true name of this disease. The Duke ordered them to go to the pastry shop, but the assistant said they were probably all sold out. The Duke didn't answer, just looked at him. The assistant remembered who was really in front of him, so he decided not to risk it anymore. You apologized to him. The butler asked if he should buy the girl some eclairs. The Duke agreed, but then decided to go there himself and buy them personally. The assistant asked Ferriton if he was sure he would buy the eclairs. He told him to just tell him the name of the bakery and where it was located. The Duke left and ordered his assistant to find a store with toys for children her age. Ferriton already knew why Marquise Tarenka sent his daughter to him. She ran to the Duke with hugs and a dress in her hands, but the Duke answered what kind of rag she had in her hands and walked around her. After which, he took his daughter in his arms. But she wasn't his own, Tia thought. She started to wriggle out of the situation. She thought that she could frame the girl, as if her daughter had told her terrible things, after which the Duke began to treat her poorly. Tia said she forgave the Duke, as he had simply fallen victim to his own daughter's lies. The Duke's daughter asked what exactly the lie was, but Tia stood her ground and said that she would apologize for her cousin herself. Tia thought that everything worked. Because the Duke's face changed, she added that her daughter apparently lied to her father that Tia stole the dresses from her. The Marquise did not stop, so she said that she understood her cousin. Apparently she lied to look better in the eyes of her father. The daughter of Marquis Tarenka is so confident in herself that she has no idea what it's like to be ignored, to be rejected and told that no one needs her. And that's why, even now, the girl cannot stand up for herself. The Duke was very angry and did not understand how Tia dared to say such things about his daughter. Tia said she had no need to steal his daughter's dress. She even brought her one of her own dresses to give her. The Duke asked her what dress he had last seen her wearing. She didn't understand what he was talking about. Ferriton continued that, on the day he picked up his daughter, she was wearing the dress he had sent for her. And only now the girl realized that her father did not treat her badly. He was talking about how she was dressed and what condition she was in. Tia said it was all nonsense, because her father had bought her that dress. She explained that her father buys her dresses like that every year for her birthday. The Duke asked the girl again if it was true every year. He was so angry with the girl that he could barely contain himself. Tia said that it was her dress, considering the Duke's daughter a fool. She couldn't stand it and said that his daughter was feeble-minded, and that's what her father and maid told her. The Duke asked her father what he said about him. She replied that he was a cold-blooded killer with darkness coursing through his veins. He didn't know what sadness was, and if he cried, someone else's blood would be shed. Tia wants the Duke's daughter to always be in the shadows, to be constantly pointed at, and to be mocked by everyone and their dog. This is how she sees his daughter's life. Tia added that the Duke's child is nothing more than a brat who stole her place. The Duke replied that Tia had not even had milk dry on her lips, and she already wanted to die at his hands. He said she shouldn't expect a pardon. She fell to her knees, not understanding what was happening, and begged for help. Tia imagined herself, instead of the baby, sitting in the Duke's arms, and the baby kneeling in front of them, the girl's self-assured face instantly filled with horror. The Duke released her, ordering her to disappear. He sat with his daughter on his lap. She drank tea and could not understand what had happened between them. As soon as Claudia called the girl brainless, the room immediately turned completely black. But compared to the previous time, she felt safe, as if night had fallen and she could close her eyes and rest. And when she opened her eyes, she saw that everything was back as it was. The Duke called his subordinates and told them that today an insect had entered his house, which had not only encroached on something to which it had no right. He asked how to punish those responsible for the fact that this insect got into his house. The servants all said in one voice that they deserved to die, and that they alone were to blame. Because of them, the young lady could have suffered. The Duke did not want to get his hands dirty, and ordered his servants to kill themselves. But his daughter had a different opinion. She didn't want people to suffer because of such nonsense, so she shouted that no, it wasn't allowed. The Duke said they had failed in their job, and therefore they must answer for it. The little girl said that Claudia had just come to visit her, and then they had a little argument. The girl said that children often quarrel over trivial matters, so Dad shouldn't punish the guard for it. The gentleman asked Urkel his opinion on the matter. The man added that the missus, as always, was absolutely right. And as far as he knew, children really do fight a lot. The little girl's throat was dry. The tea was simply divine. The father looked at his daughter and said she had a mustache. The reader was very surprised and didn't understand what he was talking about. The father wiped her face. The main character couldn't believe that he had switched on the mode of a caring father who wipes his child's dirty face. The butler couldn't believe his master could behave like this. It was simply unthinkable. He had never done anything like this before. But then the little girl decided she was just daydreaming. And at the same time, she remembered that they were having a serious conversation. The fate of a dozen people was being decided. The little girl didn't understand what was going on. Their looks were very strange. The little girl received a notification that the servants of Duke Ferraton were deeply grateful for her kindness. My daughter was very curious about how these guys had survived here all this time. The Ferraton family's influence increased. For all this, the girl received 5,000 units of cash. She was very happy because it was a guarantee, not a chance to win. The Duke's servant remarked that the lady was in excellent spirits and quite a charmer, and added that she must be very comfortable on his lap. The Duke added that he had no idea why she was acting like that, but the girl believed it was none of his business. The little girl was very tired. Claudia returned home to Marquise Terenka. The lady was very sleepy. The soda task was automatically completed. The results were calculated, and it was a partial failure. The main character was very angry and did not understand how this could happen, because Claudia returned to herself and considered it a success, although she doesn't really know how it all ended, because it was so dark she couldn't see anything. The girl was very scared because there was a fine. The fine calculation began. Since the failure was partial, another fine was assigned. The fine was flat soda. It was disgusting, without any bubbles. The little girl didn't know what kind of fine it was, but it sounded offensive. The reader received a message saying she doesn't deserve to be the main character. While the penalty is in effect, she should reflect on her behavior. Her reincarnation buff would disappear randomly. The girl didn't understand what it meant to disappear randomly. Initially, the penalty was the cancellation of the reincarnation buff. Due to the fact that the failure was partial, this buff will begin to disappear randomly. Buff she had. She swayed from side to side. Someone knocked. The little girl allowed them in. It was the Duke. The girl was frightened and didn't understand why he had come. For some reason, the lady doesn't even feel like getting up. The penalty for not completing the task has been activated. The girl was very scared because her reincarnation buff was about to disappear. The father sat down next to the little girl. She noticed that nothing seemed to have changed. The girl was hungry and wanted to sleep. The daughter told her father, "Yum!" thereby hinting that she was hungry. Dad asked again. The girl sadly asked if there was any treat. The little one, smiling, asked her dad to give her a cookie. And then the main character realized that she had accidentally slapped the Duke on the thigh with all her strength. And that's why she was very scared. The little girl began to understand that losing the reincarnation buff meant losing the ability to think like an adult from her past life. The main character didn't want to believe that she would behave like an ordinary doll. Suddenly, her thoughts became a little clearer. The little girl didn't understand how it worked. The reincarnation buff would appear randomly. The girl began kneading her thigh with her paws, like a kitten. She thought this was too much and hoped they wouldn't take the cash. The little girl understood that if she wanted to survive, she couldn't anger the Duke under any circumstances. Dad asked how she was doing with the Akidus. The daughter asked again what an acidus was. Her father said it was the book she had taken back then. The girl remembered that beautiful book. The Duke asked again if she was beautiful. The girl said she was fine. The Pope thought about it. The main character said that the book had changed a little in appearance and had become very beautiful. And it was shining too. The little girl reached out to the Duke because a heart had appeared there. She repeated that he was handsome. Her father asked if she was talking about Atticus. The little girl agreed. The girl added that when someone says something beautiful about someone, they should say thank you to them. The Duke was surprised. His daughter said she would thank him too. The ruler didn't understand what the whole thing was about. The main character loves it when people say nice things to her, and she assumed that her dad was probably happy too. The little girl thought that suddenly he liked her more after this. She hoped that was true. The Duke wondered how beautiful that book had become. The situation was terrible, but at least she was home again. That is, her returning mind. The girl didn't know what to do now, because the book now looked nothing like the one her father had given her. She thought it would be better to simply confess. She knew she couldn't lie, and thought he would surely forgive her for her honesty. But she immediately stopped, thinking that this was a very valuable book. First, the Duke had to break that display case to get it, and now, thanks to her, Akidus has become a completely different book. She decided that people might start seeing her as a walking problem. The little girl assured herself that everything would be fine, and she just needed to gather her courage. The Duke was waiting. The girl couldn't stand his gaze, so she started saying she hadn't damaged the book. She was very scared. The butler was upset because the little shrew had upset their miss very much. The master had just gone to see the little girl, and the servant hoped he had been able to console her. But he noticed that he had already left. The man asked the gentleman if he had already managed to talk to the miss, but the servant didn't like the man's reaction, and he decided that the conversation simply wasn't going well. He hoped the miss wasn't upset to the point of tears. The Duke asked Heinz to answer him honestly. Lost in thought, the Duke asked if he was scary. This question terrified the man. He asked if the ruler could repeat the question. The Duke asked the man to simply forget about it. The Duke covered his mouth in horror when he realized what he had said. The little girl cried and said her daddy wasn't scary. The Duke didn't understand what was happening. The girl rolled around on the bed and screamed that she hadn't made the book different on purpose, but he still glared at her so terribly. The main character said her dad wasn't ugly, but very handsome. She shouted that her dad owned a diamond mine. The Duke said that he was also rich, and that she had not only a diamond mine, but also a gold mine. The little girl added that her dad absolutely adores her and truly loves her. The man was sure she'd ruined the book. And then there was this hysteria and tantrums. She was still little, but she was still one of the Phaetons, and so the Duke should have been disappointed in her. But, oddly enough, he doesn't even want to punish her. On the contrary, the little girl said she hated him and that he wasn't her daddy. This surprised the Duke. The man asked if it was true, barely holding back his laughter. Then the Duke noticed the maids leaving the room. The Duke asked what they had there. The maids were very frightened when the master addressed them. One of them said it was nothing important. The gentleman said it was up to him to decide whether it was important or not. Without hesitation, the maid handed the Duke a piece of paper. When the man opened it, he saw a drawing inside. The maid said that the drawing had actually been drawn by a lady. The Duke paused and asked again. The woman showed how she and Miss were holding hands in the drawing, and in the next drawing, she's hugging her. Another maid boasted that she'd drawn her 3 times, and then one of them noted that it was unlikely that their drawings would compare with the one she gave him. After all, he was her dad, because they assumed she'd drawn a whole stack of drawings for his lordship. They were sure Miss had drawn a cool dad, but the Duke didn't react, and the maids became thoughtful. The man reported that he had received nothing. The maids were extremely shocked and didn't even know how to react or why they were even saying this. The little girl thought about what she had done, because it was as if she was asking for her own death. Because of this fine, she would be finished. Nancy decided to take stock of what had happened recently. The Duke sat across from her, waiting. The head butler, worried that the miss is very upset, sends the master to console her. However, she ended up bursting into tears during their conversation, although she hadn't cried before. Besides, his lordship, unlike the others, I haven't received a single drawing from Miss, even though he is her father. The conclusion is obvious. Nancy said that, judging by everything, the Miss simply hated his lordship. But she was immediately interrupted by others, so that the Duke would not hear. The servants immediately pulled Nancy out of the room, gagging her. Anna decided to ask if Miss had said anything while she was crying. The gentleman said that the little girl told him that he was not her daddy, and also said that she hated him. The maids were shocked. Nancy asked if he had hugged her when he consoled her, or if he had smiled warmly. The Duke didn't understand why he was doing this. Anna couldn't believe it was true. She asked the gentleman if he felt anything when he hugged her again and again. The man thought about it. The Duke began to remember. He felt her gentle breath, her soft cheeks, puffed out like a fugu fish. Anna advised the gentleman to come see her again. Nancy said that he was the one who brought the lady to tears and that he should console her. By the way, the man decided to ask what yum means. Yum? And what is patenka? The servants were in complete shock. The main character didn't know what to do now. Perhaps she wasn't even related to him, and yet she dared to say such a thing. The baby had aged from all the stress. Anna asked Miss how she felt about dessert, and if she was hungry, but the girl said she wouldn't, because she would soon die and had no time to eat. Anna knew there was nothing she could do, and she probably wants the food her daddy will bring. The little girl jumped up when she heard this, so she asked again. The Duke came into the room. The daughter was happy to see her father, but she barely called out for him because she felt guilty. The man said yum yum was served. The girl was pleasantly surprised. It was simply delicious. The father asked the little girl if she liked it, addressing her formally. The girl said yes. And then the main character noticed that he addressed her formally. The Duke ordered her to respond, again using the formal form. The little girl didn't understand what was happening to him. The man sat there, confused. The man looked at the cheat sheet and was indignant, not understanding, because it said that he should treat the child with respect. So he doesn't understand what the problem is. These were secret life hacks from Anna. The little girl was in complete shock. Now she understood that this was his way of showing her respect. The Duke nevertheless clutched the paper in his hand. The gentleman asked if she had been very frightened today. The little girl said yes, a little. The Duke said that no one here dared to harm her. Neither Marquis Terenka nor his daughter can do this. He will never let them into this house again. The little girl realized he thought it was because of Klatya. It turns out he came into his room to comfort her. The little girl doesn't know when she'll fully transform into a baby again. As long as she has any semblance of common sense left, she needs to appear like a model daughter. The little girl said she was wrong too, because she said she hated him, even though she didn't. It was the honest truth. The Duke asked if she had anything she wanted to say. The little girl said it was nothing. The fine had made her overly sensitive. The main character needs to be a good girl to survive. The man asked if she wanted it even after he had left her alone in such a place for so many years. The girl started to say that perhaps there were such circumstances. But he said there was no need to think that way, because whatever the reason, he shouldn't have left her in a place like that. She has a right to cry. The main character burst into tears. She asked him why he came so late. She couldn't understand why he abandoned her. The girl said she was very scared, and she missed her dad terribly, and she really wanted to see him. Every day she waited for her dad to show up. He was her dad, after all, and she couldn't understand why he'd abandoned her. The Duke hugged the child and said he was terribly sorry. He apologized quietly. The warmth was palpable. Now he really is the baby's father. And even if they're not related, they're still together. This petition urges them to take immediate control of the situation. It says that if they take this into account, then there will be no need to worry about future plans. However, when they personally checked the situation, the problem turned out to be less pressing. Still, it cannot be ignored. The man couldn't understand where this beeping was coming from. And more importantly, the Duke wouldn't tolerate such a sound. The Duke stood up abruptly and jumped out the window. The men were shocked that their master had jumped from such a height. They asked him where he was going. They assumed it was because of that very sound. There was a girl on the street. She was very happy to see her father, but at the moment, she was under a fine. The little girl told her dad to catch her. Now the men understood the source of that sound. The girl was the spitting image of cotton candy. The man picked up his daughter and said that if she ran so fast, she would fall and hurt herself. The Duke smiled and hugged his little girl. The men were in complete shock, as they had never seen their master like this. The ruler said that before starting the meeting, he had to mention one important point. Faraton ordered everyone to listen to him carefully. When his daughter walks slowly, her shoes make a single sound. In such a case, they have no reason to worry. But as soon as they hear a rapid version of this sound, they should be prepared to protect her daughter with their lives. Or they can satisfy their curiosity by finding out what will happen to them if something suddenly happens to her. The men promised to protect Miss at any cost. They were ready to do anything for her. The Duke announced that they could now proceed to the beginning of the meeting. The fine had been waived from the little girl. She was very angry at being disgraced in front of them. First, they wanted to discuss the upcoming celebration with the gentleman. They wondered if he was going to attend with Miss. The Duke said she was still young, and he didn't want to show his daughter to old foxes. The main character assumed that it was about celebrating the victory with which he returned home. Then, they'll take Miss's name off the list. The girl remembered something and called her dad. The father asked what was wrong. The little girl said she wanted to whisper something in his ear. The man leaned over. And then, the little girl asked him her name. This question horrified the Duke. The ruler asked again. The little girl repeated once again that she wanted to know her name. She added that she was also curious about how old she was. The girl didn't understand what was happening. Lost in thought, the heroine decided she shouldn't have even asked. The Duke even suspended the meeting. It was the first time she'd seen her father like this. Even those men, as they were leaving, were perplexed. The man was shocked that the little girl didn't even know her name or age. He couldn't understand how they addressed her in the Marquis's house. The little girl was very sad, because she tried to say it quietly enough, but it turned out everyone heard. Shame. But no one there actually called her by her name. They simply called her Haiti and called her worthless. None of those words were her real name. She was also called an illegitimate child and a disgrace to the family. Scum. Her father said she shouldn't remember it. Just like last time, when she told them that the Marquis didn't receive money for her upbringing, the little girl thought he didn't believe her. But that wasn't the point. The Duke simply didn't want her to dwell on painful memories. The main character admitted that she doesn't know her name or age, but she feels no shame and no regrets. Even though the Duke doesn't know how to express his feelings, she now understands that he does all this for her sake. After all, she has a dad now. The Duke smiled and said that was true, and no one would dare shame her. He called her by the name Luatisia. That is the name of the main character. The little girl thought for a moment and realized she'd heard that name somewhere before. She began to search her thoughts. She remembered her mother saying that she loved her and wanted her to be happy, calling her Luatisia. The girl remembered that she had indeed been called that. She asked her father to call her by her name again, and the man did. The little girl smiled and said it was her. The little girl was sleeping and feeling very comfortable and warm. She noticed that she had imprinted herself on the red. This surprised her because her bed was light. She looked up and saw her father next to her. She was sleeping on his arm. Dad asked if she was awake. Luatisia wished her father good morning. The main character didn't understand why he slept with her. She saw the stains from her tears on her father's sleeve. Lua begged him not to leave. The Duke had a lot of papers. Luatisia said that if her father abandoned her and left, she would truly hate her. At the time, the little girl was under a fine. What an unfortunate timing again. Lua didn't understand what she was doing. She felt a bit ashamed. Dad called the little girl a crybaby, and added that she looked just like a Crucian carp with those puffy eyes. Luatisia asked her father if it hurt. He grinned and asked if she thought her little fists could hurt him. But the girl said that she was not talking about that, but about his scar, and pointed her hand at the Duke's stomach. The man replied that he wasn't particularly concerned, and covered his daughter's eyes. Lua didn't understand why he did that. Father said it was because he looked scary. The little girl asked if he had been wounded that badly in the war. The Duke replied that this was not at all the case, and added a question about who she thought she was. The girl began blowing on the scar. The man didn't understand what the girl was doing. Lua said to blow on the painful area. Dad said it was an old wound and it didn't hurt anymore. Lua said it still had to be done because she couldn't do it when he was wounded. Lua said the cat was in pain. The dog was in pain, but Dad wasn't in pain. Dad repeated again that he wasn't in pain. The little girl said that he had been in pain before, so it was inevitable. A person always feels pain when he is hurt. Wary glances, full of hatred, fear. The Duke knows from experience that such glances truly hurt. Dad said he should have blown on her wounds too. Lua was confused and asked again. Her father said that was exactly it. When they brought her home, she was very ill. The little girl never saw him then, so she asked him again if he had come to see her. The Duke said that he had been to see her every night. Lua thought he had never visited her. The Emperor had made quite a fuss about his early return from the war. He had to travel to the Imperial Palace every day, and when he returned, his daughter was already asleep. At the front, the Duke felt no pain. His thoughts were occupied only with returning home as quickly as possible. He didn't even notice the pain, doing everything he could to get back as quickly as possible. He wanted to take the baby home as soon as possible. Lua confessed to her father that she didn't even know he'd been at war. She thought she'd simply been abandoned at her uncle's, like an unwanted possession. The Duke apologized, but Lua said that everything was fine, and now she knew that he left because of the war. And yet, the little one would be much better off here, even without him. Dad said Lua was truly special. She doesn't have magic. The girl didn't want to believe that he suspected she wasn't his daughter. Without magic, Lua is no different from an ordinary newborn. Unable to withstand the magic her brothers emitted, Lua could have died. If the Duke had been here, he would have been able to protect her, but the man had to go to war. And then, the Marquis of Terenka offered to take Lua, his niece, under his own guardianship. Besides, he and his Tia are the same age. And he said that for an ordinary child, family is very important. The Duke sent the baby to the Marquis for her protection. He even sent reports describing how well Luatisia was doing there. The main character didn't even know about it. He sent her to Marquis Terenka to protect his daughter without magic. Papa apologized for it. It was strange. The Marquis was to blame for everything, and the girl didn't understand why the Duke was apologizing to her. But Lua needs to know one thing. Her dad never abandoned her. The thought never even crossed her mind. Now the main character understood that he had truly never abandoned her. And so she asked if he would agree to be her father. The Duke agreed, and Lua asked if he would be Dad even if she had no magic. Dad promised he wouldn't abandon her, no matter what. The main character understood that this meant he was with her forever. The main character burst into tears. She called for her dad. The father hugged the little girl and kissed her, telling her that her dad was there. In reality, Lua didn't want all the things she wished on the devil back then. She grew up an orphan and lived alone her whole life. All she wanted was a loving family. That would have been more than enough for her. The little girl now knew that she would be turning 4 this year. Dad told Lua that she was dirty. The Duke also told her that her birthday was October 11th. The little girl wondered what month it was. Lua realized she'd already had a birthday. Her dad confirmed this and said she wouldn't have another birthday this year. Dad told Luatisha that even though they couldn't celebrate her birthday this year, they would definitely do it next year. Moreover, the celebration will be more grandiose than that of a member of the imperial family. The little girl suggested that her father felt guilty for not being able to congratulate her. Luatisha asked if her father sent her gifts for every birthday. Her father confirmed this. The girl realized that the dresses that Claudia wore every year belonged to the little girl. The Duke said that this family of rats was stealing what belonged to Luatisia. The main character was pleased that her father remembered her birthday every year. Even though he must have had a hard time during the war, Lua thought he didn't like her birthday. The Duke asked why. All this time, she hadn't been able to ask about her mother. The baby was told that she was born as a result of betrayal, and then her mother died during childbirth. The main character really wanted to know this, but she didn't dare ask the Duke about it. But now, everything is different. Luatisia said that when she was born, her mother became a star in the sky. The Duke asked who told her that. The girl admitted it was her uncle. The Duke's face instantly changed. Papa told Luatisia to go to him. Lua rose from the table and began walking toward him. The Duke sat his daughter on his lap and told her that she had been lied to. And that day, her mother didn't become a star in the sky. She breastfed her and gave her a name. The little girl asked if it was true. The girl realized it wasn't because of her, and those words weren't her dying words. Now the main character likes the name even more because it connects her with her mother. The girl remarked that it seemed her mother loved her very much. The Duke said so much that she almost never let her out of her arms. Luatisha's birthday must be celebrated. Dad smiled. The Duke added that they would never miss this celebration again. His hands were a little rough, but very large and warm. The main character was curious about how her mother died. But she still has her father. The little girl asked her dad to promise her that he would always be her dad. The man smiled and said he promised. But Lua interrupted him and said that everything had to be done properly. Seal, signature, and copy. This greatly surprised the Duke, and he asked again for a copy. The little girl did everything and said that now he would really remain her dad, no matter what happened. Dad asked if this would be the case even though he wasn't handsome. The little girl didn't understand what he was even talking about. The Duke added that this would be the case even if he was not rich and did not adore her to death. The girl remembered saying the same thing to her father before. She was very scared because she hadn't thought about it then. The Duke told her she needn't worry because he now met all her criteria. The main character noticed this herself. He's the most handsome man in the world and the richest too. The little girl noticed it was about to rain, so they need to get inside quickly. Luatisia asked, what about adoring him to death? The Duke was ready to give his life for the baby, even if she herself told him to die. The men shouted that this could not be ignored. Marquise Terenka had gone too far. One of them added that he had felt something was wrong, even when they found out the truth about the money for Mrs. Support. She didn't even know her own name. The Duke asked how things were going with the Marquis of Terenka. Following the Duke's orders, they cut him off from funding, and potential investors realized what was going on and refused to cooperate with him. In addition, high-ranking officials who had already invested in the Terenka Manastone mine are withdrawing their holdings. The Duke wondered what the chances were that the former Marquis would help him. But Terenka was doing everything possible to keep her father from finding out. Gold rules the world now. They live in an era when the wealthy bourgeoisie stands above the humble aristocrats. Marquise Terenka will gradually, drop by drop, lose absolutely everything. And then she will feel such despair, the likes of which she has never experienced before. However, even this is not enough for the Duke. The little girl was sleeping soundly in her bed. But suddenly, a task appeared which woke her up. Luatisia was very angry because she was only 4 years old, still a child, and needed to sleep. Otherwise, he would be responsible for her not growing up due to lack of sleep. The message said that right now, Duke Feraton was making a plan to take revenge on Marquise Terenka. The girl was very happy because the Duke personally wanted to turn the Marquis into a pancake. It was written there about the hopes that she wasn't happy because there was a blow in the form of a refreshing soda. She must take revenge with her own hands. The main character, of course, loves to strike back in the novels, but still, what can a 4-year-old child be capable of? According to the terms, she had to take back what was bought with the stolen alimony. Lua had no idea how to do this. For completion, the previous penalty is removed. Being a true Lufan, she can't continue to walk around with the stigma of a stale soda. Soda into battle. Lua accepted the quest. Now she had to. The notification asked if she wanted to summon a novella using a rented novella. Lua had to pronounce the title of the novel she was summoning. She decided to summon I Seduced 10 Men in the Reverse Harem World. The girl decided that she would summon one novella and take the main character's power for herself. The main character assumed it had already been summoned. There was now something written on the pages of the book. The little girl never thought she'd find herself drawn to this particular novella. In short, she abandoned it because of its boring plot. Because the main character didn't even kiss anyone there. She didn't think she'd ever retrieve that novella from her memory. Live and marvel. Although this phrase sounds strange coming from the lips of a 4-year-old girl, the notification asked if she wanted to extract the novel's main character's powers using her ability. Her current level allows her to extract 5 abilities. Her level only allows her to use 1 of 5 abilities, so she must choose an ability. They had already tormented the poor little girl with their randomness, and it didn't allow her to relax at all. But reading 1,000 novellas had nevertheless sharpened her instincts to a remarkable degree. Lua believed in her hand. The main character decided to restore justice after that lottery with a measly win of 100 cash units. She chose the I'm not flirting, I just see your feelings ability. The chosen character's emotional state will be displayed in a pop-up window for 3 hours. The main character was happy because she pulled out what she needed. It's literally the ability to read minds. But the effectiveness is reduced. Luatisha was very angry because she didn't understand what was wrong with her abandonment. She should have been warned about this beforehand. The little girl calmed herself down because she thought that everything was not so bad. Bad. Because that's enough to deal with the Marquis. First, she needs to do some reconnaissance. The man said he heard the duchy wasn't investing in the Marquis's business. Another man demanded that the Marquis return his money before he sued him. Everyone was waiting for answers from Marquis Terenka. He asked them to calm down, as this was disinformation. They must look at the check with the Duke's seal. They must all understand that it is not a forgery. The men asked if he meant to say the duchy was misinforming them. The Marquis said that was a very naive question, and they can judge for themselves whether it is profitable for the initial investor to allow many others to invest in the same business, and they'll have to share the profits. They couldn't understand whether he was saying the Duke wanted to monopolize the profits, and because of this, he spreads false rumors. The Marquis said it was about the Duke, and if he wanted to, a small lie wouldn't matter much to him. They couldn't argue because Duke Ferriton really does have a bad reputation in high society. The men asked for the contract concluded with the Duke as proof. He said he could not show the contract to third parties, and he asked if they would trust him after that, because in that case, he could show outsiders their contracts with them. The Marquis asked if they really thought that Duke Ferriton had what is called justice and morality, ethics and goodwill. Physical evidence speaks louder than 100 words, and only they can decide what to do with it. The men asked for time to discuss the matter. The Marquis left. He hadn't expected the old men to be so meticulous, but fortunately, it was only a matter of time. A maid approached him and announced that he had a visitor. This greatly surprised the man, and he asked again. Standing on the threshold was Duke Ferriton's daughter, Luatisha. The Marquis was surprised that she came alone. The maid asked where to take the girl. The man ordered her to be taken to a glass greenhouse. The woman asked if he was sure. The Marquis said the girl had likely run away from home because of the Duke's harassment, and he should console her. And as soon as these old men decide on something, he must inform the Marquis. He decided to use this simpleton to squeeze more money out of the Duke, and then he would even declare that Ferriton had decided to double the investment amount. He considered himself simply a genius because he had come up with a great idea. The man imagined the little girl telling him that he had a wonderful, beautiful garden and that she would really want to go back to him. And that little one had definitely lost her head over the beauty of the greenhouse. The Marquis wanted to pretend to console her, so she would want to return to him. But when the Marquis saw her, so beautiful and well-groomed, he was completely shocked. He couldn't understand why she was dressed in such a luxurious dress. He asked if the little girl wanted to meet him. The Marquis admitted that she only looked slightly better. The girl said she had come to return her money. She activated her ability, targeting the Marquis. The Marquis was very angry. He asked what money they were talking about. When Lua repeated that she had money, the Marquis immediately became enraged. He rushed toward the girl and began calling her names. The Marquis was shocked and enraged by her statement. Lua asked him to sit down first. The man couldn't understand what she was allowing herself to do, and how dare she turn her nose up at him. The main character was glad he was her prey, and she decided she'd had enough of being called a stale soda. The guard thought the little girl was very cute. Lua said she wasn't going to be nice to the man who'd been stealing her money all this time. The Marquis was shocked. He pretended not to understand what she was talking about, and what kind of money she was talking about. Lua said he was using the money for her upkeep for personal gain, so it was theft. The Marquis called her an ungrateful upstart. The Marquis said that he could have thrown her out into the street, but instead he raised her almost as his own. The little girl thought that if she could read minds as easily as the heroine of the summoned novel, then everything would be easier. Lua said that the Marquis used her money to buy a mine with mana stones and the right to mine them. The Marquis was very aggressive and didn't understand what she was talking about, so he bought it all with Duke Ferreton's investment. Lua said that one way or another, he still used the Ferreton family's money. The Marquis feels ashamed that a little girl could reproach him. She said it was strange. He only received money from Duke Ferreton for her upkeep. The Marquis said with horror that he had invested in his business, but had not given money for her upkeep. Terenka was still angry, but also relieved. He had noticeably relaxed. Lua couldn't understand why he should be so relaxed, because that's exactly what he should be worried about. She decided to add something about the mana mine. The Marquis couldn't understand that a little girl like her could know about the affairs of adults. Marquis Terenka became worried. Lua was happy because she had hit the bullseye. She noticed something strange about it. She'd heard that he'd convinced several aristocrats to invest in his business using the Duke of Ferreton's name. The Marquis didn't understand what was so strange about that, because such a large business always requires significant investment. And anyway, it was none of her business. Lua asked why he was shaking so much. The Marquis was perplexed. Her words made Marquis Terenka nervous. Lua said it looked like he was desperately trying to hide something. It was simply pitiful to look at him. The Marquis of Terenka comes up with an excuse. The Marquis said that, out of respect for their past, he decided to tolerate her antics. But he was tired of listening to this nonsense. It was written all over his forehead that he was about to wet his pants. A man approached the Marquis and whispered something in his ear. Terenka said he was too busy to listen to this nonsense, so he ordered them to get out. The guard couldn't understand how the Marquis could treat a young lady like that. Lua ordered him to stop. He couldn't just leave, because the main character has a mission. If she fails, she'll remain an ordinary baby forever. The right to mine and extract mana stones can only be obtained from the Marquis. She began to consider simply stealing the necessary documents. The guard reported that it seemed there were other aristocrats in the mansion. Lua couldn't understand how he'd heard this, standing further away than she. The servant told the Marquis that they had made a decision and were now waiting for him. So much the better. Lua said they were coming because they were probably investors in the mana stone mining business. They were most likely in the Marquis' office. The time had come for the public execution. Physical evidence was truly more compelling than mere rumors. The Marquis didn't understand where this was leading. They announced they wouldn't be withdrawing their investment. The Marquis was very pleased and thought he was all set. This little brat spoiled his mood, but in the end, everything calmed down. The Duke's daughter came in and said they might need to think about it some more. The Marquis immediately became angry. The girl greeted them and said that she was the daughter of Duke Ferreton, named Luatizia, and had the honor of greeting such noble gentlemen. They were very happy to see her, because the Duke's daughter was very sweet. One of them thought he had seen her somewhere before. The Marquis asked her what she was doing here and said she shouldn't interfere in adult conversations. The man said he thought it was forgivable. They were all curious to see what the Duke's daughter looked like. She asked again what she meant, what she should think about again. Lua said she'd been told they were people of great intelligence and talent. The girl was confident that such responsible gentlemen would agree to listen to her, despite her young age. The men noticed that she was indeed one of the Ferreton and asked what she wanted to tell them. Lua said that her uncle claimed that her dad invested in a mana stone mine and asked why they thought he was so insistent about it. They said it was because the fact of investment from the Duke guaranteed the presence of mana in the mined stones. In this novella, excavations often yield empty stones with no mana. However, the mines the Duke invested in are always filled to the brim with stones saturated with mana. He has never been wrong. People believe that the accuracy of such predictions is due to the magical abilities of the Ferreton family. However, Dad said he hadn't invested anything there. The man added that everything was correct. The Marquis began to say he had proof. Lua asked if that was strange. If her dad invested in this mine, the local stones are probably full of mana. The profit from their sales would be enough to drown in money. And why then is Marquise Terenka so desperate to hold on to their investment? The Marquis added that this is why children are not allowed to attend the meetings. He said Lua didn't know this, but the mana stone mining business requires a huge investment. Yet one of the men said that it was commendable because, despite her young age, she had thought of it herself. However, Marquise Terenka is right. If there is not enough money to implement the plan, it becomes necessary to attract investment. Lua didn't understand why there wasn't enough money and thought it was strange. Because she didn't think her father's money wasn't enough for them to steal as much as they needed, the Marquis was in complete shock and didn't understand what she was saying. Lua said they had robbed him. Everyone started laughing, and she said that even the mine owner couldn't mine mana stones just because he wanted to. First, you need to obtain a license. The preparation process, obtaining the license, and the mining itself are very expensive. The little girl said she knew, but her dad could cover the costs. They thought about it and realized that, if you think about it, she was right. Lua asked why they were giving her uncle a pittance, and she asked what prevented him from investing a large sum and then taking the profit for himself. She was very curious about what was going on. Lua didn't understand why her uncle was trying to get investments from so many people, and he's even more petty and bending over backwards. After all, they couldn't have gotten the required amount by turning to Dad alone. Marquise Tarenka has concerns about his level of intelligence, Luatesia. The little girl took it out and asked if her dad hadn't given her enough money. The Marquis was horrified when he saw the checkbook in her hands. He rushed toward the little girl and told her to give it to him, but the man grabbed the checkbook. He asked Lua if he could look at it himself. The little girl agreed. Lua asked if it was true that such a sum was considered small. He reported that the money received from Duke Faraton during the year was more than enough. Marquis Tarenka was casting a curse on one of Lua's parents, but she wanted him not to even try, because her father was stronger than that. Lua said this meant Uncle had had enough money all this time. Marquise Tarenka was very angry with the child, and now Lua doesn't understand why her uncle was trying to get their investment. She decided to go for the big guns. She said he probably wanted to share the profits with everyone. She called the Marquis very generous. Marquise Tarenka feels a strong desire to stop the life of Luatesia. Now the men understood that the Duke had not invested, and that the latter had enough to produce for himself, so he could do without them. And if you use the money that Faraton received, you wouldn't have to share the profits with anyone else. Lua added that in the spring and summer, so many guests came to visit her uncle, and they were probably mine workers. My uncle had already started mining stones, but apparently there was no mana in them. Wanting to appropriate all the profits for himself, the Marquis invested money in the production for its maintenance, but the business failed. To cover up the gap in his losses, he planned his scam with the aristocrats. It is their investments that would compensate for the unjustified expenses, and the pronunciation of the Marquis Sog could be blamed on the unsuccessful prediction of the Duke of Faraton. Marquise Tarenka would have done exactly that. So they solved the riddle. The truth is always one. Lua asked her uncle if he was ready to return the money and extended her hand to the Marquis. The money he stole from her dad. The little girl couldn't believe that he really wanted to transfer to her the ownership of the mine and the extraction of mana stones. The three angry aristocrats remained in the office. The Marquis was very angry because she herself had asked him for this. Lua said this to preserve her dignity in the eyes of those uncles. But if the Marquis was going to make amends, would he really stop there? She wondered if he was serious or just joking. Marquise Tarenka barely restrained himself from causing a clash between his fist and Lua's face. He was really shaken up. The little girl said he could have snapped back by stealing her money. Or he could have just been testing her. The Marquis clearly has no conscience, but he still has a desire to protect his reputation. Due to severe dizziness, Marquise Tarenka's emotional activity is suspended for 3 seconds. The Marquis told the girl to just say what she wanted and quickly get out of there, to barrage Marquis Tarenka with words. There was still a little bit left, and the little girl asked if she should continue. Tarenko didn't know what to do. The little girl was happy and quickly ran home. She was happy because she was now rich. The task was completed, and her influence in the duchy had grown. All these notifications were very pleasant for the main character. The fine came into effect for the main character. Suddenly, the men called out to the young lady. The little girl turned around and said she was Luatesia. They assured her they remembered her name and thought she was very sweet. The lady boasted that it was her mother who named her that. The man tried to ask her name, but the little girl interrupted him and said that she was 4 years old. The aristocrat had never met a 4-year-old child with such a level of intelligence, and the family had excellent genes, hence the amazing heirs. And yet, only one mystery remained. Why did the Duke give money to the Marquis in the first place? Lua said she knew the answer. The little girl whispered that it was because her daddy loved her so much. The men thought she was absolutely adorable. Lua said it wasn't a secret, just simple. The man remarked that it wasn't surprising. After all, his daughter was truly sweet. Luatesia said she adored her dad too. The man asked if she wanted a cookie because her grandfather had a lot of things at home. The man added that Duke Delvatrin didn't seem like himself. He asked if she had charmed him that much. This little one had saved them from enormous losses, and he would certainly cherish her. Lua was surrounded by love. The guard told the lady it was late, and his lordship would be worried. The little girl said goodbye to her grandfathers. She said it was time for her chocolate cake. The men exuded the most charming air. Duke Delvatron asked Marquis Schrodel what was wrong. The Marquis had a feeling he'd seen this little girl somewhere, but the man did not understand where, because all this time the Duke's daughter was hidden from prying eyes. The Marquis decided that he had probably just made a mistake, and that this was unlikely to be possible, because they were very different. Children are so adaptable. Like a tree that grows differently depending on the soil it's planted in. Like a seed with endless potential, He's very curious to see what she'll grow up to be. The guard said she was simply incomparable, and he was very sorry that the lady didn't have magic. But today he was even more touched than when the second eldest gentleman killed the monster at the age of 2. The main character was shocked that he killed a monster at the age of 2. The guard had expected this from her. He was genuinely touched by the lady's eloquence. Lua wanted him to stop crying quickly and couldn't understand why he was so sensitive. She decided to wipe away the guard's tears. The Duke came up from behind and said that he looked good with his daughter and that they were cooing so sweetly. It was like a real family. The guard was terrified when he saw the gentleman, but Lua was overjoyed. Lutetia didn't understand why he was shaking so much and said that he might calm down when he stroked her cheek. The man wanted the lady to stop immediately and did not understand why her cheeks were so soft. Lua asked if he was feeling better and added that he was lucky that she was such a kind girl who helps everyone. The little girl didn't understand whether something was hurting him or whether he was simply very touched by all of this. The Duke wondered what need was being discussed. Lua remarked that it sounded less like curiosity and more like a lust for murder. The guard begged to be saved. Lua also thought that Dad was interested in the limits of the human body. All the servants greeted the little lady with great joy and welcomed her home. The man said he would bring something refreshing right away. The maid said that the mistress was probably very tired and asked if she would like to change her clothes. The little girl remembered that she now had a home to return to. She told everyone she was back. It was a home where she was welcome. The Duke understood that his daughter was extremely dangerous, and Lua at that time thought that the cake was simply a miracle. She was capable of controlling others without even realizing it. For example, right now the Duke really wants to pet that sweet little head, and this desire is so strong that he's ready to break down the wall. The gentleman was asked what had happened. The Duke said everything was strange. The butler, horrified, asked if the problem was with the desserts because he hadn't even touched them. But that's not what the Duke was talking about. He felt full just watching her eat. The man was completely serious in his words. He said it seemed his youngest could control others' reactions. The servant didn't understand how. The young lady has no magical abilities. This is the first time a child without magic has been born into the Ferreton family. He decided to call her ability being crazy about her daughter. He added that, whatever the case, it was an extremely dangerous ability. The Duke asked Lulu if she understood exactly what he wanted from her. The little girl said, yes. Well, here she is, awakening that furious impulse in the Duke again. The ruler feels that his daughter's smile is causing devastating damage. He suggested she check. The answers to these questions are crucial. The Duke turned to Lulu and asked her what would happen if someone decided to pat her on the head. The girl said she didn't want to, because it's forbidden. The Duke asked what if he tried to squeeze her cheeks. Lulu said no, and she would never allow it. Ferreton asked if he'd offer her some treats, and the little girl said that was out of the question. The Duke continued to ask about the kiss on the cheek. The servant stood there in complete bewilderment. Lulu said it was bad. The man asked what would happen if someone decided to pick her up. The little girl said he would immediately become a kidnapper. The ruler was pleased and said she was very smart and just like him. The servant thought it was a complete nightmare, but the words were somehow weak. He thought it would be better if Lulu responded with something along the lines of, "Put away your rake or you'll kiss your life goodbye right now." But Anna was against it, because she said that their mistress should use only kind words and censored language. The servants told the Duke so, but she wouldn't immediately cut off the offender's hands. She'd first give him a kind warning. The Duke considered this to be kind words. He reached out to the little girl, and she said she didn't want to. Lulu started yelling at the Duke, telling him it was impossible. Her daughter called the Duke a kidnapper. The man was in complete shock. The butler noticed he was shaking. He continued to reach out to the baby, but Lua pushed his hand away and said that was out of the question. She had called Dad bad many times. The little girl sat, waiting for her father's praise. The Duke, however, sat in bewilderment. The servant had never seen their impenetrable Duke so devastated. The man reported feeling as if a knife had been stabbed into his heart. The servant noted that he was indeed bleeding. Marquise Ferreton stood before Marquise Terenka, who was shouting at him and asking him what he was doing. There were many dead people around. The Marquis said that if the Duke left his house immediately, he wouldn't make a big deal out of it. He barged in on him like a criminal and didn't even bother to hide his face. It was simply unheard of. An ominous black aura that swallowed up all light. Magic. The Marquis said that, despite being a Duke, he wouldn't get away with this, because he had no right to break into his house. The Duke didn't care. The Marquis said his family occupied a high position in society, and if His Majesty and the other aristocrats find out about this, the Duke asked what would happen if they found out. The Marquis said that if his father was informed, he would not sit idly by. The Duke said that was no longer his concern, because he would die much faster. The man tried to stop him, but it was no use. Terenka didn't understand why the Duke was treating him like this. He admitted that he hadn't treated the young Lady Ferreton very well, but she wasn't his blood. and he assured the Duke that his sister had shared a bed with another. The Duke stood before the dying Marquis and asked him what he had just said about his daughter. The ruler was simply furious. He was simply in a rage, and the Marquis could barely breathe from fear. Ferreton desired only the Marquis's death. The beggar continued to beg the Duke for mercy and plead for his life. The man added that the previous Marquis had asked him to convey something. The Marquis was shocked to find him alive and his neck intact. He thought Ferreton had slit his throat, but they are related after all. So the Marquis decided that the Duke had spared him. The Duke said that not only did he not deserve the title of Marquis, he was not even capable of bearing the name Tarenka without shame. The Marquis couldn't understand how this had ended up in the Duke's hands. A ring with a seal, confirming his leadership of the Tarenka family. It always hung around Marquis Tarenka's neck. He didn't want it. The Duke said he had no right to wear it. The confiscation of the ring means that the Marquis is deprived not only of his title, but also of the Tarenka family name itself, without the seal of the head of the family. The Marquis was simply horrified. He knew he was doomed. At the Ferreton estate, the maids asked the little girl if she had heard about what had happened at the estate of Marquis Tarenka. Lulu didn't know what had happened. Nancy said his title had been stripped from him, and he had become a commoner. The main character didn't know why, and asked if his own vassals had risen up against him. But that wasn't the point. The previous Marquis wanted to live in peace for a while, and temporarily handed over the title to him. Essentially, the Marquis merely acted as acting head, and he didn't have access to all the documents and property. Seeking recognition, he turned to business, which eventually devolved into fraud. Even his wife decided to divorce him. Lulu was shocked that it even came to divorce. He certainly deserved it. But the plot development is somehow frighteningly fast for a Korean novel. The little girl asked what would happen to Glacia if the Marquis and his wife divorced. The Marquise wants, take her to yourself. But Tia doesn't want this, because if she goes with her, she'll have to live with the Viscount's family. Mama doesn't understand what's wrong with her. Tia screamed and said what she wanted from the previous Marquis, and she screamed that the girl lived in the duchy, and they were shoving her into the Viscountcy. The Marquis's daughter threw a tantrum, because if she stayed with her mother, she would only inherit the title of Viscountess. The little girl wondered how Nancy knew all this. The maid said the servants' information web spanned the entire globe. Ferreton's affairs. Anna told her to stop talking and helped her. Nancy said that if the lady wants to take anything else with her, she will pack everything. Anna showed off the outfit and said it would look lovely on a lady. Others wanted to see her in it too. The preparations always take place in a bustle and noise. In a week, they will leave the island estate and the sender directly for the Duchy of Ferreton. The little girl was shocked that they wanted to cram the entire house in there. Lua thought aristocrats preferred living next to the ruler of the state. The Duke has finished his work, so they immediately returned to their territory. The man told the gentleman that he himself should understand that a war hero should not miss the victory ceremony. The Duke decided they'd just hang out there for a minute and then head straight home. Lulu's dad was no pushover. Nancy also mentioned that the duchy is in the north, and the classic Duke of the North is one of those stories. This is the main character's father, stern and indifferent to others, but affectionate, like a warm son towards his woman. The little girl had new notifications. The novella couldn't do without the Duke of the North. The girl was asked if she wanted to check it out. She decided to take a look while she was still in her right mind. The main character looked at her inventory. She was shown her own statistics. Using blackmail skillfully, she robbed the Marquis. It was a compliment, and a chain of command was given. There was a lot more to it, but she decided she didn't know anything because Lulu was too young for that. The main character has already mastered this enough. She's getting sleepy because she really is still a child. That was enough for her. But then the girl remembered something and was immediately horrified. The maids were curious about their lady's joy. They assumed she simply liked the dress. There's no mention of a penalty. The condition was to secure a financial cushion through a mana stone mining business. The reward was 10,000 cash. The girl was shocked by such a large reward. She didn't want to put any extra effort into it. But even as a reader, she'd written for characters to do their work first and then start relationships. She can't sit back forever. And it wasn't because of the huge reward. She had 2 ongoing missions. She was wondering why the first task had not been completed, since she had already used her ability. Lulu realized that it might be because she rented the novel instead of spending money on it. Aftoness always acts fairly, and she should have read the terms more carefully. It was a stab in the back. The little girl was very sad because it was complete nonsense. She accidentally let it slip about the imp. Nancy didn't understand what kind of imp they were talking about, and Anna asked who it was. The girl began to pretend that she was talking to the hamster and asked him why he was not answering and was silent. Nancy decided that she was simply crazy about the toy she was given and had not yet recovered from the shock. Their lady was so sweet, and not at all like the young gentleman. Lulu thought about it. And then she remembered that bastard had promised her handsome brothers. Considering how much she'd suffered because of him, it was hard to believe he'd keep it. Although Lulu's dad really did turn out to be cool, so the brothers must be amazingly good too. A new generation worthy of her handsome daddy. Lulu addressed the maids. Lulu asked them what her brothers were like. The maids didn't know what to say and tried to stall for time. The little girl wondered why she felt goosebumps. She realized she shouldn't have expected anything from that devil. He's cheated me again. Today, the master finally returns to the castle. The vestibule is richly decorated for a fitting welcome for the Duke. A majestic interior that will immediately make the gentleman feel better, and a terrifying atmosphere that matches the image of the Duke. The man asked the leader if he was sure such darkness wouldn't frighten her. He asked what he meant. The servant was talking about the little lady. The Duke's imminent return was connected precisely with her. The woman heard that the nobles had already pestered her with their letters. In them, they asked for her as a granddaughter. The man was shocked that someone from the duchy was stupid enough to believe baseless rumors. The chief said that they must not allow a single mistake in preparing for his lordship's return. Lulu sat in the carriage and thought that she should have run away before Anna put this on her. Anna wanted her to take the blanket because she would be cold, but the little lady ran after her dad. It was incredibly hot in that suit, like a real scorcher. The Duke asked if they had wrapped her in cotton wool. Lulu said her sister said she would be cold, so they put this on her. Dad asked her if she was cold. But Lua was hot. There was still half the journey ahead. Anyone would be hot if they were turned into a real bear. The Duke didn't understand why she continued to sit there. Lua didn't know how to say it because a northerner wouldn't understand. Lulu said that her sisters dressed her that way because they were worried about her health. And to be honest, she's even happy. She'd always envied children who complained about their mothers wrapping them in 50 layers. The Duke still understood her, even though it was a bit delusional. Some things are useless and annoying, but Lua, for some reason, doesn't want to brush them off. The Duke had a strange feeling. The little girl didn't understand what useless meant. This was her medicine. When Dad got hurt, no one put medicine on his side, but Lulu decided to help, even if it didn't make the scar go away. He even called her annoying. The Duke took his daughter by the cheek and pulled it a little. The Duke was very grateful to his daughter. The servants couldn't believe that this little bear cub was really that very mistress, because there's not a hint of malice in her. The servants' expectations were not fulfilled. The little girl sneezed, and the Duke asked if she was cold. It looked as if he was hinting that he could cool her down forever. After all, when a person dies, their body goes numb. Everyone was running around like crazy, trying to do something, and all because Lulu sneezed. The boss didn't understand a thing, and the maids thought the Duke was planning a massacre. The ruler picked up Lulu. All the servants were in complete shock at the sight of their master picking up and hugging a child. And then the little girl screamed at the Duke, calling him a kidnapper. Dad told her to sit still, but the Duke told Lulu that if anyone else dared to pick her up like that, she should not sit so still. The servants believed that their master had definitely been replaced. The brothers were happy to finally see their father. Dad told Lulu that these were her brothers. When the little girl saw him, she was pleasantly surprised. Ares was very handsome, and the second son of Duke Ferriton. Ixion was the Duke's third son. His appearance was also of the highest order. Lulu sincerely regrets giving this world 0 stars. A place so beautiful deserves 10 stars. The little girl decided she needed to make a good impression. Dad told Lulu to say hello. The girl greeted him and said she was Luatisia. The boy remembered her. The main character was very happy because she thought that he knew her and perhaps fell in love with her at first sight. But in reality, the little girl was making an innocent smile designed to make a good impression. The boy asked if she was the weakling. It was Ixion, and his character level immediately dropped to 0 for Lulu. The Duke called Ixion because he was about to go to his room because he thought that just saying hello would be enough. Ixion advised caution because weaklings die quickly. The little girl was simply terrified. Ixion's intimidation level reached its limit. Lulu took back her words about the 10 stars. The second brother approached the little girl and told her that she was probably tired from the journey. But Lulu was embarrassed and said no. He introduced himself and said he was Ares, her second brother. He said she must be cold because it's much warmer outside the duchy. The boy took her hands in his. Lulu said everything was fine because she dressed warmly. Ares said that despite that, her hands were freezing. Ares said he wouldn't let his little sister freeze. All his stats immediately increased. The little girl looked at him like he was a star, completely shocked. He was a true ray of light. She was very grateful to the little devil, but he thought she had jumped to conclusions too early. The cold north is not at all suitable for a fragile 4-year-old girl, but Lulu lives quite well here. This weather is simply perfect for enjoying the hot springs. She never dreamed of such a thing in her past life. Anna told the ladies that they needed to dry their hair because it was fashionable to catch a cold. Now that Lulu had warmed up and changed her clothes, she was ready to see her brothers. Lulu greeted them. Ares was glad to see Luatisia. He invited her to sit with them. Ares, the second eldest brother, who greeted her so warmly on the first day. Ixion found her very annoying. He thought they'd said hello yesterday and that would be enough. The guy didn't understand why she came here and assumed that she was hoping to become friends, or that brotherly love was about to awaken in them. Lulu understood that the third brother Ixion was still just as hostile. Aries said he was very surprised when he saw the baby yesterday. He didn't expect to have such a charming little sister. He suggested they try to get closer to each other sooner since they'd been apart for so long. The little girl truly thought he was an angel. Despite his black hair and scarlet eyes, that kind gaze and sunny aura betrayed the angel within. Aries and Lulu had a real family idol, while Ixion sat dissatisfied and opposed their relationship. Ixion told his brother that he must have eaten something bad because he didn't understand what was so good about that weakling. Lulu thought he was a complete rude person and couldn't understand how he dared to pick on his older brother. Aries said she was cute. Ixion said he hadn't known his older brother's eyesight was so bad. Lulu thought they'd drop the formalities. But still, the second brother is definitely an angel. If she were in his place, she would show that brat what respect for his elders means. The third brother asked Lulu why she was looking at him. He started shouting, asking what that strange expression was about. The main character herself did not notice how she was bewitched by his handsome face, and she lost control of herself. The little girl had no luck with her third brother. Lulu said she couldn't stop looking at beautiful people because it's in their nature. Ixion didn't understand what she was even saying. But the little girl wasn't the least bit ashamed. Aries asked the little girl if she thought Ixion was handsome. His disappointment was evident. Now he knew what her tastes were. Lulu didn't want her little angel to make such a sad face. She started saying that Aries was more beautiful and much better. He almost thought she liked Ixion better. But Lulu said she liked Aries better. Ixion was crushed. Lulu said Aries was much better. Ixion was fed up with it and said their vision problems were hereditary. I received a notification that someone dared to mock a reader of Aftoness himself. This was unforgivable. The little girl thought that using Chinese wisdom in a world with Western customs was rather strange, and she had no desire to rule the country. She had to show who the true conqueror was. She had to ensure that Ixion accepted her as a member of the family. The reward was a ticket worth 3,000 cash. Lulu, of course, wouldn't mind getting along with them, but she doesn't particularly want to force her friendship on someone who doesn't need it for free. She thought that they could agree that the saying, "Every family has a black sheep," applied here. The penalty for refusal was death. Lulu was devastated, and Aries didn't understand what had happened. Aries ordered Ixion to apologize because he was the reason Lulu was crying. The boy just laughed at this. He said he expected nothing more from a weakling. But Lewis said that wasn't true, and she's actually strong. If it comes down to it, she'll definitely defeat him. Ixion laughed. He asked if she could withstand it. It was the same magic that proved so powerful for one weakling that her father passed her on to another house, and she still dares to challenge Ixion. But Aries came up to the little girl and covered her. He said that this was too much. Ixion added that it would be even more interesting with him. Aries said he thought his brother was overconfident, saying such things to his older brother. Lulu agreed and didn't understand how she was going to raise her third son. But she was glad that her angel remained unperturbed in this situation. Aries told his brother that he would now remind Ixion what the hierarchy was in this house. The little girl was frightened because Aries was instantly at her brother's side. Lulu didn't know what to do. The little girl hoped that this would turn into something terrible. She hoped that it wouldn't lead to bloodshed. The main character recalled the proverb, "When whales fight, shrimps die." For example, when kings clash, the people suffer. And she's only just begun to enjoy her life in the novel. So Lulu won't let that be taken away from her. Lulu didn't mean to use this method in her right mind, but there was simply no other way. Lulu apologized. The little girl said it was all because Lulu was too cute, and so there was no need to fight over Lulu. The girl said she liked the two of them. So, from now on, Lulu would try to be just a little nicer. Ixion asked what nonsense she was talking about because she had ruined all the fun. Today she managed to somehow resolve the conflict, but next time it might not work. After all, the main character's life was at stake. Lulu considered herself the most hardcore Lufan, having read a ton of novels, so the girl knows exactly how to solve any problem in this world. But she's short on cash. Borrowing the abilities of some heroine is out of the question. Lulu still has the ability to read other people's emotions, and her impeccable knowledge of the world of novels is still there. The main character addressed the main characters and said that she would become their worthy successor. Ixion turned back and asked the little girl why she was following him. He added that she was wearing some kind of squeaky toys on her feet instead of shoes. The girl said that Lulu wanted to play with Ixion, and her dad told her to wear these shoes. For the third son, a father's word is law. The boy added that Aries, who always protected her, was not around. Ixion said that if she wanted to play with him, they would finally test whether she could withstand this magic. Ixion is having a blast, and he can't wait to see the girl's reaction. Ixion immediately became confused, and something began to bother him. Lulu asked her brother if he would really play with her. Lua was very happy. Ixion was shocked. He thought she was weak and asked if she had lost her fear. The little girl suggested playing tag. Ixion was supposed to lead, and Lua started running away. The guy was shocked. He thought she was completely... Everything was going according to plan. Strategy against the older brother. 1. Don't give up no matter how many times you're rejected. 2. Always smile at him. Ixion's sister is already living her second life. Lulu learned that he would threaten her with his magic. 100 years wouldn't be enough for such a brat to learn how to intimidate adults. Lua wouldn't fall for such childish nonsense. The girl started to fall, but decided not to panic because it was a common cliché when an older brother appeared and saved her. But Ixion thought she was daydreaming, because she had no business jumping around like a mountain goat. Someone grabbed the baby. She exhaled. It was Ixion, after all. He said he knew she was a clumsy woman. The little girl thought that meant he wasn't that bad. Or maybe he just gave in to Lulu's cuteness. He despises himself, not understanding why he caught Lulu. Ixion felt a strong sense of irritation. It was obvious even without her glasses. She asked her brother if she was annoying him. The boy responded positively. But Lulu just wanted to be friends with her. Ixion was shocked. The father appeared from behind. The boy had seen this many times before, but he still couldn't get used to how he was becoming with her. Lulu asked her dad if he was done with work for the day. But he said he wasn't yet. The little girl understood that this meant he had no time for yum-yum with her. Dad stroked his daughter's cheek and said that she always has time for yum with her. Ixion was simply in shock. He didn't understand what yum was. Yum? The guy decided that his hearing problems were due to nerves, and it's all because of this lump of cotton candy. Dad asked Lulu if she'd been with Ixion all this time. Lulu said yes. Her father asked again if he'd been bullying her. The boy knew that if she snitched, he'd have no way to get out of it. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd intimidated her with his magic. So he decided it was best to confess. Ixion turned to His Highness and said he was right. But Lulu interrupted him and said everything was fine. Lulu said no one bullied her, and Ixion even played with her. And she had so much fun. The guy was shocked that she was having fun with him and didn't understand what she was talking about. Dad asked if it was more fun. The little girl asked again, and he asked if she had more fun than with him. The baby's legs were hurting. Ixion had been an eyesore for days. And then, suddenly, it was as if he had vanished into thin air. Lulu tried to find him, but the duchy's estate was simply enormous. Worse, she'd completely exhausted her mind-reading ability, and precisely at the moment when she desperately needs to follow in the footsteps of the main characters. The task won't complete itself. First, she needed to meet this asshole, but he had vanished into thin air. She felt herself aging from it. Aries apologized and said he couldn't contain his laughter. The little girl didn't even notice him at first. The boy couldn't understand why his little sister was aging at such a young age. Apparently, the problem wasn't an easy one. Lulu told Aries that life is, in general, hard. Aries added that she sighed in a very charming way. And yet, his heart bleeds when he sees his little sister restless. So Aries asked if she would share her worries with him. Lulu said that Ixion was always hiding from her. Lulu said she really wanted to be friends with him, because otherwise she'd just die. But all he does is complain about how she was annoying him and called Ixion a nasty creature. Aries added that he didn't know she liked Ixion so much. Aries was even a little jealous. Lulu said Aries was 100 times better than him. The boy asked again if it was true. Lulu assured her that Ixion could never compare to him. Lulu called him a healing potion. And he's the light of her eye. Aries kissed the baby on the cheek. It was a great honor for him. Lulu was frightened and shocked. In this world, there was a handsome brother who adored his little sister. She gave him not 10, but 100 stars. The little girl called him an angel, but her face immediately changed. Aries didn't understand what had happened. Lulu said that the column just cracked, and for no apparent reason. Aries told Lulu to go with him to the estate. She was shocked that they would just leave like that. The baby ran away, and Aries looked towards the column with a smile. The girl sat sadly at the table. Anna asked if everything was okay with her lady, Ixion, at all lately. The maid said that the young master always avoids crowded places, but she'd encountered him before. The maid said it was sweet. She added that apparently Ixion hadn't avoided her before. Lulu realized that it was turning out that now he didn't even want to show his face to her. She couldn't believe that her attempts to get closer had only driven them further apart. The Create Yourself a Loving Brother project. The main character suggested that she had rushed too much because she was afraid of failure. Lulu decided to put herself in Ixion's shoes. She recalled how he had said she didn't even have magic, calling her a worthless thing. If he doesn't harm her just because she doesn't have magic, Lua asked the maids what magic was. The maids asked again. The little girl said that everyone in her family had one, and she simply wanted to know more about her relatives. Anna said she didn't know the details, but magic is something that's been passed down in the Ferreton family from generation to generation. It's very different from the mana of wizards, and the aura of knights. We were talking about a special power. At the same time, she instills fear in others. Black, like darkness itself. Her Lufin instincts told her the right answer. And Lulu was shocked to discover that their magic was something akin to the power of the devil. But the maid said it wasn't true. The reader realized she was mistaken. Such rumors persist because they are powerful. When Nancy first saw the ferretin's magic in action, her knees gave way. It was terrifying to even look at. The little girl said she wouldn't say it was scary. The maids were very surprised. Lulu said she'd already seen their family's magic in action a couple of times. Black had never seemed like a beautiful color to her, but then one could feel with one's whole being that the power of this dark force was limitless. Fear is a natural reaction to something like this. But in those moments, Lulu forgot how to breathe. Not from sticky fear, but from indescribable beauty. The magic was like night, like the warmest night possible, lulling her to sleep and allowing her to rest deeply. Ares was shocked to learn that magic was a warm night. He asked Ixion if he'd heard that. Ares told his brother that the column was not guilty of anything and asked him if he would moderate his ardor. The boy recalled Lulu telling him she wanted to be friends with him and telling her father she had fun with him. But he also remembered telling Ares that he couldn't compare to anyone and that he was better than everyone. And also that he was avoiding her. Ixion just tisked and said that he didn't believe her because she was a common liar. The man was shocked. He couldn't understand how this was possible. The young lady had received all of the Marquis's assets. Even that mine was on the list. This was the conversation of the duchy's vassals. The duchy's vassals from the island estate were pleasantly shocked because this was no ordinary mistress. Ignoring the Marquis's slippery excuses, she returned everything he had once stolen from her. The guard witnessed this magnificent scene himself. That guard was Viscount Deer, the leader of Lulu's fan club, who accompanied her to the meeting with the Marquis. Lulu didn't understand why she was always the only one feeling ashamed here. And since they'd mentioned it, she decided to take on the quest to obtain mana stones. The little girl asked her dad, what about the mana stone mine that her uncle had given her? The girl asked him if she could control it herself. The man said the lady was still too young for that. They agreed with him, and she didn't even receive financial literacy lessons. Dad told her not to be afraid of throwing that money away. After all, her father already has too many of them. The gentleman was told that the lady lacked both experience and knowledge. They assured the gentleman that it was too early for her to run a business. They asked him to reconsider. Lulu thought so herself because she blurted out something without thinking. Because if she failed, the fine would turn her into an ordinary child forever. The Duke ordered them to stop chatting. His daughter wanted to play with what belonged to her, and they had no right to interfere. Lulu didn't understand when she said that, because she said she wanted to run a business, not play with money. The Viscount was walking with a gift, but then he noticed something strange. He couldn't understand the noise. The man assumed that Lord Ixion was training. The Viscount was pleased to see Alan, the butler. Lately, the gentleman has often been staying late at the training grounds. Perhaps the Duke's return has had an effect on him. The butler asked what was in the Viscount's box. He assumed it was a cake. The Viscount asked if Alan was really so interested. Inside, there is a black forest cake with an incredible amount of cherries, prepared especially for the young lady. He was very interested to see her reaction. He was so inspired by her ordinary facial expression. It ignited a spark in his soul. The butler didn't understand what there was to be happy about. The Viscount was curious to see how she would react today. Ixion was training. Lately, his magic had become even more destructive. The man approached him. He asked Ixion if he'd like to calm down a bit. The man was asking if he was doing this because of the young lady. Ixion called that man a pathetic creature. It's natural to fear magic. It's a normal reaction. The boy thought about the little girl's words about magic being like the night. He considered it a lie. A blatant lie. A lie with which she wants, like a parasite, to attach herself to the strong and survive. All weaklings do that. But why then can't he get those words out of his head? Ixion was surprised that she was not here, but it was clear that she was probably now with her beloved Ares. This little brat wasn't looking for him because she genuinely liked him. He heard the squeak of her shoes, which irritated him every day. But for some reason, he immediately went silent. She was nowhere to be found. Ixion couldn't understand why. The boy noticed many footprints and the little girl's shoe. He believed that this was the fate of weaklings, because they can't even defend themselves. Ixion has always believed that, and he must believe that now. But now he wanted to find, catch, and seize them right now. He found them. Ixion asked them where they came from, calling them pathetic insects. The guy dealt with him with magic. The baby was covered in their blood, just as he thought. It was all a lie. The way she pretended not to be afraid. The fact that she understands everything, what she likes, her smile, the desire to always follow him. The little girl crawled to her brother and thanked him for saving her. Even at such a moment, she carefully chose the words that would benefit her. Ixion considered simply killing her right then and there. He said Lulu was shaking with fear. He's in such a foul mood that he's ready to do anything. It was clear from her face that he'd caught her off guard. Lulu, with tears in her eyes, said she was scared, calling him a moron. She was very scared, and she asked him why it took him so long. Iskyun didn't understand what it was. It sounded like she was counting on him, as if his appearance was something she took for granted. She threw herself into her brother's arms. He felt the warmth. She began to cry in his arms. The guy thought that if she continued to cry so bitterly, she would melt like cotton candy. Such a thing had never happened before. All heirs of the Ferriton family were born with powerful powers. Therefore, they didn't need protection from kidnapping and could move freely throughout the duchy's lands without an escort, just like Luatisia did that day. A kidnapping right on the estate grounds is simply unthinkable. Accomplices among the servants should be immediately sought. But at that time, everyone was at their workstations. The Duke asked if they wanted to say that no one was to blame for the kidnapping on the territory of his own home. His lordship ordered them to ensure his sister's safety, and they couldn't even do that. The guy asked how they would be punished for the fact that, because of them, Luatisia's life was in danger. The man said that they were undoubtedly right, but they decided to start discussions when they caught the criminals. These two were undoubtedly mercenaries, working for a client. The problem, however, was that they were both dead, and they couldn't question the lady. Lulu walked into the room and said she could. Everyone was shocked that a lady had arrived. Dad asked the little girl why she had come, since he had told her to rest. But Lulu said she had already rested. The little girl told her dad that she would answer all the questions and did not understand why he did not ask her about everything. The Duke said there was no need to force the child to remember that horror. But Lulu said she was also a Ferriton. Besides, Lulu seems to have an idea who the culprit is. She's been tasked with identifying the perpetrator. The little girl said that right before the kidnapping, someone sent her to Ixion's training ground. Dad asked who it was. Lulu pointed at the Viscount. Everyone was shocked because the Viscount was practically carrying her in his arms. Although he looked at the young lady strangely, the man was shocked by these words. The Viscount said he wouldn't dare and wouldn't even bother. She told him not to try to appeal to her pity. Such matters are resolved by simply verifying the facts. Uncle Dear told her that Ixion was at the training grounds. She asked her assistant uncle if this was true. The man said the young gentleman had come for afternoon training. Lulu asked Uncle Dear when he found out Ixion was there. He said it was just after 3 a.m. on his way to the mistresses. The little girl asked how long Ixion had been on the training grounds. Less than 10 minutes had passed. The young master vented his anger and left. It turned out that by the time Lulu finished her dessert, Ixion was no longer on the court. But the Viscount interrupted her, saying that he did not know this and thought that he would stay there longer. Lulu noticed that Ixion had an extremely fickle nature. Schedules and plans were definitely not his thing. Who better than Lulu, who spent so much time trying to keep up with him, would know this? Especially because of his eternal hostility toward others. Few dare come to the training grounds while he's there. Lulu said that if she went through the main building as usual, she'd likely run into Ixion. Dear's advice, she went to her brother through the eastern door. The servants were whispering about something. Because of her route, she and Ixion would never have crossed paths. Unless he suddenly decided to turn back. The men agreed that they really couldn't. As a result, Lulu ended up out of Ixion's sight. The location was perfect for her abduction. They wondered if he'd sent her there on purpose. They called him a vile kidnapper. The Viscount began shouting that it wasn't him and that he was in no way to blame. Because he's loyal only to the Duke, to the core. Lulu said she knew. Lulu asked him to tell her now who it was, who the real criminal was. The Viscount was shocked and asked what she meant and what name. Lulu said he should tell her the criminal's name. The little girl asked Uncle Dear to think carefully because he knew exactly who it was. The man was shocked and didn't understand what was being said. Then it dawned on him. A couple of hours ago, he was telling the butler that he was bringing a cake to the lady and said that he couldn't wait to see her reaction. The butler asked whether she would eat it in her room or somewhere else. The Viscount thought that the lady could do with some fresh air, and the man added that she also liked flowers. The man was surprised. He said that right in the eastern garden, there was a gazebo with a warming spell cast on it. The Viscount ordered his butler, Alan, to prepare the gazebo. An extremely wise decision, the butler noted. He was sure the lady would be very pleased. The Duke ordered that this creature be brought immediately. Aries was impressed with his little sister. He said she looked very smart in them. The little girl was in shock, because the butler's guilt had not yet been proven, but he was already praising her. Aries seemed convinced of this. The man brought in Alan, the butler. He screamed to be let go. Alan told the Duke it was some kind of mistake. He merely recommended a place for the Viscount to have tea. A man came into the room and said that they found a kidnapping request in his room. There was also an unidentified communications device hidden there. Alan began to tell the Duke that she had been framed. The Duke ordered him locked in the Ice Spikes Tower. He will personally conduct the interrogation. Everyone was shocked by how the lady had figured out Alan the butler. To have lived through such horror and then immediately calmly come to terms with the past. And that very lady, their tiny, petite, and truly brilliant lady, believed in his innocence. although the Viscount was the prime suspect. After all, the idea for the gazebo was hers, and he also mentioned the lady's training ground. Everyone thought he was crazy, but he was still very young. But she believed him, and even asked who the real criminal was. It wasn't an easy question. The Duke ordered him taken away. The little girl thought it was all completely wrong. Lulu believed he was partly right. Her guess was based on his common sense. Viscount Deer was the last person she saw before the abduction. Even if the criminals had succeeded, the Viscount would certainly not have escaped suspicion. She could not believe that the man who had personally seen her take out the Marquis of Tarank would have taken on such a risky role, only if he had been like her uncle. Now that the criminal has been found, it is time to execute those who dared to neglect the safety of her daughter. And they'd already forgotten. Lulu told her father that it happened because she wandered wherever she pleased, and that it had nothing to do with them. The Duke said she had every right to wander wherever she wanted, because this was her home. And they were there to ensure she was safe here. She's smart, so she can understand what he's talking about. Lulu realized it wasn't working. But she had no choice. The little girl said he wanted to scold them because Lulu wasn't in her room. And that meant it was all Lulu's fault. Dad said no. And Lulu said she'd stay in her room forever. It was all Lulu's fault. The Duke said it sounded good. Aries turned to his sister and said he would bring her whatever she wanted. Flowers, decorations, even the sky itself. Lulu couldn't understand what had come over his little angel. Lulu was very grateful, and she said she would die much earlier from lack of physical activity. And I said goodbye to my dad and brother beforehand. The men were shocked and didn't understand the purpose of this farewell. The Duke said he had thought about it and decided that responsibility for what he had done could be meted out in ways other than the death penalty. The son agreed with his father. The Duke said their new punishment would be discussed later, but for now, he sent them away. They were shocked that the lady had managed to convince the gentleman. They couldn't believe such a thing was possible. They were all grateful to the lady and shouted to her that they loved the lady with snow-white skin and heart. The vassals were incredibly grateful, and the girl's reputation was once again enhanced. The task was completed. Shame is a fleeting thought, but human life is priceless. Besides, she still has a mission to fulfill. The little girl also received cash for her reputation. Lulu was completely shocked that it wasn't a lottery, but cash. Also, due to her increased influence, she was awarded a ticket for 20,000 units of cash. The status window displayed unfinished tasks. It still hadn't registered. This meant Ixion still hadn't acknowledged her as a full member of the family. Lulu considered him a stubborn idiot, but she decided that she should still be grateful to him for saving her. To begin with, she decided to increase her wealth because she has 3 lottery tickets, and all for the sake of crushing Ixion. She summoned the Ring of Fortune. She was shocked by the way the wheel moved within. Everything was under control. She opened her inventory. Lulu had just left something useful there for just such an occasion. Lucky Potion. This potion, which mysteriously appeared in England, bestows good luck upon anyone who receives it. It's currently in Lulu's hands. However, to gain good luck, she must drink it within the next 4 days, after which the vial will pass on to the next person. Lulu was surprised when she saw that very same chain letter from England. She hoped that this potion at least worked. The effect was an increase in luck when participating in all lotteries within 1 hour of ingestion. It was perfect. The little girl began to drink the potion. It was a very familiar taste to the main character. It tasted like mint chocolate. And Lulu liked it, although everyone likes the taste of mint chocolate. Lulu felt the power awakening within her, the power of mint chocolate. She was ready to spin the roulette wheels. The little girl decided to use all her lottery tickets. Something caught her eye. She won 20,000 cash, as well as 5,500 cash units. The little girl couldn't believe the sums. The potion was amazing. Lulu was happy, because now she could summon the novella, The Terminally Ill Villain Doesn't Want to Fall in Love. Since she can no longer know what Ixion is thinking, she now needs the power to test his level of sympathy. Ixion asked Aries what he wanted, and asked if he had come to kill him. Aries told him not to talk nonsense, because if he killed her, he wouldn't be able to prove his strength. The guy gave his brother a drink and asked him to explain why he'd acted so recklessly. He admits, though, that it was quite impressive. Ixion told him to back off. Aries added that he was lucky there had been no magical explosion. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here anymore. The guy didn't understand what kind of explosion it was because he wasn't that brainless. But it wasn't just a matter of common sense, because if he'd allowed that to happen, the cotton candy would have died too. Aries added that he wondered why he didn't let Lulu in when she came to visit. She was so sad. Ixion chased him out of the room. Aries said it was amazing. He never imagined he'd open up to her. The younger brother thought his brother had completely lost his mind. Aries resigned himself to the fact that he was saying no and closed his eyes. Ixion felt his depleted mana quickly replenish. He couldn't understand why Aries would help him recover. Aries said he was his beloved little brother, and he could abandon him in times of need. Ixion said that was nonsense. The brother told Ixion not to lock the door just because he didn't want to show his weaknesses. He reported that Luatija desperately wanted to see him. Ixion was very annoyed with his older brother. What infuriated him even more was that he was the one who helped her get better. He thought about his brother's words about Lulu missing him. Cotton candy is very easy to find. This little creature immediately attracts attention wherever it goes. He saw the little girl in the window and thought that she was being cheeky and decided that he should go and scold her. If she believes that a person is obliged to see her, she only has to want to. But his legs are already carrying him towards the cotton candy, as if it were something self-evident. It was strange. He couldn't believe she wasn't afraid of him, even after seeing that bloody mess. Most people almost lose their cool at the sight of black clouds of magic. He didn't want cotton candy to be shaking in fear of his powers either. Ixion was shocked by these thoughts. He didn't understand why her opinion should even matter to him. He decided it didn't matter how this girl reacted to his magic. Exactly. Even if she fell right in front of him, bleeding, he wouldn't care at all. Lulu started bleeding from her mouth. The maids were terrified. She began to fall, and Ixion went toward her. The little girl saw her brother running and mentally told him that there was no need to worry so much and that everything was fine with her. And all this simply because of a new ability. The protagonist decided to pause to talk about the power she had chosen. The essence of Lulu's new ability is in its name. Cough, cough, I'm getting better! The blood signified that her illness was beginning to subside. This is the ability of a villainess, whose curse becomes weaker the more people love her. The hemoptysis is caused by love for her. The fact that the main character started bleeding as soon as Ixion's magic touched her was just perfect. Her brother asked what was wrong with the child. This reaction from her body proves his love for her. Lulu's immunity improves, and her fatigue subsides. Lulu told him not to worry so much about her because she was truly fine. The baby lost consciousness after these words. He tried to wake Luatija. The girl wanted him to stop shaking her because her head was already splitting. She was feeling very sleepy. Lulu was asleep in her room. Her father was next to her. The doctor said the examination results showed that everything was fine with the lady, and even though she lacks magic, the blood of the great Ferritin family still flows through her veins. Therefore, they beg for mercy. They assumed that all the negative energy had left her. To get rid of such filth, a huge concentration and the lion's share of resources was required. Since the lady is still young, her body simply couldn't handle the strain. However, she should soon wake up completely healthy. The Duke couldn't understand why she couldn't go a day without driving him crazy with worry. First the kidnapping, and now the hemoptysis. And not only that, when he had just returned from the war, he saw a starving child in a hideous state before him. Dad thought that if he just fed her up and dressed her nicely, everything would be resolved, that his presence alone would be enough. However, Lulu wants more and is always causing trouble. Despite this, just saying her name brings an unprecedented sweetness to his mouth. The Duke couldn't believe that someone like her existed in her world. He was ready to protect and pamper her for the rest of his days. Ixion was sitting below the room. He heard his father leave the room. He said it was all his fault, because he constantly used magic around her. Even if it wasn't a magical attack, her body couldn't handle his mana in any form. Even knowing this, he continued. The Duke, seeing him act like a lost child for the first time, asked him if his son knew why he had sent Lulu to another home. Ixion said he knew, and it was to protect her from magic. But now, he's already returned home. And while the Duke is here, no one can harm Luatija with their magic. But one day, Ixion completely overwhelmed her with his spell, and he did it on purpose. To test her. Tested her again and again, because he wanted to believe her. I wanted to trust my little sister and love her with all my heart. Ixion is nothing but a pathetic coward. A coward who feared that if he fell in love with Luatija, she would hurt his feelings. Fearing this outcome, he rashly wounded her, causing her pain. Although in reality, I fell in love with my little sister a long time ago. The boy started crying. Dad told the boy to look after Luatija. Ixion asked again if he could do this, but he himself said that it was impossible, because he could hurt the baby if he was around. Dad called him an arrogant boy. He asked him if he thought that his father was not able to protect her, even if he poured out all his magic reserves on her. Ixion said he didn't think so. The boy stood in front of the door, very worried. He felt a strange sensation. It was the first time the boy had felt anything like this. Ixion entered the room. The boy stroked his little sister's cheek. He said that if she died, he would definitely kill her. But he immediately changed his mind and said he wouldn't finish her off. So he asks her to open her eyes because this is all his fault. And he confessed to her that he, too, wanted to be friends with her. The chills subsided and his internal organs were strengthened. Lulu believed that since they were the ones who crippled her, they should at least treat her properly. She was glad that the fat had gone down. The little girl was surprised when she saw Ixion. She remembered that she had fainted. Lulu asked him if he had been caring for her all this time. The guy said she was such a weakling that he simply had no choice. She didn't have a fever, and the boy's heart suddenly warmed. The The little girl thought he was just an arrogant kid. She didn't know what kind of life he had lived up until then, but one thing she knew for sure was that his past had left a deep scar on his heart. Lulu explained that she had been completely alone for a long time, which is why she now clings to others so desperately. She prayed at night for someone to be with her. Lulu wanted a real family, and the little girl thought that she was simply afraid of loneliness. But that was not the point at all. When Lulu is with someone, she becomes stronger. Her heart becomes warm and joyful, and happiness blossoms within her. Ixion needs someone like that too. Someone who will be there no matter what. A pillar of support who will always support her. Lulu turned to Ixion, and he asked what was wrong. The little girl told him she needed him. The boy was surprised. Lulu asked him if he would become her older brother. He thought for a moment and then said that she was weak. She's weak, so from now on, he'll protect her and become her older brother. The task was completed, and the mental state of the object of her task stabilized. The main character has incredible influence over one of the characters, who is able to change the future. Ixion acknowledged her as his sister. The little one could improve her stats. Now Lulu truly became part of the family. Lulu invited Ixion to sleep with her. The boy was shocked by this. Lulu said that big brothers should put their little sisters to bed. Ixion agreed, because she was weak after all. Lulu told her brother to pat her head. The little girl was happy that he actually petted her. Now he asked her to roll over, do a backflip, and clapped his hands 3 times. Ixion asked the little girl if she was tired of life. Lulu was upset because he didn't buy it. Lueticia wished her brother good night, but the boy still wished her good night too. He took the little girl by the hand, and together they closed their eyes and fell asleep. The little girl didn't understand where she was, assuming she was dreaming. That same little devil greeted her. He said he believed in her all this time. The little girl grabbed him and said that's where he was caught. Lulu called him a dirty cheater and told him not to pretend to be a saint. The main character asked him if he knew how much she had suffered because of this. But he said he had already fulfilled his part of the agreement. She was born into a wealthy family, she has a handsome father and brothers, and he also gifted her with abilities. Lulu thought about it and then agreed with it. But she immediately told him that he'd expected it, but it wasn't quite like that. The messenger said that this was too much, because she always gave him 0 stars. But as soon as she sees his pretty face, she doesn't even spare 10 stars. He knows it all perfectly well. Lulu thought that there was nothing unusual about it, and if he was unhappy with something, then let him work on himself. The messenger said that when he returns his body, she will definitely deliver it to him as well. He didn't say anything important, and time is running out, so it's time for him to go. Lulu didn't understand what he was talking about. He flew away, and Lulu woke up in her bed. There were lots of flowers on it. Anna was glad that her mistress had woken up. She told her that the young master Ixion had left these flowers. The little girl didn't understand why Ixion had given her flowers. She was shocked because she didn't believe it. Lua assumed she was indeed asleep. Otherwise, why would Ixion have given her flowers? Anna assumed he'd left them in his place. After all, the young gentleman had woken up first and left while she was sleeping. If they hadn't come in, he would have continued dozing with her. However, Ixion never shows his sleeping face to anyone, so he left the room. He woke up and went to his room without even saying goodbye. But the fact that Ixion left her flowers. With the young lady's arrival at the palace, the atmosphere changed dramatically. His lordship seemed to become a completely different person. One day, a man heard him say, "Yum yum." Everyone heard this except one vassal. The man was shocked that the duke had never said such a thing in his presence. He envied the ears that hadn't heard it. He didn't understand what yum was. Yum, suggesting it was a code name for someone who must not be named. In short, the more important thing is that his lordship values his daughter greatly. She managed to acquire the Marquis of Tarank's fortune. However, given the mine's unprofitability due to the empty mana stones, the young lady is still a mere child when it comes to business. She's accomplished a lot at just 4 years old. And she hasn't even begun the training that every heir undergoes. Someone heard that there are already some contenders for her assistant's position, presumably the Viscount. After all, Deer is a genius among geniuses. Even if he's not all there, he achieved the title solely through skill. Considering that the young lady did not possess magic, he thought that she would not be able to influence the succession system in any way. However, the picture is quite different. Young shoots need to be suppressed as quickly as possible to prevent them from becoming a real problem in the future. They asked Mr. Aries what he thought about this. Lulu decided to begin leveling up. An identity check was underway. The reader had made a deal with Aftonus. The test is complete. The abilities level has been increased, and new functions are now available. The work list function was unlocked. Lulu was delighted to now be able to retrieve her old novellas without spending cash. The reader can also add a new ability to this transparent crystal. The reader didn't end up in this world by accident. Lulu didn't understand what it was about or why she was there by accident. She was chosen because her comments were the most popular. So she must prepare herself for the moment when the light fades and the world is plunged into the embrace of darkness. The little girl didn't understand that this meant the apocalypse was coming. She was warned that winter was coming and she should be on guard. She decided that this might be the cliché where a dragon or some kind of demon suddenly attacks the duchy. Lulu hoped she wasn't being asked to become a paladin. Her family and everyone she loves will be caught in a cold northern wind that they will never be able to resist. However, the main character is no longer alone, and if she clenches her fists in an attempt to resist evil, there will be those who will become her support. She really isn't alone anymore. She has loved ones now. The message told the reader not to be afraid because she could overcome all difficulties precisely because it was her. But Lulu didn't believe such a little thing could accomplish anything, but her past life was enough, where she was bullied by everyone and their dog. She decided she wouldn't let that happen again. Lulu decided she wouldn't follow the plot and condemn herself to tragedy. And to do that, she needed strength, and she could only get it by doing this. She decided to accept all the tasks. Lulu took the risk of not even checking their contents because that was the only way she could progress. Even if there are difficult tasks among them, the failure of which does not result in a penalty, she will complete them too. The main character decided to take control of her own destiny. A new assignment was given to Lulu, and she was surprised. The assignment said that she had to kiss her dad, ride on Ixion's back, and eat something tasty with Aries. His lordship arrived, and with him was the young lady. They agreed to his admitting her to his office, but coming to the assembly hall with a child felt strange. The man turned to the Duke. He said that this was not a regular meeting, but a monthly gathering on important issues. The man added that the lady was too young for such a thing and was not connected with any of the matters being discussed today. And he thinks that she should not take part in such an event, since she has no right to do so. The Duke told the Viscount that his mouth stank and asked if he had brushed his teeth. Everyone was in complete shock and didn't understand what kind of teeth they were. Ixion sat down and asked Viscount Vanurn why he hadn't brushed his teeth this morning. The Viscount became very shy. Everyone was in complete shock. This brought an awkward silence. The woman was surprised that Ixion was now taking part in the meetings. The man agreed, as she hadn't been there for a long time. Everyone assumed that a wind of change was blowing through the Feraton family. The Duke announced that he wanted to assemble a group of assistants for Luatesia. The vassal said this was too hasty a decision. Unlike his sons, she's an ordinary child. But another man said that what ordinary child could possibly uncover a scam? The young lady defended the family's honor, which was almost tarnished by this incident. The man said their family's power was magic. The Viscount asked if he was implying their lady wasn't good enough. The little girl felt strange, because not only her father, but also the elders were silent. Lulu thought they must be vehemently opposed to her involvement in family affairs. The girl assumed that this was a test to see if she was worthy of her own group of assistants, and it's probably because she doesn't have magic. Or maybe her dad made a deal with them. She had a mission where she was asked to find another person involved in the kidnapping attempt. She couldn't believe that her father, who was incredibly good at uncovering courtyard intrigues, had no idea who that person was. Lulu was sure he knew everything. Dad just trusted her to figure it out on her own. There was also a task in which it was written that there was a traitor in the duchy who, like a parasite, skillfully hid from others' suspicions. Only after passing this unofficial test will Lulu be given the right to create her own council. The little girl wondered why her dad had brought her here. Dad believed she would understand everything without explanation. This is the first time such high hopes have been placed on her. She kissed her dad. Lutetia whispered in his ear that she was very grateful to him for believing in her. Lulu had to live up to his expectations. Meanwhile, the vassals were in shock. The Viscount thought the lady was cute, while the others were shocked by their master's smile. The meeting ended, and Lulu had to quickly complete the easy tasks. The next task was to do everything to ensure that Aries recognized her as a full-fledged member of the family was up to the task. She called Aries and offered him cookies, marshmallows, and chocolate. Aries happily agreed, but Lulu sensed something strange. She said that if he didn't have time, they could reschedule. The guy said that there was nothing more important than having tea with his beloved sister. Lulu was delighted. This was great, but she didn't understand what Ixion was doing here. The guy said she might be grateful for his company. The little girl was afraid that she and Aries would quarrel again. She wanted him to sit quietly, and he wanted him not to boss her around. Luatesia looked at the young people with a joyful smile, because she was happy. She felt joy looking at them, as if she were holding a beautiful flower in her hands. Aries said with a smile that her cheeks were much softer and sweeter than a bun. She looked at him in surprise, but was struck by his radiant smile, and she understood that even the most rude phrases acquired charm from his lips. She asked him with a smile to remain like this even when he grew up. Ixion sighed heavily and stated that if his brother remained like this, he would definitely become a monster. The young lady asked her brother why he didn't follow his older brother's example. At that very moment, they began to quarrel, and at the same time, the young man looked at them with a joyful smile. Aries looked at the lady and said that he would like to ask her something. A moment later, he asked her why she was suddenly interested in the Mana Stone mine. He looked at her menacingly and declared that she was beautiful, knowing that the local stones were just duds. She was taken aback, looking at the young man, as he suddenly got into a face. She knew she couldn't tell him she was doing this because of her assignment, and at the same moment she declared that this was the reason she became interested in the stones. She said that, although there was no mana in the stones being mined, with a smart approach, one could certainly extract profit from the mine, and if she succeeded, she could get rich. Aries looked at the young lady with a smirk and declared that she was brave. She was taken aback because she again felt incompatibility with him. Although he smiled at her in a friendly manner, from the moment they met until now, she knew very well that he always cared about her. At that very moment, she looked at him with a smile and asked if they were a family. She said that he was her brother. The young man looked at her in bewilderment, as he had not expected such a thing. He smiled and asked why she asked him about it. The young lady was puzzled at this, as she did not understand why her task had not been completed. He told her with a smile that she was his beloved sister, but she understood that this was not so, because the task was not completed. He smiled and stated that it was a sudden question, and at the same time, he said that she was his beloved sister. The young lady looked at him in a daze, as she realized that he was lying to her. Ixion approached his brother and stated that his acting skills had not improved. He asked his brother why he didn't stop this stupid masquerade. Ixion told his brother that family for him meant killing each other. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. Ixion looked menacingly at his brother and declared that he had been thinking all this time why his brother had not helped, since he knew everything. He said that there were many people hiding in the mansion that day. Aries looked at his brother with a smirk and stated that he seemed to have gotten smarter. She was shocked that he was connected to her kidnapping. Ixion told his sister that she was too soft, and at the same time, he informed her that Paraton was now in front of her. Paratons are cruel and merciless. Ixion said that his brother was a very peculiar person, and for him, every person was an enemy. The young lady was taken aback as she saw a small clue above her brother's head, informing her that she was no longer alone. Luatisha looked at her brother in surprise and asked if he knew that she had almost been kidnapped. He smiled and stated that this was exactly it. At that very moment, he said with a fierce grin that he wanted to play a little better. The young lady looked at the young man in bewilderment as she saw a clue above his head. But a moment later, she was taken aback, as she saw favorability, as it was in the minus. Aries stated with a smile that while he knew what had happened that day, it was also true that they had neglected the situation. The young lady was taken aback and asked in a trembling voice why he had done that. She was furious and didn't understand how he dared to do this to her. But the young man only smiled back at her. She screamed that she had given him her heart and devotion. She screamed with tears in her eyes that she had raised him. He was taken aback and declared that she had not raised him at all. She was shocked because she didn't understand why his favor was so low. She asked if he was the devil himself. She was furious and did not understand why he hated her so much and left her alone. Luatisha screamed furiously that he was simply sick and a terrible person. He thanked her with a smile for this, but she shouted that it was not a compliment at all. She screamed that he was a firefox that would soon destroy the country. But now she realized that he had many faces. Her other brother tried to calm her down, but it was all in vain. She wondered if he had hated her from the start. He smiled and stated that it was so, but she was puzzled and did not understand why this was happening, because she had not done anything to him. Luatisha sighed heavily and wondered if it was because she wasn't born with magic. A moment later, with tears in her eyes, she asked if he really thought she was illegitimate and not the Duke's daughter. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked what she was even talking about. Aries sighed and stated that he hated her only because she had the blood of the Feritons. She looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what he was talking about. Aries sighed and stated that he wouldn't care about her if she didn't have at least a drop of Feriton blood in her. Another one. He said that they were all rivals. Aries looked at the lady intently and stated that only one of them could become the head of the family. She understood that he did not like it because they were a family. She brought up that he had initially accepted her as a member of the family. There was not a drop of magical energy in her, and this caused a lot of gossip and suspicion. But he assured that she could become the head of their family. But he didn't think she was inferior, even though she didn't have magic. She realized that he considered her worthy of being his rival, and he thought so from the moment they met. She asked if he really hated her because he considered her a competitor. At that very moment, the young lady rushed to meet him. She looked at him intently and asked what would happen if she said that she was not interested in being the head of the family. She asked if he would accept her in that case. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect to hear anything like that. She asked if he felt bad when she said things like that. He sat with skill, looked at her, but she only smiled radiantly at him. Luatisha asked if he felt uncomfortable when the boomerang returned to him. She asked if his mood had worsened. She was sure that she was very pleased to hear when his competitor refused to fight. She asked with a smile if he knew why this was so, because everything was very simple. She said with a smile that he was already starting to like her. Luatisia understood perfectly well that despite the fact that the rating was in the negative, she was confident in her words. Ixion, in turn, looked at the young lady with bewilderment, not understanding what was going on at all. As she left, she said with a smile that she would accept him as a competitor. She was so happy about this that she didn't even cry. But a moment later, she was overcome by unbearable pain, and she began to cough terribly. Luatisia was puzzled and didn't understand why the skill had suddenly activated. She understood that her brother would most likely be very frightened by her condition. At that very moment, she looked away at her brothers and saw that her brother's rating was declining. But to her regret, she could not see his current rating since her eyes were closed. Ixion looked at his brother with fury and asked what he was going to do with the child who had just lost consciousness. The young man looked at his relatives in bewilderment. He watched in a daze as his brother carried away their sister. Ixion looked at his brother in bewilderment, not understanding why he had such a worried expression on his face. He looked at it in bewilderment for several minutes, as he had never seen anything like it before. The young lady, in turn, was planning to leave gracefully, but her illness ruined everything for her. After that, she still completed several tasks, namely, riding on her brother's back, eating some tasty treats from him, and she also managed to kiss the Duke. A moment later, she looked away and was taken aback when she saw her brother. He looked at her in confusion as she studied his rating, which had dropped. He sighed and stated that she was, indeed, very weak. Luatisia confirmed his words, but she knew she had become stronger. He asked her why she was getting up, and at that very moment, she said that she still had work to do. She went to leave as quickly as possible so as not to see her brother, because she could start crying at any moment. Luatisia stated that she had no magic, so even if she was sick, she had to work hard. But at that moment, the young man stopped her. She asked in surprise if he was angry. He said he couldn't compete with a competitor who couldn't even take proper care of his body. Luatisia sighed and stated that she was going to catch the traitors who were involved in the kidnapping. She wanted to find the traitor who extorted alimony and helped hide the cruel treatment of her. Luatisia said with fury that she was going to catch him and make him pay for all his crimes. He was taken aback because he saw that she looked like him. Ares stated that he could not leave alone a traitor who had set his sights on a member of the Ferriton family. Ares looked intently at the lady and declared that they would have a temporary collaboration. She looked at him in bewilderment, but at that very moment she laughed. He said that it was temporary, but she only laughed because she understood that she had won. At that very moment he declared that she and the young lady irritated him and laughed even louder than before. She looked at the young man intently, as it seemed to her that he was trying to force himself to hate her. After some time, the young lady looked at her father in confusion. But at that very moment, she turned her gaze to the doctors and asked her father if he really intended to kill them. The Duke sternly declared that the doctors had failed in their duties and that they should take responsibility. But she had a different opinion. At that very moment, the young lady told him to look at her, as she was completely healthy. She looked at the doctors with a smile because she wanted to keep them alive. At that very moment, the man shouted that everything was correct, and a medical examination showed that the lady felt much better than before she was ill. Luatisia told her father to look at her, as her hands and feet were cold before she lost consciousness. She said that they were warm now and that she was fine. At that very moment, the young lady was taken aback, as the Duke tenderly kissed her hands. He looked at her closely and confirmed that they were warm. He sighed and stated that vomiting blood meant that dark energy was coming out of her. He looked at her intently and asked her not to worry so much. She realized that he was very worried about her, and so she said that there was something she wanted to do. He looked at her intently and asked what she wanted, as he intended to fulfill her wish immediately. She said with a smile that this was the bang that she liked the most in the world. For a moment, everyone froze in bewilderment, looking at the young lady. She was taken aback and realized that she had made a mistake. The Duke looked at everyone present and asked if they had heard what she had said. At that very moment, they all shouted that they had heard. She was in shock, did not understand what was happening at all. And at that very moment, the man handed the Duke some book. She was taken aback and looked at her father in bewilderment, as she did not understand what kind of book he was holding in his hands. She wondered if this was the book that was opened with demons. But a moment later, she was taken aback, as she saw simply a diary that her father had kept. After some time, she sat quietly in her room, puzzled, thinking about everything that had happened. At the same time, she was glad that she had at least managed to save the lives of the doctors. She remembered how they shouted with joy and thanked her for saving them. Luatisia, in turn, remembered that she had additional rewards. Moments later, she was informed that Hermes' notes were now available to her, but she was puzzled as she did not understand what was being discussed. A few seconds later, she came to her senses. She slowly clicked on the bird in the notification window, and at that very moment, the room was filled with bright light. A few seconds later, the young lady saw a real bird. At that very moment, she received the precious spirit of the messenger. He could deliver letters at any time and place, but it was important to pay him, as he was the ambassador of capitalism. She hugged him with joy, because he was beautiful and she loved such things very much. But moments later, he declared that he did not recognize her as the owner. He looked at her furiously, his gaze full of contempt. He shouted that the tears that flowed from her were not tears of joy, but tears of regret. She was taken aback for a moment and froze in bewilderment, looking at him. But after a few minutes, the young lady handed him a small bowl of treats. She smiled and asked if he liked the cookies. He was taken aback at that very moment and became furious. He screamed and asked if this was all she could give him. But after a few minutes, he asked angrily if she could give him more. She smiled and told him to eat more. But at the same time, she realized that he was a true ambassador of capitalism. She realized that he seemed insignificant, but with his abilities, he could deliver letters even to another world. A moment later, she saw that she had only one task left, namely, that she was required to have her brother acknowledge her as a member of the family. She remembered her brother saying that they were rivals, and only one of them could become the head of the family. At this, the young lady was puzzled, as she knew that his words sounded a little strange. The moment she first saw him, she recognized him as the next member of the operations committee. She was now puzzled, and did not understand why she could not complete the mission, since he himself recognized her as a member of the family. But after a moment, she realized that she was not a member of the family, but simply the target of the purge. She knew that once he became a duke, there would no longer be a place for her in the family, and in the future, she would not be considered part of the family. Lueticia was puzzled, as she knew he hated her. A moment later, she threw all her thoughts away as her new pet called to her. He said that if they saw each other a few more times, he would let her call him by his nickname. He said it wasn't because he didn't like her, it was just that he was seeing her for the first time. She understood that he was just comforting her, and asked with a smile if he wanted to play a little. She knew that her brother had no real family at all, and even if it seemed that she had renounced him, Lueticia understood that they both regretted it. After some time, she saw her brother and looked at him in bewilderment. She smiled and asked if it was good to have a family. He looked at her with bewilderment, as if he did not understand what she was talking about. At that very moment, Lueticia said with a smile that he was also good. The young man looked at her in bewilderment for a moment, but after a moment, he looked away with embarrassment and declared that it was so. She smiled and said that he was sweetly embarrassed, but he shouted that this was not the case at all. Ixion looked at her closely and stated that he thought she had a favorite bread. She froze in place as she realized that he would forever remind her of something like this. He sighed and stated that no matter who he asked, no one could tell him what the bread was. He asked if she wouldn't tell him either. The young lady was puzzled as her heart was bursting at the seams from his expression. She sighed, and he looked at her in confusion. She understood that if she could do it once, she could do it twice. And at that very moment, she showed him something unimaginable. The young man froze in shock as her sweetness pierced his heart. Meanwhile, Aries was slowly returning to his room, immersed in his thoughts. He remembered how his sister had said that he did not want her to be kidnapped, and he did not help in the kidnapping. He looked at her in bewilderment and stated that he himself had admitted this. She smiled and said that everything was wrong and he was lying. He smiled and asked why she said such things. He wanted to know if she was going to continue saying such nonsense. At that very moment, she said that he just wanted to become the head of the family. And to do this, he had to save her in order to get recognition. She smiled and asked if that wasn't true. He just couldn't say it wasn't so, even though he thought he had deceived her. She sighed and said she didn't understand why he pretended not to like her. Lueticia asked with a smile if it wasn't because she had become better. After some thought, she declared that she would not let him pass. She said that if he wanted her to forgive him, he had to make every effort to do so. He smiled and stated that he would have to work hard to get his dear sister to forgive him. After some time, he entered the room and the young lady greeted him with a smile. Lueticia smiled and shouted that she had been waiting for him. He sighed and stated that he had said earlier that he would try. Coming closer to her, he smiled and stated that this was all temporary. She was glad of this truce and stated that it was time for them to begin. Lueticia looked at her brother and asked what about the traitor who was in cahoots with the Marquis. He smiled and stated that perhaps she already found out everything herself. Lueticia looked closely at her brother and said that he was very smart. He was taken aback as he did not expect to hear something like this. At that very moment, she saw that his rating began to change. The young man stated that he was only an assistant. She confirmed this because she knew that this was her job, so she had to do everything herself. Aries asked with a smile what they should do with their brother then. She was glad because the favorability increased. At the same moment, she declared that everything was very simple. She said that if he brought her the work log, she would do everything and sort everything out. Aries looked at her with a smile and stated that he needed an explanation. Lueticia. Looking at her brother, she realized that this was not at all the expression on his face that said that he needed an explanation. She stated that in Periton, every quarter, money was allocated for educational purposes, with the understanding, of course, that it was used properly. He stated that the report was flawless, even when selectively compared with the actual purchase history. Lueticia stated that her people were not traitors, and she wanted to exclude the part of the journal that she wanted to ask him about. Luatia stated that she needed a list of auditors for the last 3 years. She was sure that the auditors went to Terenka to scout out the situation. He looked at her with a smile and stated that it was so. At that very moment, she ate and looked at him intently, as she understood everything. He was surprised because she had a strange reaction. While she was with the Marquis, she felt completely abandoned. She wanted to know that her family had not forgotten about her, and she wanted to have a place to return to. It was a wish she had never asked for. She knew the auditor had ordered her to do so. She knew their eyes were rotten. Luatia stated that now she knew for sure that she had not been abandoned. He grinned predatorily and asked if they had really told her something like that. She was taken aback by the way her brother swore. He was furious because everyone was saying that she had been abandoned. At the same moment, he declared that this illusion was unnecessary damage. He looked at her intently and told her to immediately raise her head and look at him. The young lady was taken aback, and at that very moment, the young man declared that no one could leave her. He looked at her with an arrogant smile and declared that only he could leave her. Luatia classed man similar, but at the same moment, she saw that his rating changed slightly for the better. She said with a smile that she really liked him. The young man was puzzled and did not understand what she was saying at all. Luatia looked at her brother with a tender smile. He was taken aback by such a smile and asked her to continue her story. After all, that was the only reason they gathered. Aries said that if the auditor knew that his uncle was stealing her pocket money, he probably bribed him. He didn't think that his uncle would dare to do such a thing for money. She claimed they had a good excuse for turning a blind eye, as she had always been told she was not the Duke's biological daughter. The Marquis said with a haughty grin that half of her blood was not aristocratic because she was illegitimate without dark powers. The Marquis always insisted that she was not the Duke's daughter, and that the Duke only allocated money for her upkeep for the sake of his image. The young man was taken aback, as he now understood the reason why she had asked him such a thing. He remembered her asking with tears in her eyes if they really thought she was an illegitimate daughter. Moments later, he handed her a list of auditors. At that very moment, the young lady glanced at the list. She read all the names and remembered the young people. She knew them and their bosses too. He said that their bosses could not be traitors, and most likely, they were just incompetent workers. She asked her brother if he really thought she was stupid. After checking the list, Anna noticed that the auditors had not changed for several years. She said that if the auditor changed the flow of this time, it was because he made a mistake. He noted with a smile that she was good. A moment later, the young man called out the name of his boss. Luatia cried out with joy that the secret would be revealed, for the truth would always be found. She was shouting out specifically the young people who were in cahoots with the Marquis. He asked in surprise what she planned to do with the auditors. Luatia shouted that she intended to do the most logical thing, namely, leave them alone. He asked in surprise if she would really let them go. Sighing, looking at her brother, she declared that until she found out who was behind them, she would let them go. She wanted to catch a big fish, and for this, she needed bait. Luatia said with a smile that it didn't matter at all what she wanted, because her opponent was sitting in front of her. Aries smirked and said that he could pretend to help her and deceive her so that she wouldn't suspect him. The young lady sighed heavily and stated that he would not have done that. He looked at her in surprise, as he did not expect to hear something like that. He sighed and stated that even if she was real, he knew it, she would never know the truth. At that very moment, he looked at her and said with a smile that he had heard that she had a favorite. The young lady was taken aback. She did not understand why this topic was raised again and again. He said with a smile that he heard bread. She really liked it. Looking at the young lady, he asked for whom the bread from the two brothers was intended. The young lady was taken aback for a moment and froze in bewilderment, looking at her brother. She was shocked because she realized that it was a real fox in front of her. After some time, Luatia was very happy that she had received the ability that she wanted. She could track the income of the people she came across and collect it after tax. In fact, it was the ability of the main character of one novel. At the same time, the young lady received the best ability, namely, the Emperor's Eye. She understood that bribes were also income, so she could track it. Therefore, the young lady wanted to check on the elders. She knew that the meeting with the elders was still far away, and she needed to wait until the next meeting. Luatia wondered, what if they just died in her father's office? A moment later, her precious brother announced that she could meet them at the upcoming New Year's banquet. She was surprised, but at the same time, she knew that the new year would soon be here, which meant there would be a New Year's banquet. He asked with a smile. Really? And she was looking forward to the banquet. Smiling, she said that the banquet hall would be beautiful and everyone would be dressed smartly. And there would be elegant greetings. So she was looking forward to the ball. Aries looked at her with a smile, as he could not expect anything else, because she was his younger sister. At that very moment, she turned around and looked at her brother with a tender smile. He was taken aback as she changed her expression and declared that this was a hidden battle of society that was taking place behind the veil of elegant attitude. He looked at her with a smile, because he understood that she was right. Luatia spoke with admiration in her eyes, that this was another battlefield, a cold world with knives hidden in the tongue and piercing each other. She screamed with burning eyes that this is how things are done in high society. He was shocked and did not understand who taught her this. At that very moment, she announced with a smile that there would be a lot of delicious food at the party. She asked if there would be a chocolate fountain. The young man, looking at his sister, stated that there were no chocolate fountains yet. He stated that if she wanted something like that, he could have them prepare a chocolate fountain for her. She looked at her brother with admiration, as she understood that he was all-powerful. At that very moment, she rushed towards him and declared with a smile that he was the best. He looked at her intently, the way he liked her smile, but a moment later, his expression changed, and she realized that it was too much on her part. Luatisha wondered if all the vassals would be attending the New Year's party. He said attendance was higher than at the monthly meetings, as even elders who had gone to the front came. She was glad to hear something like this because she could personally track their income. At that very moment, he sat her down on the sofa and asked her when she would tell him the reason why she asked when she could see the elders. She stated that she had only recently been able to return to the duchy and thought it would be nice to say hello to them. He asked in surprise if this wasn't for him to check who was behind the betrayal. She sighed as she realized that he was too quick-witted. After a short conversation, she stated that she would let him know because he was a temporary partner and her brother. A moment later, the young lady looked at him intently and quietly said that she wanted to tell him everything. He looked at her intently as he expected an answer. She stated that the child's eyes were the eyes of truth. The energy of heaven flowed through the eyes of the uncorrupted child, and she had to look into the face to find the traitor. At that very moment, he came even closer to her, and with a grin asked what about him, whether he was on the side of good or evil. She was taken aback and embarrassedly declared that he was on the side of evil, because her heart was pounding very hard because he was handsome. He smiled and said that they were brother and sister. In that respect, they were similar. Aries asked if she would really look at the face and immediately see whether the person had been bribed or not. She smiled and said that she could do something similar. He said with a smile that he didn't believe it, but since they decided to cooperate, he would be on her side. After some time, the maids asked the mistress with a smile if she would like to go for a walk. Luatisia, in turn, looked at her outfit with joy. The maids were delighted with her beauty, and she blinded them. Luatisha thought for a moment, because on New Year's Eve she found out her age. She knew that this year was special, because she would celebrate the new year in the arms of her family. Luatisia turned 5 years old, and she was looking forward to the New Year's banquet. Aries, looking at his brother, told him not to fuss, because such behavior would not please their sister. Ixion asked his brother if he was judging from personal experience. He said that his sister was always glad to see him. The Duke sighed heavily and asked his sons to calm down. A moment later, they were taken aback as they heard the voice of a young lady. But the moment they looked in her direction, they were blinded by her beauty. She asked with a smile how they liked her New Year's outfit. Luatisha glared at her brother and shouted that if he started breaking down the walls again, she would scold him. Aries came closer to his sister and kissed her hand, saying that she looked dazzling today. He asked with a smile if she would do him the honor of accompanying her. Ixion quickly took his sister and shouted that she should not listen to the demon, and she did not need such company. He looked at his sister with a smile and called her cotton candy, and also stated that he could protect her from anyone. They started to quarrel, but at that very moment, the Duke told them to stop wasting time. He looked at them menacingly and declared that his daughter loved him more than they did. And now, the matter was settled. She was shocked and wondered what this situation was all about. She didn't expect this. She thought it was some scene from a novel, where loving brothers were arguing with their father, but they were all crazy about the main character. But at that very moment, she was taken aback, as she saw the level of sympathy for her brother. She was puzzled because she realized that there could be no talk of love, since he had a negative level of sympathy. Luatisia declared that she was too small to go out in public accompanied by a gentleman. The brothers stated that there was no rule that prohibited such a thing, but at the same time, they quarreled among themselves for the right to be her partner. Aries said with a smile that he and his sister needed to do something important. The young man was taken aback and looked menacingly at his brother. At that very moment, he approached his sister with a smile and declared that this was their secret. She knew it was all true, and to successfully complete the task, she'd better stay close to him. At that very moment, the young lady called her brother and wanted to whisper something in his ear. Luatisia said that it was not harmful for him to dream, and she had already told him before that he should try harder. She smiled at him and said that she had not forgiven him yet. She knew perfectly well that he did not understand something important, because the choice was always hers. Luatisia looked at her family with a tender smile and called them. She extended her tiny hand to them and invited them all to enter the hall together. Even if they are not as perfect as she imagined, they are still the family she has long dreamed of. The young people were not thrilled with her proposal. At that very moment, she smiled and declared that if they did not want to, she would go with the maids. The young brothers unanimously said that family was much more important, and they should respect their sister's wishes. Luatisia looked at her father with a gentle smile and asked if he minded. He smiled and announced that it was time for them to go. After some time, the young man stood in the banquet hall and watched everyone closely. Aries knew that the Duke, along with other high-ranking figures, had entered the office. He saw that Ixion was trying to play brother to his sister, but at the same time he hated people very much. Aries didn't know how long his brother could endure, but he knew it was a big step forward on his part. He watched his sister closely as she looked happily at the various treats. Aries knew perfectly well that the elders would soon leave the office. He looked at his sister with a smirk, hoping that she understood that until there was physical evidence, he had to act with the utmost caution. He looked at her with a satisfied smile, because he understood that she immediately understood him and would act carefully. Meanwhile, the young lady was distracted from her treats by hearing someone's voice. The men came closer to her and asked her with smiles if she liked the banquet. She smiled and said that she liked everything. Aries saw that everything was going according to plan. At the same time, he wondered how she would be able to identify the puppeteer at a glance. He hated uncertainty and the unknown, but he decided to observe her and did not really check everything. He sighed heavily as he understood that this was definitely not trust. He knew he wouldn't trust her just like that, but be that as it may, he was convinced that she was quite smart. Aries knew that by following their agreement, she would not attract attention to herself, and soon they would find out who was behind all this. But a moment later, the young man was taken aback as he heard his sister screaming and pointing at the villain. He was shocked because the young lady was shouting at the man that he was a bad person. Luetitia pointed at the old man and shouted that he was a liar who didn't pay taxes. The young man was taken aback and puzzled, wondering if her mind had suddenly left her body. A few minutes ago, she looked with admiration at the beautiful chocolate fountain. At that very moment, young people approached her and asked with a smile whether she really liked chocolate. Luetitia boasted that her brother did something similar for her. The young lady smiled as she noticed that she had a wonderful brother. She smiled and said that he was really good. They looked at her with smiles, as she was very sweet. At that very moment, the young man announced that he would make her strawberries with chocolate. Luetitia watched the young man with admiration, as she had always wanted to try something like this. But a moment later, she was distracted from her occupation as she heard a familiar voice. She looked intently at the men who were approaching her. The man asked with a smile if she had enjoyed the banquet. Luetitia introduced herself with a satisfied smile and also stated that she was enjoying the banquet. At that very moment, she told her real age. The man praised the young lady with a smile, but his friend asked her to calm down. At that very moment, they began to argue among themselves. Without wasting a minute, the young lady asked if they held high positions. Luetitia was taken aback for a moment after their conversation, as they were high-ranking people, but they did not behave very nicely. At that moment, she realized that this was her chance, and she activated her ability. Looking at the man, she realized that they were doing important work. Luetitia understood perfectly well that she had to figure it out and choose one of them. At that very moment, her choice fell on a very nice old man. At that very moment, she began to calculate the Count's income and noticed that he had illegal income. She realized that the Count did not pay taxes on his income. But at that very moment, she saw an error in the calculation of expenses, and it was confirmed that the taxes had been reduced by false reporting, while the Count could only receive a fine. But after a few minutes, she finally realized that he was the traitor. She couldn't stand it and shouted at him, calling the man a not very nice word. The men froze in place in shock and bewilderment as they looked at the young lady. At that moment, her brother was taken aback and looked at her with a puzzled expression of surprise on his face. Luetitia shouted joyfully that the Count was bad, because he was appropriating the treasury for himself. The Count smiled and nervously asked the princess what she was talking about. She screamed that he was embezzling money, which means he is bad. The Count came closer to her and grabbed her hand. He looked at her menacingly and declared that if she continued to behave like this, he would not be able to continue joking. The young lady was taken aback as it hurt her that he was squeezing her hand. The Count said he heard that she, despite her young age, was very smart, and it would be difficult if someone created a council and took responsibility for her. He looked at her menacingly and expressed his feelings, wondering if she could take responsibility for her words, accusing his Count of a crime. At that very moment, she could not bear it and burst into tears, and also called her brother, but at the same time she scolded the Count. The young man was taken aback, as he did not expect her to call him. He was puzzled that she didn't do everything quietly, but he still decided to approach her. The Count looked at the young man with a smile and said that he should not question his honor because of the child's careless words. The young lady, with tears in her eyes, rushed to her brother and declared that they were all there because her brother was by her side. Aries sighed heavily and looked intently at the young lady. He knew that until now, all the tenderness had been a performance, and he was just a spectator of the performance. He said he would cooperate temporarily, but he actively helped his sister. She clung to her brother with tears in her eyes and shouted that he was handsome, dazzling, and also very smart. The Count asked to close his eyes to all the girl's words. He knew that the prince was a different matter. Aries knew perfectly well that questioning the head of the Senate without any evidence was madness, and that there would be no benefit from it. He knew he had to leave, but at that very moment he remembered how she had said he wouldn't do something like that. The Count said that if the prince was in doubt, he could consider it a direct attack on the Senate. The young man froze in place with rage, and at that very moment, he looked at his sister. He saw her eyes, which were filled with tears. He did not understand how she could pretend that she did not know anything. Aries stared at her for a moment, but did not dare do anything. He knew that there was nothing more reassuring in the world than trusting someone completely. At that very moment, his favor changed, and he declared with a smile that he should not think that the Count was taking bribes when they had no evidence. The Count breathed a sigh of relief, as the prince's judgment was correct. He hoped that the prince would tell the young lady that this was indeed the case, but at that very moment, the young prince hugged his sister. He looked menacingly at the Count at that very moment, because he understood that he had to do something. A moment later, he angrily declared that his sister had been crying. She knew that between them, there was an endless gap, from nothing to something, from indifference to interest. The strong wall that had existed between them no longer existed. Aries tenderly wiped away his sister's tears and declared that she had become a crybaby. He smiled and said that she had said everything well. At that moment, everyone started whispering and saying that the Count would most likely be removed, but they also assumed that this was a declaration of war on the head of the elders. The man was taken aback. The Count said they had no evidence, and yet his subordinates supported him. At that very moment, the young man said that he wanted to clarify one thing. Aries stated that the Count was only the head of the elders, and asking him for his sins did not mean persecuting the elders. Aries looked at everyone present with a fierce grin and asked if they really meant to say that all the elders were involved in the Count's affairs. At that very moment, the situation became tense, and everyone froze. Count Candor declared that the young master was right. The others were taken aback and declared that they did not intend to bear responsibility for the Count's sins. He said that he never received money from him in any honest way, and everyone else also said that they had never received anything like that either. Count Candor told the prince that he could only suspect the Count. The prince looked at everyone present with a grin. He looked at them intently, as he understood that the Count had just drawn a line between them and warned him not to touch the elders and to act only against the Count. At that moment, everyone was taken aback and declared that it was none of their business and that the prince should deal with the Count. The Count was puzzled, since he wanted to use them. He stated that he had probably misunderstood the young gentleman. A moment later, the Duke came up to them and asked what was going on. They were taken aback, as they didn't expect to see him so quickly. The Count greeted the Duke, but at that very moment, her Naledi, with tears in her eyes, said that she was in pain. At that very moment, she declared that the Count had hurt her. He was taken aback, as he understood that something like this would not work for her, since in front of them was a Duke who was famous for his coldness. But at that very moment, he froze in a daze as he heard the Duke's fierce voice. Turning around, he saw the menacing figure of the Duke, who was burning with anger and fury. The knight informed the Duke that the princess had accused the Count of bribery. The Duke stated that there must be a reason why she said so. Luatisha told her father that there were people at the banquet whom she had seen at her uncle's. At the same moment, she pointed to the young people who were standing, hiding behind the others. She declared that she had heard the young men talking with the Marquis. At the same moment, she reported everything, and they trembled with fear. The Count shouted that the princess had heard everything wrong, and that he had done nothing of the sort. The Duke looked at the Count with fury, and declared that she had heard their names. He asked if it was just a coincidence. He came closer to the Count and angrily asked why she would invent such a story. Trembling with fear, he said that the princess was so greedy that she began to show interest in business, and the Duke, in turn, set an example for her and drove him out. Luatisha screamed and asked with fury if the Count really thought she was so stupid. She screamed that she would rather call the old man and threaten him, and then do whatever she wanted to the elders. She wanted to show him a real conversation. At that moment, everyone was taken aback, as they did not expect to hear anything like that. She said shyly that she was very kind and she was just an angel without wings. But because of her bad grandpa, she got angry. Aries asked with a smile if she really wanted to show the real conversation. The Duke smiled and stated that it did indeed make sense. He understood that his daughter was simply an angel, and this was an undeniable fact. After some time, the young people stood quietly at a distance and watched the event. Luatisha calmed her ardor, and at the same time she was glad that she came to her senses when her father arrived, because something irreparable could have happened. At that very moment, she glanced sideways at her brother, as she understood that he was still uncomfortable. She called him and, asking for forgiveness, stated that she had no bad intentions. But at the same time, she said with a smile that she was very glad that he took her side. Aries smiled and realized that it was thanks to her that he sorted out his things that were causing harm to his family. But at that very moment, he froze in shock. He knew that she had disrupted their plan and put him in an awkward position. Aries knew that normally he would have been angry, but he saw how she showed her smile and emotions as they were. He remembered how his father had spoken about her and asked him not to disturb her. Aries asked with a smile if she was really his sister, since even his brothers were enemies to him. Then the father said with a smile that he would see an enemy who would make him happy. The young lady was taken aback, as it was the first time she had seen such an expression on her brother's face, and at that very moment, she saw that he was about to explode. Luetitia was shocked and wondered if he would explode in the banquet hall. At that very moment, he joyfully declared that she was his sister, and now he understood what family was. He said with a smile that, although it irritated him a little, she was informed that he was touched by her endless trust and her courage. She had a huge influence on one of the people who could change the future. So her characteristics increased. Luetitia, in turn, wondered with a smile whether the system had decided to play a joke on her. Ixion approached them and asked what was wrong with the atmosphere. At that very moment, the brothers began to argue with each other. Ixion asked his sister with a smile if she had behaved well, but at that very moment, he noticed that there was a mark on her hand. The brothers were taken aback. Aries, for his part, knew that the Count had grabbed her hand, but he wondered if that could cause a bruise. The young man was taken aback and asked his sister what was wrong with her hand. He asked angrily what kind of person dared to do such a thing. The young lady was taken aback because she realized that things were bad. She screamed and asked her brother to let her go. He was taken aback as she extended her other hand towards him. Luetitia looked at her brother and said that he was not there, and she felt very sad. She wanted him to pick her up, but he asked menacingly if he would really fall for something like that. A moment later, she was already in his arms as he fell for her provocation. She knew that the worst was over, but he was burning with rage because he wanted to kill the man who did this to her. At that moment, the young lady looked at him, and he looked back at her with a smile. Luetitia sighed heavily and said that she was very sorry that she had not tried the chocolate fountain. The Duke asked his daughter if she would like to try anything. She said with a smile that she would like a banana over chocolate. At that very moment, he declared that he would do everything. She was happy, while everyone else watched with wide eyes. They were shocked because the Duke himself had prepared a chocolate banana for her. She joyfully shouted that Dad was the best, while everyone present was stunned by this. Luetitia looked at her brother with a smile and called him. She asked him what he liked, but he wasn't particularly interested in that sort of thing. But moments later, he declared that he liked marshmallows, and how sister reminded him of a soft cotton ball. At that very moment, she shouted to her father and asked him to make chocolate marshmallows, and the young man was taken aback. She screamed at him to make a rabbit that looked like Ixion. Ixion screamed that he shouldn't do that, but at that very moment, she smiled and handed him a beautiful rabbit. The young man froze in shock. Unfortunately, he could not refuse and accepted it. The young lady looked at her brother and asked him what he liked, but he flatly said that he didn't like anything. Ixion shouted at his sister that their brother hated such things, and he hated the very thought of such things. The young lady looked at her brother with tears in her eyes and asked if this was true. He sighed and said that he would accept it. She said with a smile that he looked like a sheep and that her father could do something like that. He suggested that his hair looked like sheepskin. She said with a smile that he seemed gentle to her, but he had a bad temper. He was taken aback, as he did not expect such a thing, but his brother burst into laughter after hearing it. A moment later, the young lady made a beautiful kitten for her father. The Duke froze in shock, as he had not expected such a thing. Everyone else looked at the Duke in bewilderment, as they did not know how he would behave in such a situation. The Duke was puzzled and did not understand why his daughter had given him a kitten. But a moment later, the young men burst into laughter when they saw the Duke's puzzled expression. The young man looked at them with a joyful smile, as he knew that everyone was distraught over the mess that had happened recently. But looking at the happy family, he was happy, because he saw changes for the better. Luetitia looked at her family with tenderness, as it seemed to her that everything was a dream. She knew that not long ago, the future was uncertain, so she didn't like celebrating the new year. But in this situation, she was very happy, even though danger awaited them in the future. But something interesting will happen to her. Similar to what is happening, she knew that today was a special day. After some time, the young lady fell into a deep sleep, but nevertheless, she found herself in some other reality. She wondered if she had seen a dream in which she would meet Aftoness again. A few minutes later, the young man announced with a smile that they had met again. He hugged her tenderly, and after a moment, asked how she was doing. He smiled and said that he had grown up and become more handsome. The young lady looked at him in surprise for a moment. He asked sheepishly if it was because of him that her heart began to flutter. He was puzzled and didn't know what to do, because he wasn't ready for something like this yet. But at that very moment, he received a slap on the forehead from her. He was in shock, and I don't understand why she hit him. He shouted that it was too much of her, as he was a good angel who cared for her. Luetitia looked at him and said that it was very strange. She smiled and stated that he didn't look pathetic, but rather disgusting. Luetitia asked what had happened. He stated that danger awaited her in the future. She was shocked and immediately attacked him to tell her everything. But he insisted that he couldn't tell her. He said that the stronger her influence became, the weaker became the reason that connected them. He sighed heavily and stated that he could have talked to her a little longer. He declared that she was the only one who could keep peace in the world. She asked with a smile if she was really the heroine of the novel. He froze for a moment, because that was not the case at all. Luetitia said that she understood all his patterns. There was one thought that always appeared in those who were obsessed with the novel Before Reincarnation. There was a main character in the novel, and it wasn't her. He was shocked and wanted to stop her from thinking like that. The moment a person becomes possessed, he becomes a true protagonist. Luatisia said that since many people didn't realize it, they were just eating a mountain of sweet potatoes. He shouted that she had reincarnated not in a novel, but in the real world. Luatisia said that whether it was possession or reincarnation, it didn't matter, because she did something similar, which meant she was the main character. He was shocked because she didn't even hear him. At that very moment, she asked what the main character should do. Luatisia smiled and stated that the protagonist must save the world, because that was his role and destiny. He was taken aback and stated that that was not the point, but she was close to the truth. He stated that he called her to show her something. At that very moment, he declared that we would be talking about a young man, because he was very young, but he already had dangerous strength. Luatisia looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about. He sighed and stated that when he looked at the stars, he already saw that she would soon meet him. He said that she should have nothing to do with the boy, because no matter what happened, she should ignore him. Luatisia asked with a smile where she would meet such a sweet boy. At that very moment, he looked at her menacingly and declared that she should not, under any circumstances, encounter him. But after a few seconds, her dream disappeared and she woke up, wanting to know where she would meet the boy. Every time she fell into a dream, her curiosity only increased. She assumed that the boy was dangerous because he possessed enormous strength. But at the same time, she understood that the same thing concerned the men in her house. After reading the notice, she learned that her father had made a deal with the elders. A moment later, she saw a quest, and she needed to get a confession from the vassal and also get a neutral oath from the vassal. When it came to vassals who could be used as a right hand, there were some who came to mind. She heard that the Viscount was a very capable man, but she also knew that he was very emotional. A moment later, she excluded him from the list of candidates. At the same time, the young lady was puzzled and did not understand why, among so many vassals, there was not one that she liked. But she knew that once she had an assistant, she could get on with the rest of her work. A moment later, she reached for the book, as she wanted to increase her level. At that very moment, she was congratulated on her level up. After reading all the notifications, she was taken aback because she could unlock the ability. She didn't care how much something like this cost, because she wanted to solve her health problem. But unfortunately, she was informed that passive abilities cannot be unlocked. She was furious, because she realized that the world had long since become rotten. A moment later, she cast all her thoughts aside as she heard the Duke calling her. The young lady called out to her father in bewilderment. She asked in surprise if what she had seen was true. He stated that it was exactly like that. The young lady was shocked because she did not expect this, but he kept saying it was all true. She was shocked and wondered if this was normal for a Duke. Luatisia was puzzled, as she felt that he had truly become a real father. As a result, she got her own personal account. She screamed that the place given to her was not meant for everyone, but he stated that he was going to use this place at his own discretion. The young lady was shocked, as she realized that now she was just like the main character's daughter. She wondered if he was going to get rid of all the rules. The young man said with a smile that, considering her safety, this room was the best one for her. She agreed to accept this with a smile, but the Duke was puzzled, as he did not understand why she did not believe him. He knew that she was his daughter, and so he wanted her to do whatever her heart desired. At the same time, the young lady was very happy, as she now had her own office. A moment later, she heard that guests had come to see her, namely her new assistants. At that very moment, the young people greeted the princess. Eloise Belka greeted the princess with a smile and introduced herself. Shokil introduced himself after her. Pianka Phoebe also introduced himself to the young princess. Luatisia looked with a joyful smile at her assistants, who would help her in the future. But a moment later, she looked at the Viscount, whom she had not expected to see at all. He looked at her with a smile and stated that he was her main advisor, but he wanted to do everything possible to help her in the future. She asked him with a smile why he came. He said that he would help her. At that very moment, the Viscount shouted that she could call him at the first bell. She ignored the young man and, looking at the others, asked them to take care of her. Luatisia asked them with a smile if they wanted to get straight to the point, and they smiled and said they were ready. Luatisia. It turned out that they all knew that she wanted to promote the Mana Stone production business. So the first thing to do was to discover the new value of the stones. She looked at everyone present with a smile and asked what they had managed to prepare. The young people were taken aback, as they had not expected such a thing. They saw that she was the true daughter of Ferriton, since, despite her age, there was already an ominous aura around her. They understood that she didn't need an assistant who would only carry out orders. She needed a useful person. The young lady realized that it was not for nothing that the Viscount had been made the chief advisor. After all, he was the young master's right hand. Grind bowed and asked the prince for forgiveness, as he had not had time to prepare. He told the princess that if she gave him a little time, he would be able to find some useful ideas for her. She liked his honesty, because she was going to kick them out if they made excuses. At that very moment, the Viscount could not stand it, and angrily asked how they dared to come to the princess without preparation. With his nose in the air, he shouted that he was the only one who could be considered the young princess's assistant. The young people looked at him intently, because they understood that he was truly crazy. At that very moment, the young man provided the princess with the documents. She was taken aback as she had not expected to see such a thing. The young lady was surprised as she was holding a summary report with key points and attached materials. Taken aback, she stated that he had done a good job. She was surprised that he was so good at his job. She bombarded him with questions, and he immediately provided her with all the answers. The young lady could not stand it and shouted that she wanted warm milk with honey and cookies. A moment later, he presented her with cookies with tangerine jam, which she had wanted to try last time. She was shocked that he was so good at his job. But moments later, the young lady was taken aback and looked at her new assistants in surprise. At the same time, the young people did not waste time, but absorbed all the information they could see. Luatisha, looking at the Viscount, asked what his name was. He was very glad that she asked his name, and he began to talk a lot. Luatisha said that he should answer quickly before she fired him. At that very moment, he said that his name was Redian. She looked at the Viscount with admiration and declared that she was pleased to meet him. She understood that it was okay that he was weird, because he did a good job, and she could take them all under her wing. At that very moment, he shouted out that he would like to do something. She sighed and asked what he wanted. At that moment, the Viscount said that she had given an oath to the Duke. The young lady was taken aback and asked what he was getting at. At that very moment, the young people began to whisper among themselves, as they did not understand what they were talking about. A moment later, the young lady asked everyone to leave as she wanted to talk to him, while the young people whispered among themselves, as they felt they had no right to swear an oath. At the same time, the young lady was in a perplexed state. She sighed heavily and asked the Viscount what he was even talking about. He said with a smile that it was a noble ritual. She looked at him in bewilderment. But a moment later, he said that he wanted to ask her something. Ixion, walking down the corridor, asked his brother why he was following him. The young man smiled and announced that he was going to his sister's office. Ixion asked his brother, puzzled, why he needed such a thing. He wanted to know if his brother was really going to play with her. At that very moment, the Duke approached them and, hugging his children, declared that his daughter would play only with her beloved father. The moment his words were spoken, there was a dead silence. But moments later, they saw the Viscount come out of their baby's office. They looked at him in bewilderment. He smiled and asked what they were all doing near the office. At that moment, they all looked at him menacingly, as they noticed a small drawing. A moment later, the young Viscount was already pinned to the wall. The Duke looked menacingly at the young man and declared that he needed to explain something. The Viscount was taken aback as he saw the darkness approaching him. But a moment later, he looked at them with tears in his eyes, because he did not understand what they were talking about. Meanwhile, the young lady sighed heavily, as she thought the Viscount would ask for something grandiose. Luatisha was surprised and did not expect at all that he would ask her for a portrait. He wanted her to draw him, and then he would swear allegiance to her. But thanks to him, everything went smoothly, and she received the oath of allegiance from the Viscount. At the same time, she received an oath of allegiance from a man of the level of a master with brilliant genius. Looking at the stone, she realized that she had to use everything to make money. Unfortunately, she knew that the stones had no mana, and they were also ugly, so the conclusion was that the stones were simply useless. At that very moment, she remembered the wonderful ability that she could use. After invoking the ability, she looked closely at the stone, hoping that she would succeed. A moment later, she began to load the ability. At this, the young lady looked closely at the stone she was about to use. After some time, she saw the result. The young lady was shocked because she saw the money route. Luatisha realized that there was mana in the stone, but she was now in hibernation, although she did not know the reason. The young lady was very happy about this because she had discovered a money road, and only she knew about it. On the one hand, she wanted to spread this information and promote her business. But on the other hand, she understood that she shouldn't jump to conclusions. Luatisha knew she simply couldn't give her sweet potato to others. She knew she could keep the information to herself, but she wondered how she could spread rumors that she had bought a whole mountain of junk. After some time, she told the Viscount to buy all the stones at the lowest possible price. He said there would be many people who would accept this offer simply to lower their taxes. Luatisha was glad to hear this, but still asked what had happened to him, as she had seen that he was in a bad state. He said with a smile that it was an honor for him to work with her, so he would work hard. She sighed as he was talking nonsense again. At the same time, she understood that everyone would pay attention to her, The Viscount said that they could spread a rumor that she was buying the mines to teach magic. Luetitia looked at him with a smile and said that he did not need to spend the money given to her by her family because the money she stole from her uncle was enough for her. He said with a smile that all the Marquis's money would be used. At that very moment, the young lady looked intently at the Viscount. She smiled and asked why he didn't ask her anything. He stated that he was her assistant and did not want to question her orders. He raised the princess's intentions and wanted to help her, so he could not doubt her decision. The young lady was surprised, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. She saw that he laid the bed beautifully. At the same time, Luetitia was even a little touched by his words. But after a few moments, he began to bother her. Luetitia sighed heavily and looked at him menacingly, and at the same time asked him to leave. After a few minutes, she realized that she still had unfinished business. Luetitia knew that she had another false fund, so she visited the Count, who was in prison. She looked closely at the man, as if to find out what his taxes were. A moment later, she saw the mistake, and the young lady was very surprised. But a few seconds later, she was informed that she could collect the funds. She was surprised because she did not expect that she could receive them directly in her hands. While she wondered if she shouldn't pay taxes, she was informed that this was recognized by the Empire of Arendelle. The young lady was taken aback for a moment and stood frozen in a daze. She froze for a moment and wondered if they were talking about Emperor Tyrant, who ruled the empire. She realized that this was not a tax audit at all. She was shocked because she understood that this was pure robbery. The young lady stood frozen in place as she realized that this was simply a theft. Looking at all the notifications, she realized that the old man had laundered a lot of money. A moment later, she was taken aback as she saw Daphne's mine notice on the list. She wondered with delight if it was really Daphne's spirit that was being talked about. She realized that she might have an item from the original. As it was said, she could get the money at any moment, so she demanded Daphne's necklace. At that very moment, she saw that this medallion was a necklace, but a moment later, it froze in place in surprise. Meanwhile, a meeting of the elders took place, and there was a commotion there. They discussed the Count, who took bribes and turned a blind eye to the mockery of the princess. A moment later, the Count entered their office. He stated that they should not worry about him, and they could continue their conversation. Count Candor became the only influential figure in the current Senate after the Count's retirement. A moment later, the man saw a young lady sitting quietly outside the window. At the same time, he noticed that she was drawing something. A moment later, the man saw her radiant smile. But at that very moment, he closed the curtain so as not to see her. And at the same time, he asked a subordinate to bring a letter from the palace. At that very moment, he began to read, and did not pay attention to his subordinates, who had been talking all this time. He was puzzled, and wondered if he should have ignored the princess. After some time, he finally came to the princess. The young lady greeted the Count with a smile. Looking at the young lady, he stated that he did not know where she heard such a thing from, or why she sent him the drawing, but she had chosen the wrong person. He stated that he had no intention of becoming anyone's dog. He wanted her to stop this right now. At that very moment, the young lady asked in surprise if he really wanted her to stop. He sighed and stated that it was so, but a moment later, he froze in a daze. Luetitia handed the man a small medallion and asked if it was true. He stood frozen in shock as he saw the photograph in the locket. At that very moment, he took the medallion from the young princess and began to examine it closely. He was puzzled and did not understand how she had ended up with such a thing. Looking at the princess, the Count asked where she got something like that. She looked at him with a smile and wondered if he wanted to make a deal with her. The Count looked closely at the young lady as he read her intentions. He asked what she wanted him to do. At that very moment, she asked the Count with a smile to carry her. He was taken aback, as he had not expected anything like this. But after some time, the Count was sitting in the young princess's room, drinking a cup of tea, and he was puzzled and did not understand what was going on at all. She smiled and said that she had been sitting and waiting for him for too long, but now they could get straight to the point. At that very moment, her face changed, and she called out the name of Daphne Naya. The Duke was taken aback and froze for a moment, as the name given was very familiar to him. He looked at the young princess in a daze, because when he received the pictures, he was in shock, and now he realized that she sent something like this for a reason. He wanted to know how much she knew. Luetitia said with a smile that it didn't matter. And at that very moment, she asked if she hadn't been his girlfriend for a long time. He was taken aback, but confirmed her words. She cried out in admiration as she wanted him to tell her everything, because she wanted to hear the story of their love. Luetitia asked with a joyful smile how they met. She wanted to know if he really couldn't pass by such a beauty as Daphne. The Count sighed heavily and declared that they had had the most ordinary meeting, and they had met at an ordinary party. The young lady shouted with a joyful smile that she had expected so. At that very moment, she looked at him intently and asked with admiration what happened next. He was taken aback, as he saw that the child's intentions were strange. But at that very moment, he remembered how the young princess and his beloved had said that they would like him to carry them. When he heard such words from the young lady, he froze in shock. Now he remembered the past, which he thought was forgotten, but the memories came back to him very vividly. At an evening reception, something happened to one of the aristocrats when he went out for some fresh air. He didn't expect anything like this and was in shock for several minutes. At the same time, he saw a young lady who was no less confused. She screamed in confusion and asked why he just stood and watched. She screamed that there was nothing interesting in it. The Count sighed and asked if she was okay, as he thought she had a problem with her shoes. At that very moment, he took her shoe in his hand and noticed that the heel was broken. He turned his attention to the young lady and asked if she needed help. She was surprised, but at that very moment, she said that she needed his help and she wanted him to carry her on his back. He was taken aback by the young lady's impudence, but she insisted that she could not go barefoot. After some time, she sheepishly thanked him for his help. She said that the heel broke because she threw something into the shoe. She said that it was broken, and she got angry and threw the shoe. But she didn't do it that hard, but unfortunately, it did damage to it, so she was wondering if it hurt a lot. Unfortunately, he couldn't say that everything was okay because the jewel-encrusted shoes were heavy. However, after some time, he proposed to the young lady. Their meeting was enough for him to fall madly in love with her. The young lady in turn was very happy, because she saw that he was a romantic. At the same time, the young princess cried out with joy that this was their destiny. She looked at the Count with a smile and declared that he was a romantic. He sighed and said that he had once been like that, but he could not remain like that until the end, because one day he realized that his beloved had left him. He believed that their love was special. How one morning she disappeared without a trace. She died as a result of a monster attack while spending time with her secret lover. At that very moment, the young lady declared that it was not so long ago that she had not died at the clutches of a monster. The Count was taken aback and wondered if the young lady had decided to put pressure on him using his former lover. He looked at her with a deeper look and declared that if she decided to play with him, he would not forgive her, even though she was a member of the Duke's family. Luetitia Q sighed heavily and declared that she was a kind girl. At least she couldn't do that to someone's precious memories. He saw that she was an unusual child and a difficult opponent, but he couldn't help but agree that she was a good child. The Count knew that she had driven him to such thoughts, and without knowing it, he began to think so. A moment later, the young lady handed him a small package of documents and stated that he should check everything himself. Luetitia reported that Daphne had not met another man, and, moreover, she had not died at the hands of monsters. He froze in shock when he saw the documents that contained information about the abduction and experiments with the human body. The Count was devastated. He could not believe how something like this could happen to his beloved. Luetitia reported that someone had kidnapped the young lady and that she had informed him. She asked if he was interested in who it was, since she could help him with his revenge. He froze in shock and was unable to come to his senses for several minutes. But after a few moments, he declared that it was entirely his concern. She stated that she had no evidence and that the given name was not on the lists. She did not know whether he would take her word for it. A moment later, the man said that he believed her and was ready to listen. Luetitia, looking at him, declared that she had taken the necklace from Count Josenheimen. She had previously assumed that it was a magical necklace, but when she saw the photograph, she realized that it was not. And then she took away the report on the experiments. He looked at her in surprise and asked how she managed to do something like that. Luetitia sighed heavily and stated that she did it with the help of the Arentwell tax code. He realized that she simply did not want to reveal her methods. At the same moment, she asked if he had not married because of Daphne. The Count declared that everything was correct because he loved her madly. She said that it was not necessary to love because it was possible to conclude a marriage contract. He understood that there was some truth in her words, but in reality, he could not imagine anyone but her in his wife's place. For this reason, he did not accept an adopted child into the family. Luetitia asked what if his beloved was carrying a child under her heart. He was taken aback and asked in surprise if the princess really meant that Daphne was pregnant with his child. He was shocked and simply could not believe that his beloved had died during the experiment on her. He assumed that the child had also died, but at that very moment, the young lady announced that his child was alive. The princess smiled and asked the Count if he wanted to meet his child. A moment later, his expression changed, and he asked menacingly what she wanted. The young lady was glad to hear such words, as she understood that he was completely in her power. She said with a smile that she wanted many things, but even if he did nothing for her, she would still arrange a meeting for them. He looked at her with bewilderment as she provided him with the necklace, the experiment report, the criminal information, and the child's information. He knew she was only putting on the table the cards she was confident in, but she still wasn't making a deal, and he wanted to ask why. Luetitia looked at him in surprise and declared that this was a meeting between a child and a parent. She understood this because she lived with her uncle far away from her father, and she was very sad when she did not have parents. She stated that she would not interfere with the meeting between father and child, even if her request was not fulfilled, because she was not a terrible person. At that very moment, the Count clearly understood that he was a terrible person because in front of him was a very naive child. After some time, she said that she would arrange a meeting as soon as possible. But at that very moment, she stopped him and said that the child had lived as a test subject ever since he was still in his mother's womb. Luatija informs the Count that he might not be in his right mind. She asked him if he didn't care what condition the child was in. The Count stood frozen in amazement and wondered how unhappy the child was that she would ask him such a thing. The Count turned around and told the young lady with a smile that he wasn't that terrible either. A few minutes after their conversation, she sighed heavily and sat down on a small sofa. At that very moment, she turned to her new acquaintance with a smile as her words were confirmed. She smiled and stated that his father wanted to meet him. At the same time, the young man wanted to know whether he would think so when he saw him. He asked the young lady whether she found him disgusting. Luatisia sighed and asked if he was disgusted by being different from others. Then what about her family? Luatija asked what about her, who had no magic in her. She said that if she were to judge by his logic, many people would be disgusting. At that very moment, he shouted that her origin was out of the ordinary because the blood of the Phaetons was special. At that very moment, she said with a gentle smile that he too was special. He asked how he should act in this situation, but she said that her opinion didn't matter, since now he had to decide everything himself. He didn't know what to do, but he wanted to know her opinion since she knew a lot. The princess said with a smile that she was just learning. A moment later, he firmly declared that he would meet his father. She was surprised by such determination, but at the same moment, with a smile, she declared that she was glad to hear something like that. After some time, the Count was distracted from his documents as he heard the chick approaching. Turning around, he saw that a reply had come from the young lady. He quickly unfolded the small parchment, and at that very moment, he was glad. A moment later, he threw a few seeds to the chick and declared that he had done well. Hermes, in turn, looked menacingly at the Count. He was dissatisfied with what he received, as there was little of the same. The Count was taken aback. He did not understand what was wrong with the chick, and from the chick's facial expressions, he assumed that it was swearing. The maid said with a smile that her master had received a beautiful drawing of a snake from his mistress. The Count was puzzled and did not understand on which side the snake was drawn. He said that the drawing depicted golden arrows. The meaning behind this was crystal clear to him. After some time, the young lady rushed towards the Count with a joyful smile. She ran closer to him and asked why he was standing. Luatisia looked at the nervous Count with a smile and declared that he was a handsome man. At that very moment, she pulled him by the hand. Moments later, he stood frozen in shock as he realized that his child was behind the columns. For a while, he stood there in a daze, not daring to come closer. But after a few seconds, he finally pulled himself together and came closer, but froze in a daze as he did not see his child. He was scared and wondered if the young lady had deceived him. He couldn't move and couldn't say anything. But at that very moment, a young man came up to him from behind. He heard his child call him, and at that very moment, he turned to his son with a pale expression on his face. For a while, he stared at us, at his son, who looked very much like his mother. He was shocked because he saw that his son looked exactly like his beloved in her youth. He understood that many years had passed, but his son was very young. At that very moment, the young man asked for forgiveness and bowed low, because he assumed that the Count was probably very surprised to learn that he had a son. He was shaking with fear, as he realized that he was not in very good condition. At the same time, he remembered how they looked at him with disgust and said that he was not growing at all, and he was simply disgusting. They told him that he was just a monster. The boy assumed that the Count was very surprised, and at that very moment, the Count confirmed his words. But he was surprised that he had such a wonderful son. The Count claimed that he was a father who did not even know about the existence of a beautiful son, and he was a terrible father who could not protect his mother. With tears in his eyes, the Count asked his son for forgiveness. At the same time, the young princess looked at the family reunion with a satisfied smile. The reason why he was kidnapped and experimented on was simple. After all, the young lady was not an ordinary person. The girl who became pregnant by the Count was afraid that her identity would be revealed, and the one who took advantage of it pretended to be a good man. It was Count Jotunheim. Of course, this information was not in the report, but the Count did not know about it. The number 8, the number related to the Count's son, was removed from the documents. He himself removed this number because he did not know how his father would perceive it. The boy asked his father if he found him disgusting, and the Count smiled and said that from that moment on, he could watch his son grow up. He thanked him tenderly for the opportunity. He looked at his son with tenderness. At the same time, he hugged him tightly because he knew that he would always be by his side. A moment later, he knelt before the young princess and thanked her for revealing the truth about his wife's death and for finding his son. He said that he would now be indebted to her for the rest of his life, so he wanted to serve her with devotion. She looked at him with a smile and gave permission for this to happen. At that very moment, she accepted the oath of allegiance from the Count. She knew that he was a man who ruled a vast territory, was responsible for hundreds of lives, and was highly respected. He was also one of the elders who supported the duchy. Since her class was completed, she received compensation. At that very moment, the young princess declared that there was something she wanted to solve with his help. She stated that she had brought her older brother to the estate. She knew that everyone would be interested in who it was, and unfortunately, she didn't know what to tell them. So, looking at the count, she declared that she left further problems to him. She called the number 8 and didn't even realize that he was a human. In the process of preparing for the reunion of father and child, many people came forward and learned about the older brother. The count sighed heavily and declared that he understood everything and would wait for the reaction of the duke and the princes. At that very moment, he announced that she had a special ceremony when she was given the oath of allegiance. The young lady was taken aback and asked who had said such a thing. He sighed and stated that he had heard something similar from the Viscount. The Count stated that he understood perfectly well that she doubted his loyalty. Since he had been rude to her before, he said that it was before she became his mistress, and he was a man who would not betray her after such gratitude. She was shocked because she realized that he was the only sane friend she had. She didn't want to take part in something like that. After some time, the Viscount looked at the young lady with a gentle smile and asked what had happened. She looked at him menacingly and declared that nothing had happened. But at the same time, she was very angry with him. Now they were in a secret meeting in the office with the Count. He stated that they would process the information and its technologies. In the end, their ceremony was a success. Luatisha looked at everyone present and asked if they understood that all of this had to be kept secret. They were surprised, but she said with a smile that they should understand everything themselves. At that very moment, the Viscount declared that they would need just a little capital. He asked whether he should dispose of the gift he had received from the Marquis. But the princess said that they didn't need to worry, as she had a lot of money. She thanked the Count because she wanted to put everything she had received from him to good use. And she also thanked the Emperor. A moment later, the Viscount, looking at the documents, told her how best to sell the stones. The young lady stated that they would not sell the stones, as in her eyes, these stones were like black gold. She was going to rob the imperial palace and get rich like oil. She assumed that everything would go smoothly, but she missed something. Ixion asked his sister whose side she was on. Her elder brother said that she would give preference to him. The Duke, sipping tea, declared that they already had plenty of mines. The young lady froze in place in shock. She didn't understand what was happening at all. But at that very moment, the channel was rewired, since the empty mines were intended as a gift for teaching magic to her brothers. After some time, the young people went to the auction, and at the same time, Ares told his sister that he didn't even know that she was so interested in auctions. She confirmed this with a smile. Luatisha said with a smile that she also wanted to wear cool glasses and place bets with an important air. She knew it was very interesting, and she was a fan of romantic fantasy. They looked at her intently, as if they realized that she had such hobbies these days. She said with a smile that ordinary things were too boring. At that moment, the young man smiled and declared that for this reason, the gift to his sister was special, and it was better than an empty mana stone. At that very moment, the young lady looked at them tenderly and made a sweet face, but at the same time, she blew them a kiss. The young people retained their dignity and the appearance of important people, but at the same time, they were bursting with cuteness inside. They said that she was the very flower that was more beautiful than all, but at the same time, the young lady was very embarrassed. During tea, she heard the Viscount's report to the Duke, and as a reader of fantasy novels, she could not ignore such things. Luatisha suspected that they would show all sorts of interesting things at the auction, so she also wanted to attend the auction. She knew that this was her first trip with her family of this kind, and at the same time, she was very worried. After some time, they entered the hall, and the young lady looked at everyone present with admiration. The man, smiling, presented the next lot, namely, the heart of a nymph. She was shocked because she thought that such auctions were carried out on the black market. The young man looked at everyone present with a smile and announced the next lot. He showed everyone a telescope that allowed him to find treasures. The young lady looked into the distance with admiration, as this already sounded interesting. He stated that it was this pipe that the pirate used, and thanks to it, he was able to gain fame as a great treasure hunter. But after a moment, he began to tell the smallest details about this specimen. At that very moment, the young lady froze in place, as she realized that she did not need this treasure. Ares, looking at his sister, asked if she wanted such a treasure, because he could buy it for her, since he had not made any bets yet. Ixion looked at his sister and asked if she was upset because she had no money. He said that he could have bought her a trumpet. The young lady was puzzled at this, as they were talking as if they were the only rich people. She knew that she also had a lot of money. A moment later, the young lady came to her senses, as the man announced that soon everyone present would be able to see them in the final lot. He looked at everyone present with a smile and said that they should prepare themselves for what they were about to see. At that very moment, a boy appeared in front of them, who was in a huge cage. Everyone was taken aback, as they did not expect to see anything like this. But at the same time, Everyone present hurried to hide their faces. The young lady was taken aback for a moment and looked at the boy as if enchanted. She was in a daze for a few minutes, but after a moment, she realized who was in front of her. She remembered that she was simply destined to meet him. The young man said with a grin that everyone present could see the charming child. At that very moment, he declared that the boy was special. Moments later, the young man activated the boy's power. He, like everyone else, was taken aback as they felt the cold hit their legs. He said with a smile that they were dealing with talent, which is capable of making a cage from the bones of a karatukara in a few seconds. Everyone was taken aback, as they knew that this required a super strong aura. The young man stated that they could control the boy, and at the same time, the owner could train him. At the same moment, he announced that the rate started at 1 billion. The young men watched everyone present closely as they began to place huge bets. Luetisia saw the baby in front of her and knew that selling him at auction would have a bad effect on him. She knew he would likely be used as a tool for the rest of his life. At that very moment, she saw notifications that she should not be deceived by the cute appearance. She was told that the young man was simply a walking danger. She knew he was dangerous, but she assumed that if she took care of him, he would eventually come over to her side. She simply could not let him go, and understood that he could become an Arab against his will with a beautiful appearance. She also knew that he had unique abilities, and bet that he was also a blue blood. In the usual scenario, the main character would first take care of the servant and then free him. At that time, the hero thought that she had abandoned him, but many years later, the secret of his identity is revealed. She had already imagined this cover in her mind. She assumed that she could raise an emperor who was obsessed with her. Luetisia was well aware that there could be many options, but she knew that if she patronized him, he could end up tormenting her with his obsession. At that very moment, she put up 10 billion to buy it out. She wanted to buy him, but not raise him. After hearing this, everyone froze in place with their mouths open. They did not understand how one could pay so much money for an insignificant slave, but the young lady was determined to buy it for that amount of money. Ixion looked at his sister and asked if she really wanted to buy it. Ares asked his sister with bewilderment why she needed an Arab, since she already had one. She sighed heavily and said that she felt sorry for the boy, because it had been hard for him. At the same time, she told her brothers that she intended to let him go. They said with a tender smile that she was very kind and sweet, since she gave him freedom. At that very moment, the young man, with a joyful smile, declared that since there were no more bids, the rabbit had a chance to take the lot. He smiled and congratulated her on her purchase, knowing she had invested a huge amount of money in the slave. He thanked everyone for the support they always gave, but at that very moment, he felt sick, just like all the other guards. At that very moment, everyone started screaming because they didn't expect to see anything like this. At that very moment, the young people looked in surprise at the crowd of knights who were falling dead. Luetisia was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Moments later, she was already in her brother's arms. Ares used his magic and wanted to find out if there was poison in the air. Looking at the boy behind bars, he told his loved ones that it was time for them to leave. Luetisia looked at the boy at that moment and said goodbye to him. At the same time, she mentally wished him a good life. She knew that this was their first and last meeting. After some time, they arrived at the estate, and the young lady happily called her father. The Duke came closer to his family and stated that he heard that something happened at the auction, but he was puzzled and did not understand how she could have been hurt when she was near her brothers. She was surprised because everything seemed fine with her. At that very moment, the Duke looked closely at his daughter and declared that she had lost an eyelash. She froze in place for a moment in shock, knowing it was unimportant. The brothers immediately bowed their heads before their father and declared that it was their fault because they were driving too fast. She was shocked and screamed that she had visited an illegal auction, and he didn't even swear. He stated that they were all at the black market. The Duke told his daughter that she could go everywhere. At that very moment, he asked her forgiveness. Luetisia looked at her father in bewilderment, as she did not understand why he was downsizing. He sighed and stated that he wished he could say that she could do without her brothers. The young lady was taken aback for a moment. She smiled and stated that everything was fine because she was vulnerable, since she had no magic. Looking at her father, she declared that they were still a family and should stick together. The Duke, in turn, was surprised by her words, but at the same time, he was glad to hear something like this. At that very moment, the knight ran up to the Duke and declared that something bad had happened. He shouted to everyone that they were under attack. The young men looked at each other. They could not even imagine who dared to attack the Duke's castle, but they wanted to know how many people took part in the attack. The knight stated timidly that they were attacked by a small child. At that moment, the young lady was taken aback. The knight stated that the boy turned out to be the same age as the princess. She was taken aback and wondered if this was really the one she thought he was. She mentally prayed that all her fears would not come true. But as she approached the crime scene, she felt a terrible cold that was not associated with the night air. She saw that everything around was frozen, and at the same time she saw a child who was surrounded by knights. At that very moment, the Duke declared that it appeared the boy had used poison at the auction. In turn, the boy only looked intently at the Duke without uttering a word. They were surprised that poison could be used as an ability, and it was a surprise to everyone that he used multiple abilities. At that moment, the young lady did not understand that the child had deceived everyone because he had abilities and was very smart. She realized that everything was very strange and wondered why he had come to her. The Duke looked menacingly at the boy and asked who had bought him. The boy did not answer the Duke, and the Duke sternly asked the boy why he had attacked them. At that very moment, the Duke became furious and declared that if he did not open his mouth, he would direct his force at him. The boy stood and just looked intently at the Duke because he expected something like this. At that moment, the young lady felt darkness around them, but she saw only a little boy. For a moment, she looked at him in amazement, as if enchanted. But after a few seconds, she realized that he had come simply to die. At that very moment, she turned to her father and shouted at him not to kill the boy. The Duke was taken aback and told his daughter that the boy had attacked the estate and had to be punished. She said he could have killed everyone, but he didn't. Luetitia looked at the boy and asked if she was speaking correctly. At this point, the boy was already suspended in the air by the Duke's power. He sighed heavily and looked away from her with his exhausted gaze, as he did not want to answer. At that very moment, she realized that she had been right in her judgment. A mad and greedy desire to buy a child, even if it meant paying hundreds of millions, would not bring him any good. She knew that he had not killed. He had only harmed the servants and had not touched the guests. She understood perfectly well that he did this to die. But at the same time, she understood that he could not be dangerous. The Duke shouted that all this did not change the fact that he had invaded them and that he needed to be punished. But at that very moment, his daughter shouted that he was her slave. She froze for a moment as she realized her words, but at the same time, she timidly declared that she would punish him herself because he was hers. Everyone present froze in place, as they did not expect to hear anything like this. Her brother said that she had made a bet but had not paid. She cried out that the one to whom she was supposed to pay had died, and that was why she could not do such a thing. At that very moment, she declared that she would decide for herself, since an Arab was entirely the property of his master. The Duke sighed and told his daughter that he could not stop her, because she was right. She thanked him. At the same time, they asked her what she would do, since she was connected with him, but she ignored the heavenly deity and did not answer. Luetitia understood perfectly well that God did not know what it was like to live such a life. Luetitia looked at the boy intently and declared that he would stay at her house for a while and accept his punishment. She stated that he should not hurt her family. Her relatives were pleased that she was concerned about them. She asked the boy not to offend the people of their family and the people from the ducal estate. At that moment, everyone thought that she was an angel incarnate. She came closer to the boy and declared that the last rule was the most important. She took off her shoe with a gentle smile and put it on his. Looking at the boy, the young lady sternly declared that he should not become obsessed with her. The boy froze in shock, as he had not expected to hear anything like that. She looked at him intently and stated unwaveringly that if he broke her rules, she would kill him. At that very moment, she saw the boy's menacing look, which said that she should kill him right now. As she left, she said that she did not want to do this because she controlled his life and death, so without her permission, he could neither live nor die. As she left, she asked the knights with a smile to lock the boy in an earthly dungeon. He was furious because he wanted a different outcome. And so at that very moment, he rushed towards her. But after taking one step, he froze in place in shock. At that very moment, the knights who were next to him also froze. Only the young lady looked at the boy with a smile, as she remembered that her shoes squeaked. After some time, she lay quietly in her bed and thought about everything that had happened. Returning to the house, the Duke told his daughter not to worry about the knights, as they could get rid of the poison with the help of Aura. At the same time, her brothers were puzzled by her choice. They did not understand what use a slave was. They wanted her to simply throw him out or kill him. Luetitia told the brothers that they were forbidden to abuse the boy because she wanted to punish him herself. The Duke said with a smile that caring for animals helps develop a child's emotional intelligence, but he still thought it was better to take precautions. At that very moment, he directed his power at his daughter. Luetitia was surprised, as she felt a protective barrier of magic, and, in turn, she thanked her father with a smile. She was glad that everything ended well, but now she wondered what she should do with her child. She had previously firmly told him not to become obsessed with her, but a little kindness didn't mean everything would be okay. Luetitia wondered if he would become her enemy, but after a moment, she calmed herself down and threw these thoughts away. But she still wondered how he had gotten to the ducal estate barefoot. She was surprised. She didn't understand how he knew who they were because they were wearing masks. She wanted to know why the boy was dangerous and why she shouldn't get involved with him. After some time, the young lady was sleeping quietly in her warm bed, but she heard someone calling her. She took the hand of the man who called her and said that she would sleep a little longer. A moment later, she released the man and fell asleep. But after a few seconds, she came to her senses and froze in surprise when she saw a boy in front of her. He sheepishly took his hand back and stated that if she had woken up, she might have let him go. For some time, the princess looked at the little, beautiful boy, as if enchanted. He looked at her intently and declared that he would serve her breakfast, calling her hostess. Luatisha was shocked by everything that was happening and wondered if this was real. Luatisha, in turn, looked, as if enchanted, at the young man who was brewing her tea. She looked at him intently because she saw that he was very handsome, but at the same time, she did not understand what he was doing in her room. She was aware of the fact that something like this simply couldn't be happening, but she wondered where the wounded wild animal from yesterday had gone. She couldn't believe that only one night had passed, and he had already become a homebody. She knew that even the main character didn't have the talent to tame wild animals so quickly. She understood that things could go like this. Luatisha was aware of the fact that she couldn't get close to him, but in turn she could not do anything. He came closer to her and, serving her breakfast, wished her bon appetit. Luatisha, in turn, was charmed by his beauty and care. Unexpectedly for herself, she reached out to him and stroked his hair, which was surprisingly very soft. She knew that he couldn't even wash himself properly with it, but she wondered if it was really a buff for the main character. She felt the softness of his hair, and at that very moment, she heard a pleasant voice that said that it was so, and the hair was very soft. But when she opened her eyes, she was taken aback, as she saw her father in front of her, who was looking at her with a tender smile. He smiled and asked if she was already awake. Luatisha froze in shock, and at that very moment, an internal scream pierced her. After some time, she gathered her subordinates, and the Viscount stated that the organization was now in its final stages, and it could be said that all that remained was to select the personnel. They knew she could look up the details in the report, but as soon as the men turned and stared at her, they froze. They looked at the princess in surprise, as they saw that she was puzzled by something. Luatisha was in shock, because her father came to wake her up as always, but she acted strangely. Now she realized that she had only seen a dream, and to her regret, she confused her father with the little boy. But at the same time, she felt shame and embarrassment, and did not understand why she had such a dream. The Viscount looked at the princess intently and asked if it was not too much of her, since he understood that she was thinking about the slave. Luatisha shouted that it was not so, and she listened to them. She realized that she needed to come to her senses and concentrate. At that very moment, the Viscount looked intently at the princess and declared that she should not forget that he was her #1 servant. She ignored him and asked what was going on with the upper house of Parliament. The Count said that they would vote for a speaker early next month. She was glad because she knew they had to come out ahead. At that very moment, she asked those present if they had found out anything about her slave. They reported that the boy was omnipotent, had several abilities, and besides his abilities, he could poison. The Count thought for a moment about the strangest thing, that the level of the etheric force was at an extremely primitive level. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand what he was talking about. The Count stated that wizards have mana, swordsmen have aura, priests have divine power, and the omnipotent have ethereal power. To increase their power, they need to have a lot of ethereal power. But with his level of ethereal power, he definitely couldn't use such abilities. She briefly considered the possibility that he had such power. She wondered if it was possible that it was because of the protagonist's buff. Looking at the Count, she asked if he knew why the boy had come. The Count stated that they still could not find out all the details, but he had arrived riding a horse stolen from an auction. The young lady was taken aback and realized that it was because he had the protagonist's buff. Looking at the Viscount, she asked about personal information. The Viscount stated that they had not yet found out the details, but to begin with, they did not even know how he was sold and how he came to them. Luatisha was well aware that they were in a difficult situation now, since they didn't even have any clues about his true identity. She looked at the men closely and asked, what if the boy was the king of some fallen state? They looked at her in bewilderment. At that very moment, she quietly declared that he could be a prince of another continent. Luatisha stated with a smile that he had no chance to confess, and that due to his unfortunate fate, his heir to the throne was sold on the black market. She knew that he was incomparable, and had a beautiful face, as well as abilities and a secret that could not be revealed. The men looked at each other in bewilderment. A moment later, they asked the princess in surprise what a king or prince would do as a slot on the black market. She knew it was a normal, innocent, but slightly cruel question. However, the young lady could not answer them such a question. At that very moment, they blew it apart with their facts. At the same time, they stated that sometimes she spoke complete nonsense. She was shocked, because she understood that they simply had no imagination, but they could not deny that this could happen. A moment later, a knight looked in on the princess and told her that her slave was looking for her. She looked at the knight in surprise, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. But after some time, she and her subordinates went to prison. The Viscount was surprised, because as soon as the princess heard that the slave was looking for her, she immediately ran to meet him, and he decided to go with her. The count assumed that if he saw the boy in person, he would be able to figure him out. For this reason, he also went with the princess. Moments later, the young lady entered the dungeon to see her ward. She came to a mysterious guy about whom there was no information. If we rely on the information known to her, then he is strong. And yet, he could become dangerous for one reason, namely, because of his difficult past. She assumed that he had not received warmth and had become a pathetic creature, ignorant of the delights of love. Looking at the boy, she asked if he had been looking for her. He sighed heavily and asked what she was going to do with him. Luatisia stated that she wanted to punish him for trying to storm her house, but after a moment, she turned her gaze to the boy from where she froze. She saw that he was indeed in serious condition, and at the same time, she assumed that he needed urgent treatment. She reached out to the boy, but at that very moment, she grabbed him by the collar of his clothes and declared that he was behaving very rudely. She understood that if he continued to behave recklessly with her, she might become attached. Luatisia looked at the boy with a fierce grin and declared that the mistress should be shown respect, while calling him a slave and wondering if she was doing everything right. At that very moment, he pushed her away and declared that the girl from a noble family, who knew nothing about life, really wanted to play at slavery, but he was not going to join her game. Luatisia said with a smirk that what mattered to her was what she thought about it, not what he thought. She knew the trick from the evil sisters had worked. At that very moment, the boy declared that if the duchy was attacked, then he would have to pay with his life for it. She asked if he really wanted that. She came closer to him with a smirk and asked if he still wanted to join her slave game. She said that he was good enough to use as a puppet, that he would kill on her orders. She said that she didn't even mind that he could become her personal servant. Luatisia, with a fierce grin, declared that it would be easy for her to control him for the rest of her life. He was furious and shouted that she could have just killed him. But the young lady only looked at him with a satisfied smirk. He was furious because he understood that she would not kill him so easily. And at that very moment, gritting his teeth, he called her mistress. She understood that with her words, she had completely changed his perception of her. As she left, she said with a smile that she didn't want to kill him because it was too boring, so he should just wait to see what punishment he would receive in the future. At that very moment, the lady turned around and asked his name. But for some time, her question remained unanswered. A moment later, he quietly stated that he didn't have a name. She froze for a moment and wondered if he didn't want to tell her. But at that very moment, she assumed that he was the same as she had been before. At that very moment, she came to her senses as the knights shouted that they already knew everything. They, bursting into tears, said that she was their queen conqueror, but they could not even imagine that one day they would have to behold what they saw. They admired her to the utmost. At the same time, the knights said that Anna would not have allowed herself to be tender with the boy. They were sure that she had simply played her role magnificently. While the young lady was shocked by their words, and she wanted them to calm down. At that moment, the young lady was taken aback, and at the same time, she had a bad feeling. The Viscount, his eyes shining, shouted to the young lady that he would also like to call her his mistress. She looked at him menacingly and declared that this was the worst thing that could happen in the world, and if he even dared to do something like that, he would be fired immediately. The Viscount froze in shock, as he didn't expect her to say something like that. As he ran away, he shouted that it was too much of her. The young lady was shocked, but she tried to stop him. She was taken aback and stated that she did not want to appear rude. The Count sighed heavily and stated that it was not easy for such a princess. She looked at the Count with a smile because she understood that she could call him her only and understanding comrade. At that very moment, the Count approached her as he wanted to say something. He asked if she had been sending him paintings lately. She froze for a moment as she realized that the Count was also out of luck, so she wanted to be alone with her thoughts. After some time, the young maids were looking after their mistress. Luatisia sighed heavily, and at the same moment, the maid asked her mistress what had happened. The young maid said that she heard the Viscount running around the garden in tears. She asked her mistress if she was involved in this incident, but the young lady only sighed loudly. She said that he wanted her to allow him to call her mistress, and she was disgusted to see how a grown man was carried away by such things. Anna said with a smile that she was not surprised that the young lady reacted that way. However, she assumed that many would like such an address. The young maid said with a smile that she would be glad if a handsome and talented man called her mistress. Luatisia sighed heavily and stated about her maid that it seemed like she didn't know something. Luatisia declared sternly that the Viscount was very importunate, and yet she felt no emotion when he called her mistress. She said that she could allow a man to treat her like that if he was domineering, or at least seductive. At that moment, the young maids froze in shock. She imagined a man who addressed her in this way, and she knew that he would have all the buttons buttoned up to his neck, and the only exposed skin would be the gap between his glove and his sleeve, and he would curl around her like a fox. But with all this man must behave like this only in front of her. She knew that if he smiled at another, it would all be over. The young maids looked at their mistress with admiration, as she was powerful. But at that very moment, the maid asked where the young lady got such knowledge. She was taken aback, not knowing what to answer them, and they also froze, waiting for her answer. Lutetia froze for a moment, and a dead silence fell over the room. She realized she had made a mistake, as she was only a 5-year-old child and couldn't possibly have said such things. At that very moment, she stated that Claudie had told her about it. She knew what she had done, right? Because in situations like this, it was better to blame someone else. At that moment, the maids were taken aback, as they did not expect that a young girl would teach their innocent mistress such things, although they had heard that children grew up much faster now, but they did not expect that it was all true. Anna said with a smile that it was too early for her to think about such things, so she could simply forget everything. At that moment, the young lady threw all her thoughts away, but moments later, she noticed something strange. She remembered that she had a quest in which she had to make her so-called sister drink soda. But at that very moment, she wondered why the quest in which she had to kick the boy out of the house had not appeared. She wanted to be given a quest, and she didn't want the deity to tell her to kill or expel. But at that very moment, she realized that perhaps even the deity shouldn't be told all the details. At that moment, she thought of the boy who had had a hard time. Lutetia immediately wondered if she should go to his place for breakfast. The maids asked with a smile if she really wanted to go to him tomorrow, since they knew that she had already gone to him, and they said that it seemed that she liked him very much. Lutetia said that she was trying for the common good, because children need to eat well and play, and an adult should be responsible for the younger ones, so she wanted to go to him. The maid said with a smile that it seemed their mistress was already quite grown up. She was shocked and screamed at them to stop making fun of her, because she had everything already planned. According to the plan, she wouldn't go down the path with the main male character, but she still wanted to save the boy. At the same time, she not only wanted to save him, but she wanted to turn him into a soft pie. A few minutes later, the young man was taken aback and looked in surprise at the approaching person. The young lady, in the guise of an old woman, greeted the boy with a smile and introduced herself, and she really wanted him to taste the warmth and sweetness of life. Lutetia wanted to become the sun for the young man, but she understood that she should not be in her usual form, and for this, she began the preparation yesterday. She used the ability, but she was puzzled because the new abilities were expensive. Moments later, she realized that she had unlocked the ability, which meant she could get something, an improvement, something new. She wanted to choose something unexpected, so she learned an ability that allowed her to change her appearance with ease. For this reason, she has now become a grandmother with a generous soul. From just looking at whom the heart became warmer, and with her, one could create warm memories that had not yet been. On her way to the Duke, she decided to try out her new appearance on the night. She asked him with a smile if everything was okay. He smiled back and said that he was fine, and he also began to tell her about his fatigue from training. But after a few minutes, he looked at his grandmother with puzzlement and bewilderment, because looking at her, he suddenly remembered his fatigue, and so he asked who she was. Looking away from him, she said that the lady had sent her. A moment later, the young lady looked at the young boy in bewilderment, as his reaction was more aggressive than she expected. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked what she was doing in such a place. Lutetia looked at him in surprise and asked how he could speak to his grandmother in such a tone. He was shocked and did not understand what was happening. She screamed and asked how he could poke his grandmother. At that very moment, she put her basket down on the ground and asked him to come to her and sit down, calling him a rude man. She said with a smile that she wanted to wipe his sweet face. At that very moment, she handed him a small towel and asked if he really wanted to do something like this himself. The boy looked at her with fury and shouted at her to take her hands off him. At the same time, he hit her and scratched her hand. She froze for a moment, as she did not expect such aggression. At that very moment, the young man froze and looked at her in shock. Lutetia looked closely at the boy, as she knew she could re-educate him. She realized that the angry kitten had awakened feelings of respect and reverence for his elders, but if he continued to be stubborn, she would be in trouble, since the effect of her ability only lasted for an hour. She understood that she had no other choice. So at that very moment, she used force on him. A few seconds later, the young man was lying on the damp ground with his head on the young lady's lap. She smiled and praised him. At that very moment, she said with a smile that now Grandma would take care of him. She grinned predatorily and declared that there was nothing wrong with it and that he should be a good boy. He was in shock and shouted at her to stop this. Lutetia said with a smile that if he really wanted everything to end, he should listen to his grandmother, and then everyone would be fine. She saw that he was a little stubborn, but still, he obediently followed all her instructions. After a few minutes, she looked at him with a smile, because she did not understand how he could be so beautiful. She saw that he looked like a masterpiece that was created by the gods after a year of work and sleepless nights. Luatisha knew full well that it would be a great loss for all humanity if such beauty were to disappear. She hoped that he would meet the one with whom he would build a family in the future and have at least 12 children. She knew that this was his true duty. A moment later, she announced that she was bringing him some disinfectant ointment, but he had to be patient for a bit because it would sting. After some time, she looked at him with a smile because she saw that he had become more handsome. Luatisha said with a smile that it didn't matter whose grandson he was, he looked just like a future commander. And at the same time, she removed the disarm state. He sighed heavily, since he didn't know what was going on at all, but said that it wasn't funny at all. At that very moment, the young man told her that she had to leave immediately. But the young lady did not listen to him, and at that very moment presented him with fresh bread. She said that he was clearly hungry, and therefore needed to eat to get his strength back. The boy angrily threw away the bread she had given him and shouted at her to get out immediately. At that moment, the young lady trembled with fear and called him affectionately, asking how he could be so careless about food. Luatisha knew full well that he would do something like this, so she prepared more treats. She was a true connoisseur of romance, so she knew all the possible outcomes, and she saw the surprised expression on his face. After a moment, she rose and, leaving, said that if he did not want to now, he could eat later, but she said that he needed to eat well in order to get better. He said that this did not interest him at all, and on the contrary, he just wanted to die. Luatisha told her companion that if he ate well, he would immediately become much healthier in both body and soul. He sighed and, looking away from her, asked what she had in mind. The young lady said with a smile that she had nothing in mind, because any grandmother, when faced with a sick child, would want to take care of him. She looked at him with a smile and said that he was very tired, and that was why bad thoughts had overcome him. For this reason, she said that he should eat well and get better, because then he would begin to think not only about bad things. She said with a smile that her grandmother had been living in this world for a long time, so she knew what she was talking about, while the young man looked at her with bewilderment and said nothing in response. At that very moment, she turned around and declared that if he still didn't eat what she had brought, then next time she would neutralize him and force him to eat. After some time, the young lady left the damp dungeon and hurried about her business with a smile, knowing that everything had started small, and if she continued to go to him, everything would work out. She knew she should cheer up and not be discouraged, but moments later, the young lady was taken aback as she heard a familiar voice. She turned around because she heard her father calling her. At that very moment, the Duke, stunned, asked his daughter what she had on her hand. Luatisha looked at her hand with bewilderment as she saw a scratch on it. She was taken aback, as she remembered that the young man had scratched her when he pushed her away. Luatisha knew perfectly well that if she told her father about this incident, he would definitely kill the boy. So she said with a smile that she had simply cut herself on the grass. He asked in surprise if this was really true. She knew that he would definitely not order all the grass to be mowed. But after some time, the young lady looked at everything that was happening in stunned silence. At the same time, the people who were watching the garden looked in amazement at the Duke, who was burning with rage and malice. They trembled with fear, because they did not understand how such a thing could happen, and at the same time, they asked the masters for forgiveness. The poor lady looked at her father intently. She knew she was a silly little girl, but she knew that her father was the head of the family, and he would definitely be smarter than her. But at that moment, the Duke shouted that this was not enough. He looked at everyone present with anger and ordered them to burn all the grass wherever his daughter's foot had stepped. The young lady froze in shock when she heard this from her father. At that very moment, her inner self screamed, because she did not expect anything like this from a sane person. The duchy furiously shouted at everyone present to immediately deal with all the grass. At the same time, the young lady burst into bitter tears and wondered why there were no normal people in her house. But she understood that she had no choice but to take one step. She looked at her father closely and asked if he was really going to burn all the grass. He stated that he was right, and she didn't need to worry about it. She looked at him intently and asked if he would really do something like that, even though the grass was a friend of the Luatisha flower. The Duke stood for a moment in bewilderment, looking at his daughter, but at the same time he was blinded by her beauty. Everyone present was surprised by her words, but at the same time, they were glad about it. Lately, her life has become more fulfilling, while she has been making steady progress in business. But she also did not forget about personal time with her family. Everything was going according to plan, including protecting the innocent garden. The Duke sighed and declared that he could not kill his daughter's friends, so he withdrew the order. At that moment, everyone present greeted the princess. At the same time, she was very happy, since she was making progress with the little boy. But when they met, he menacingly told her to leave. But the young lady saw that an evil group greeted her. Even though they were sitting far from each other, she said with a smile that he still had not told the old woman his name. She asked if she could call him grandson. The boy said that it made no difference to him, and she could call him whatever she wanted. She looked at him menacingly and said that if he continued to behave like this, she would start calling him Baduk. He looked at her with a smirk and declared that it was a suitable name for a slave. She was taken aback and declared that she was just joking. Luatisha said that a name was an important thing, so she couldn't just decide what to call him, and so she wanted to choose a name for him a little later. He asked if she would call him like a slave. The young lady looked at him in bewilderment, as she did not understand what significance it had, since Arabs were also people. At that moment, the boy looked at her with bewilderment, because he was surprised. He tried to say something. When she addressed him, he ignored her. After a moment, she looked away from him and called out timidly. Plucking up her courage, she said that she heard the princess of this house behaved a little rudely with him. She asked if it was true, and at that moment, he looked at her with a grin and said that the princess said that she would make a local doll out of him. The young lady was taken aback, as she did not expect to hear anything like that, since she had not said anything like that. He looked away from her in embarrassment and stated that the princess said that he had a beautiful face, so she could use him as a toy. She was shocked, since she had not said anything like that at all. Luatisha shouted a minute later that the princess was still young, so she could say this out of ignorance, and for this reason, he should quickly forget about her words. He sighed and stated that maybe that was true, but she had then given a great speech, and he saw a confident, threatening look that was definitely not childish. Luatisha was shocked by everything that was happening, and at the same time, she didn't know how to fix the situation. At that very moment, she asked the boy what he was going to do when he left the estate. She hoped that he would not take revenge on the princess. A moment later, he declared that maybe he would not take revenge, and time would show what he would do and how. At that same moment, she noticed that he closed his eyes. The young lady looked at him in bewilderment, as she had not expected such a thing. She stared at him for a moment, wondering if he had actually fallen asleep at that moment. She was confused and wanted him to answer her. It was clear whether he would take revenge on her or not, because now he was making her worry in vain, and it was very scary. She was shocked, and didn't know the ganglion heroine could open the hearts of wild animals well with such a skill. She understood that she had gone too far, but he didn't give her an answer. Yet she looked closely at the little boy, for she knew that he was not a bad child at all. At the same time, she was puzzled, and did not know why the upper majority told her that the boy was dangerous. Luatisha approached the young man and quietly said that she cared about him, so that he could not grow up to be a bad person. She understood that it was not necessary to be a good guy, so he could live his life the way he wanted. But she still hoped that he wouldn't kill her. For a minute, she supposed that if she quietly said such words next to him, she would be able to unconsciously brainwash him. At that very moment, she approached him, soaked in tears, and repeated many times that he should not kill the young princess. She said that he would meet a good woman on his way, and they would definitely have children. She said that he should have at least 12 children, and in this way, he would make his contribution to humanity. A moment later, she breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that such words would be enough. Sometime later, the young boy woke up as an orphan, but he looked in surprise at the small blanket that the princess had left for him. He sighed heavily, as he knew he had not slept properly all day, but ever since he arrived at the estate, he had been falling asleep often. At that very moment, memories of his first meeting with the princess, who, as she ran away, said that he should live well, came flooding back to him. Previously, he thought that the young princess was a child who lived in her own world and would have a few kind words to say. But after their short conversation, he was glad that she understood him, so much so that he was surprised by it. But his melted heart was immediately trampled and thrown into the abyss when she declared that he was her slave and she intended to punish him herself. He saw how she said with her predatory grin that only she had the power over his life and death. He saw a face that said that he did not even have the right to die, and he saw her expression for a long time. He knew that ultimately, she was no different from the countless people who wanted to take possession of him. But after a while, he was shocked by her arrival. Unfortunately, the young lady did not know that he had a mind's eye that allowed him to see the truth. The day he was forced to watch a live child show was amazing. Although he was humiliated and missed the chance to break the prison escape, and eventually his limbs were paralyzed. Then he saw a child looking down at him, but at the same time he saw a gentle smile, and in her eyes he noticed a huge sky, which his gaze had never reached. Blue eyes that reminded him of the sea of a foreign country, which he had never seen before. It was too hateful, terrible, so cruel that it seemed to him that it burned his heart to the ground. He wanted to die, in her arms. After some time, the young lady met her friend and said with a smile that she heard that the Count had become the head of the Senate. This was expected for her, but she was still happy, and therefore asked her friend if he was happy about it. He looked at her with a smile and said that her words were true, but at that very moment he froze, as if rooted to the spot, as the young lords approached him. He was taken aback and looked at them in surprise, as he did not expect to see them at all. They looked menacingly at the young man and asked why he was their sister's brother. The young man was taken aback and, trembling with fear, said that the princess simply did not know his name, and that was why she called him that. Luatisha looked at her brothers with a smile and asked them to stop such talk. At the same moment, she said that this was why she came anyway. Some time ago, the Count told the young lady that on the day he met his son, he gave him a name. But it would be good for her to hear it from him. The Count told the young princess that his son had not shown it, but it seemed he wanted to tell her about his new name directly. The young lady looked at the Count with a joyful smile, for she knew this feeling well, because she was the same. At that very moment, she looked at her friend with a smile and asked what his name was. He beamed with happiness, and at that very moment, he declared that his name was Azul. She saw that his voice was shaking slightly, and it was simply impossible to convey how excited he was. She looked at her friend with a smile and declared that he had a beautiful name. At that very moment, he said with a smile that his father had said that he had spoken about this to his mother a long time ago. The Count looked tenderly at his beloved and said that if the child was like her, then the name containing the sky would suit him. He told his friends the story of his parents with a smile. The young princess looked at her friend with a tender smile and declared that this was a name that his mother had chosen carefully. She said with a contented smile that it was a precious name chosen by his parents while they were waiting for him. He froze for a moment, and then, with a smile, he declared that she always spoke only warm words. He smiled back at her as she did at him, but he was a little taken aback as her brothers were seething with anger. Luatisha thought for a moment, as she knew she had to choose a name for her other friend. Since she didn't have much ability left, the number of visits also decreased, so she simply sent him food and letters, although she didn't receive a single response. But she was glad that the basket always came back empty. At that very moment, Azul timidly called the princess. He asked if she would allow him to become her assistant. She looked at him in surprise, but at the same moment he declared that he had a lot to learn. But later, if it was in his power, he would like to help her. At that very moment, the young princess grabbed his hand and with a joyful smile declared that if he joined her, she would gladly accept him. He was excited and didn't know if it was okay to decide such issues in such a hurry. She said that he was Daphne's son, which meant he had the ability to control water, and if he studied well with his father, he would become good at administrative work, while her brothers looked at them menacingly. At the same time, the young lady looked at the young man with a joyful smile and sparkling eyes. She knew she needed a blue man on her team, so he fit right in with her circle of subordinates. A moment later, the young lady approached the princess and, asking for forgiveness, stated that she needed to tell the princess something. She came closer because she wanted to share confidential information, and a moment later, she announced that the princess's slave had collapsed to the floor. The young lady froze in shock on the spot. She was informed that the situation looked life-threatening. Well, she was not supposed to report on his health condition, but she wanted to inform the princess about important information. The lady was in shock, because the last time she saw his face was a week ago. She knew that up until that moment he had been healthy. He continued to recover, and so she did not understand why his condition suddenly worsened. She ran headlong towards him, and the young lady did not keep an eye on the road. But fortunately, her brother managed to grab her and save her from trouble. Ares looked at his sister with a smile, as he couldn't even imagine that she could run so fast. She looked at her brothers in confusion, and at that very moment, they suggested that she go out into the dungeon together. Entering the dungeon, she froze in place, as she saw her comrade, who was shrouded in red lines, and at the same time, the wizards were holding back his power with the help of a small dome. She was in shock and did not understand what was happening at all. But at that very moment, the Duke approached his daughter and declared that this was a ban. He said that this power was like a curse that was activated when something forbidden was broken. He looked closely at everyone present and asked how the situation was. The man sighed and stated that this was the first time he had seen such a strong ban, and he did not allow them to approach the boy. The Duke asked what was forbidden. At that very moment, the man declared that health and stability were forbidden. She froze in place from the silk, as she did not expect such a thing. Trembling, she wondered if the boy felt healthy or if she felt stability, he suffered. The man stated that the more normal his life became, the more pain the ban caused him. The same applied to the stability in his body and feelings. The man assumed that he must have been in a lot of pain all this time. Luatisha was shocked and did not understand why the ban on him was so harsh. She didn't understand what the little child had done to deserve this. She saw that he was feeling bad, and so she rushed to him. But at that very moment, he shouted that she should not touch him. Luatisha froze for a moment as he looked up at her with his empty gaze. She was shocked because she knew that they had become closer to him, but now she felt that they were further away than they were initially. She knew that she shouldn't be sad, since she had been meeting him all this time in the guise of a grandmother. At that very moment, she asked if there was a way to lift the ban. The men had never seen anything like this before, and therefore didn't know how to act. But they knew that it would take a long time, and if they do research, the success is small. She looked menacingly at everyone present and asked what they should do. Everyone present was taken aback by what they heard. The man bowed low and asked the princess for forgiveness and stated that he would immediately explain everything to her in more detail. He sighed and said that he was already happy that even if he broke the ban, he would not die, he would just suffer, And if he got sick, the ban would be suspended, so death would not occur because of it. She knew that this was not at all pleasing, because she understood that he must constantly suffer throughout his entire life. But it was not their fault. She asked for forgiveness because she was too unrestrained and harsh with them. A moment later, the young lady turned around and walked towards the exit. They tried to stop her, but she said that they had to continue their research. At the same time, she wanted to find a way to break the ban, since she could not bear the thought of him suffering. Luatisha, in turn, was furious and intended to save the small, defenseless child. The ban was difficult to lift initially. However, she could not even figure out what kind of ban had been imposed on the little child. And no matter how much she searched again and again, it was difficult to even determine the one who had imposed it. At this point, it was decided to move him to an empty room and begin treatment. They used elixirs, curse magic, and even divine power was involved in the ban. She understood that it could have been some saint or powerful wizard, or even a summoned demon, and this meant that the ban on the child could not be lifted. The wizards asked the princess for forgiveness, as they wanted to bring her good news. But unfortunately, they had no choice but to unravel the threads entangled for decades, one by one. The man said that although the chances of success were low, there were still chances. The lady in turn understood perfectly well that she simply had no choice, and they had to come up with something. But she wondered how a small, innocent child could suffer for the rest of his life, until his end came. She was furious because she knew there was a way. At that very moment, she asked about the child's well-being. The young man stated that he was holding up surprisingly well. It was not the kind of pain that a simple child could endure. She stated that she had heard the pain from this ban was unimaginable. She asked if they could be wrong just because he tolerated pain well. They stated that they were not wrong, and if it had been anyone else, he would have already been given strong painkillers one after another. At that very moment, the young lady suggested that the child might have the power to stop the effects of a prohibition, for example, ether. Everyone present was taken aback, as they did not expect to hear such a thing. They were shocked, as they had not even imagined something like this. At the same time, they shouted that although he was powerful and capable of using several abilities, at the same time, his ether level was too low. After all, the more powerful the force, the more ether it needs to have. With his ether level, he definitely wouldn't be able to use his abilities. Luatisha said with a joyful smile that the ether balances the ban, or something like that. They said it was possible, and if it was true, it would explain why the level of ether detected was so low. The young lady was glad, because she understood that if the problem could not be fixed from the outside, then they could eliminate it from the inside. At that very moment, the girl called the princess and declared that the ether was life itself, given to them at birth. And for this reason, they, unfortunately, could not make its volume increase. She knew that in this world, it was probably like that. But at the same time, she wondered, what if there was someone with abilities that were beyond the reach of an ordinary person? Someone who could create ether. But as soon as she thought about something like this, she immediately received a warning from the system. She looked up in confusion, as she did not understand why the window suddenly appeared. It was reported that the karma of a dangerous person had seeped too deeply, and if it became deeper, she would not be able to completely sever the connection with the person. She was informed that she had to make the right decision, because now she stood at a new fork in her path. This choice could completely change the path she had prepared for herself. She understood that he was on the path she had prepared for herself, and this path was called the future, in which all her precious people could die. She remembered the young man who had said that she was the only one who could reach the limits of law, cause and effect. Luatisha knew full well that she could defy fate and achieve the life she wanted, but a moment later she sighed heavily, as she realized that she had not received an answer from the heavenly deity. A few seconds later, she saw new notifications, informing her that the hidden condition had been met and she had received a special item. After some time, she left the meeting room because she wanted to find out about a new subject. She was informed that her existence had been acknowledged in the heavens, as well as in the underworld and the demon realm, and each one had different reactions to the pioneer's manifestation. The young lady was puzzled and did not understand what the situation was all about. Aftanes informed the young lady that he did not know whether this was good or bad news for her, but if she wanted to avoid attention in the future, she would have to act carefully. But on the other hand, attracting attention could become a tool. He told her that her destiny was entirely in her hands. At the same time, the young lady was wary. She did not know what was going on at all, although she was only sure that her decision led to big changes. At that very moment, she decided to test the item she had received. She had received the will of the pioneer, and this treasure, materialized and embodied from the desire to control destiny, was her choice. She could choose what she wanted, only once. The young lady was amazed by everything, because she understood that she could use the lottery ticket, and the winnings would not be random, but the one she wanted the most. But at that very moment, she realized that only a fool would use this chance in the lottery. But a moment later, she drank the elixir of luck, and it was used by the remaining lottery ticket. At that very moment, she made room for new abilities, and summoned the novella Lady Baby. She wanted to use the Pathfinder's will to gain a new ability. At that very moment, the young lady froze as she was surrounded by a whole flock of beautiful butterflies. She knew this intuitively, and therefore she reached out to the same butterfly since it contained the ability that she wanted. Moments later, she gained a new ability and, along with it, improved her singing. She was informed that with this skill, her song would become even better, and she could only perform miracles with it. But at the same time, the young lady understood that the name of this ability was not very beautiful. Luatisha, in turn, sighed heavily as she realized that she had to test her ability on the boy. She hoped that her hypothesis would be correct. Meanwhile, the young man lay quietly in a clean bed, but he was tormented by terrible nightmares and pain. All he wanted was death because the pain was unbearable. He saw the girl screaming that she would give him to the emperor, and so she asked him to save her and provide her with a decent life. These were memories that he could not get rid of. Now, he couldn't understand whether it really happened or whether he just imagined it. After some time, the emperor presented him with the head of his mother, the one who sold him in order to survive alone. He was furious, as the ban brought back his worst memories. He didn't know if it was reality or just a dream, but all he wanted was death. But a moment later, the young man opened his eyes as he saw a bright light. He was a little puzzled, as he did not understand whether he was dreaming or not, since only nightmares could be dreamed under the ban. Although, looking at the young lady, he realized that she was a more cruel nightmare than anything he had seen before. At that very moment, he closed his eyes, and she sang him a beautiful song. At the same time, he realized that she did not know how to sing at all. But little by little, he calmed down, and the pain in his chest left him. The will to live returned to him. Then he quietly whispered to her that she should just kill him. All he wanted was to just die by her hand, but the young lady said that he did not need to die, and he should live. These words did not give him salvation, but he did not understand why she said such things, and her cold hands gradually warmed him. After some time, the young man lay quietly in bed, and he was not suffering from terrible pain. Luatisha, in turn, quietly made her way to her new friend. She was happy because everything had gone well today, and she could slip up to him unnoticed. She had previously promised her family that she would not come near him. But while she was looking for information, she found a secret passage into his room, and so she decided to come and visit him. Without wasting a minute, she approached the young man who was sleeping quietly. Looking at his condition, she immediately felt relieved, as she saw that the red line had noticeably decreased, as she had expected. Luatisha knew it was the right decision on her part to try to help him overcome the ban using his own innate strength. So while it was important to create the ether and maintain its level, she still used her disguise to come to it and feed it, touched him tenderly, and with a smile declared that it was time for treats and that he should wake up. At that very moment, the young man opened his eyes and was taken aback by surprise. He quietly told her not to touch him, but the lady assured her that everything was fine. And at the same time, she said that she would not move from the spot. He asked in surprise if she really didn't mind touching something like that. She smiled and asked why she should be afraid of contact with him. At the same moment, she said that he again turned to his grandmother. "Easily! And this was already a problem." He sighed, but did not answer her. Luatisha tried to lift him up with a smile, and at the same moment, she declared that even if he ate little, he would still get better. She smiled and said that she would feed him, but at that very moment, he shouted that this should not be done. She was taken aback because she saw that he began to cough, and a terrible pain pierced him. Without wasting a minute, the young lady touched him and hugged him, asking if it hurt. But at that very moment, she froze in place, as she was struck by his wonderful beauty. At that very moment, she slapped herself in the face, because she knew that she had to come to her senses, because now she was in the guise of a grandmother who was taking care of her grandson. She smiled and handed him a spoonful of soup, and asked him to open his mouth. For a while, he sat quietly and motionless, but after a couple of minutes, he asked why she continued to take care of him. Luatisha said with a smile that when Granny saw a skinny child, she usually wanted to feed him. She said that if he felt awkward about it, as if he owed her, then he could repay her later. But for now, she just wanted him to be happy. She also said that it was not necessary to repay her debt. At the same time, she said with a smile that if someone was wounded or hungry, they should be treated or given bread. He sighed heavily and obeyed her, and at the same time, the young lady praised him for eating well. He was shocked and did not understand why she was telling him such words. He wondered what if he wanted to repay her. It seemed to him that she was trying to get rid of him on purpose. At that very moment, he felt a strong pain throughout his body. He trembled from unbearable pain, but still looked away from her. At that moment, he was taken aback and, looking at the young lady, wondered why she had such an expression on her face. After all, He knew that she should not care whether he was crying or not. At the same time, he wanted to tell her not to cry and not to be upset because of his condition. But a moment later, the young lady sang him a beautiful song again. At that very moment, the young man froze and stared at her. He sighed heavily and realized that she still couldn't sing since he heard a rhythm that was completely out of order. However, her song helped him, and after a few minutes, he felt himself in a different place. He realized that it was pleasant for him to listen to her voice. At that moment, the young lady said with a smile that before she didn't know how to live because she couldn't afford such a thing. Luatija, looking into the distance, said that for this reason, she promised herself that if she became rich, she would definitely have a good rest. He looked at her with bewilderment, as he did not understand what she was talking about. The young man knew that she lived a richer life than anyone else. But at the same time, he cast aside all thoughts about her since he had never felt luxury and had never known such a feeling. All he wanted was to quickly free himself from the terrible pain and rest. He knew that if he died, he would feel better. But at that very moment, she smiled and declared that she was wrong. Luatija said that now that she didn't have to worry about making a living, the things she wanted to do came one after another. So she learned about what she liked and what she didn't like. She said that it was only then that she first realized that the reason she didn't want anything was because she had nothing to think about in order to be able to bear it. She understood that life was too difficult, and it was more convenient not to dream about anything. He looked at her in surprise because he did not understand her. At that very moment, Luatija looked at her comrade with a smile and declared that it was wrong to think that it was better to die. She said that he too would have many things that he would want to do in the future. The young man froze in a daze and stared at his companion with surprise on his face while he held her hand tightly. She looked at him with a smile and declared that this is how it would be in the future. He was very surprised by her words and therefore could not answer her. After some time, the wizards looked at the little boy in surprise, as they could not believe the miracle that had happened. They had never seen anything like it before and could not believe that he was simply recovering before their eyes. At the same time, they saw that at that very moment, the ether inside him was fighting the prohibition. The man sighed heavily and asked in bewilderment how such a thing could have happened, while the young lady, standing at a distance, quietly rejoiced at their conclusion. She breathed a sigh of relief, because when the red line gradually began to disappear, she thought that the ban would be lifted. But the fact that the experts confirmed her suspicions calmed her down. At that very moment, the man looked at the boy in bewilderment and asked how he had obtained the ether. The young lady froze in shock. They were a little surprised and did not understand why there was an intense etheric reaction in this room. Luatija stated that the baby had a really strong ether, and she said that she meant that he could use the aura, as if passing it through energy and blood. At that very moment, everyone present looked at the young princess with their mouths open, as she had enlightened them. A moment later, she froze in shock as they began to bombard her with guesses, questions, and immediate answers. She didn't expect anything like that, as she said whatever came to her mind, but she realized that her words worked. Everyone present looked at the young princess with surprise and admiration, since even the word genius was not enough to describe her intelligence. The Duke looked closely at everyone present and asked if they had finished examining the child. At that moment, the men declared that they had finished everything. Without wasting a minute, the Duke asked his daughter to follow him. She looked after him with bewilderment, as she saw that he did not look like his usual self. A few minutes later, they all entered the Duke's office. The Duke picked up his daughter and asked if she had anything she wanted to tell him. She sighed because she realized that he already knew about everything. She understood that she could not deceive him. At that very moment, she asked her father for forgiveness, because she promised that she would not go to the boy's room, but she went anyway. She said that she hadn't done anything special. She had simply made it easier for Tom, the little one, to control the ether. The Duke sighed and said that he had been waiting for what she would say first. She sighed heavily and, looking away, declared that she was wrong. The brothers looked intently at their sister. At the same time, she was puzzled and did not know what to do, because she saw that her departure was very angry. At that very moment, she looked away and came across a knight who was showing her something. She was taken aback as she realized that he shouldn't do something like that in this situation. She saw that he was like an angry fish, but at the same time, he was showing her something. At that very moment, she understood what he meant. Without wasting a minute, the young lady approached her father and kissed him with appearance. The Duke was surprised, as he did not expect such a thing. She looked at her father intently and said that if he forgave her, he could kiss her on the cheek. At that very moment, the Duke's expression changed, and he looked tenderly at his daughter. He decided not to waste the moment, and at that very moment, he kissed her tenderly. Luatija thanked the Viscount with a satisfied smile for the hint. He was glad that she listened to his opinion, and therefore they quickly got out of an unpleasant situation. At that moment, she was taken aback, because she heard her brothers excitedly saying that they could not sleep because of worry about her, because she was a small child, but she did dangerous things. The Duke looked closely at his daughter and stated that he would like to tell her something related to her slave. After all, in the Empire, few people had such power to impose a ban of such a level, and such rituals left a trace, so he tried to track it. She asked if he knew the identity of the person who had imposed the ban. The Duke said that everything was correct, and that he was related to the imperial family. At the same time, she looked away at her brothers, who were pleased because they did not receive a kiss from their sister. The young lady looked at her father in surprise, as she wanted to know how exactly the young man was connected to the imperial family. At that very moment, the Duke declared that the young man had the blood of the imperial family. She froze for a moment, as she did not expect to hear such words from her father. For a while, the young lady sat quietly in a daze with her mouth open, as she realized that her guesses were correct. Now she was angry because she had told her subordinates about her earlier guess, and they had told her that such a thing simply could not happen. She knew that this was unfair. Moments later, she came to her senses and realized that since this was the imperial family, they were very high-ranking people. She did not understand why they would impose a ban on the child, such a ban that he could not breathe calmly. She remembered being told the child was dangerous, but now she knew the imperial family had tortured him so he could neither live nor die. She knew he had no future, and they hadn't even given him a name. At that very moment, she decided that she would visit him. But sometime after her visit, something irreparable happened. She wanted to give him her real name, but unfortunately, her illness returned to her, and the young man saw her in a not very good light. The young man, frozen in a daze, looked at the young lady, and he did not know whether it was him or another nightmare. But she kept telling him that everything was fine and nothing terrible had happened. He thought it was probably a dream, but she kept telling him not to worry, and she held his hand tenderly. Just a few moments ago, he felt the lightness and realized that the inhibition had weakened. At that very moment, he assumed that everything happened because of the song. Luetitia looked at the young man with a smile and stated that she had been thinking about something. She smiled and said that seeds can turn into anything, and she, for example, likes stories about villains and power brokers who have happy endings. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Luetitia smiled and said that it was up to him to choose what kind of person he would become, but she hoped that he would not let anyone dictate what he would do with his life. He was taken aback and asked if she had really found out who he really was. She did not answer his question, but at that very moment presented him with a beautiful bouquet of flowers. At the same time, the young lady looked at him with a gentle smile, holding a bouquet of flowers, but she also presented him with the key to his castle. At that very moment, she declared that his name was now Sid. She said with a smile that this was now his name. He looked at the bouquet with bewilderment, as he did not understand why she had put the key and the controller there. At that very moment, she began to say that she very much hoped that in the future he would live freely. But at the same time, the young lady felt pain in her body, as her illness returned to her. She quietly, and with the last of her strength, said his name, and at that very moment fell onto the bed, while the young man froze in a daze, watching everything that was happening. It was the first time he had felt such feelings. Even when the prohibition was engraved on his bones, and even longer when he was pumped with drugs and sold into slavery, he did not feel it. Even when he received the severed head of his mother, Sid didn't know what to do, but his magical power was swirling around his collar as anger boiled within him. Sid knew perfectly well that this was a huge wound for such a fragile and tiny girl. He knew he had to do something quickly to save her, so the young man ran as fast as he could to meet the doctor, even though he assumed it was just a nightmare because of the ban. He knew it was all pointless, but he had to do something. After a long run down the corridor, the young man stopped him. Sid looked at the young gentleman in shock and asked him to bring a doctor quickly. Aries climbed into my sister with a smile on his face and told the young man that the restrictions placed on him were made by the Duke himself. Even now, this energy paralyzed all his nerves. He was surprised and did not understand how the boy was still standing on his feet. He looked menacingly at Sid and declared that he was saved by his younger sister, and therefore he was not destined to die, because she looked after him very well. At that very moment, he directed his power at the young man and declared that he should return back to his room. At which point, the young man flew into the room with a crash. At that very moment, he froze in place, as he did not expect to hear that the young lady had saved him. He wondered if it was really him who was the reason why she wasn't feeling well. He was taken aback and wondered if it was all because of his prohibition. To his surprise, he knew that she was very strange, because she had previously said, with a gentle smile, that she really hoped that he would live a free, calm life. He did not understand why she looked at him like that and said such words. He could never understand the meaning of that look and facial expression, but now he understood everything. From her look to his prohibition, he understood that the bad girl became his mistress of her own free will, and she saved him of her own free will, and now she abandoned him because she wanted to. She had said earlier that the seeds could turn into anything, and he himself had to choose what kind of person he would become. He understood that her words were true, and he would now live the way she told him. He did not want to let anyone dictate what he should do with his life. At that very moment, he realized the fact that he would do as she said. Using the ability to create ether, the transformation ability was naturally activated and caused the young lady to cough up blood. But after a while, she was healthier than anyone. That day, as soon as she came to, she immediately ran into the young man's room, but she froze at the door when she saw the empty room. Luatisha was shocked, because there was not a single trace of the young man, as if he had never been in their house. Luatisha assumed that he most likely had some regrets, since she gave him the key and the controller. But she was also so happy. She still wanted to part with him beautifully, and her cough ruined all her plans. The Count looked closely at the young princess and said that it seemed that she could not come to her senses after the escape of the slave. She stated that he did not run away. It was she who let him go. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked why she was so shocked then. She screamed that she just wanted to part nicely, to at least say goodbye normally. The Viscount looked at the young lady with a smile, but at that very moment she shouted that that was not the problem at all. She shouted that she had heard the latest news, and that she would be arriving in their duchy in a week. She was in shock because she knew that the person who would become her new stepmother would soon arrive. Lady Athelia was a relative of the Empress, and she also had a daughter, but she was also a divorced lady. Every time the imperial family tried to appoint a new duchess, her father tried to avoid the subject. But they would not budge from him. The Viscount declared that she must come for an official reason, namely, to discuss the lands that the Duke had received for his services. But at the same moment, he declared that the real reason was that she had to enter the ducal family. The young lady could not stand it, and shouted that she was targeting her father. She knew that her father was young, but the status of the mistress of the house was too great to take just anyone. She knew that it was her father who had to make the choice, and at the same time, she did not understand why the imperial family was getting involved in such a thing. She assumed that this was simply an attempt to plant a spy. The Viscount declared that in any case, it came down to a question of managing the transferred land, and there was no reason for refusal. At the same moment, she screamed at the imperial cowardly family. Luatisha was furious and didn't understand why no one reacted to this, because even her brothers reacted too calmly to this. She didn't know whether the new stepmother would be a good person and bring them money from the imperial family, or whether she would simply spy on them. Luatisha understood perfectly well that it did not matter at all how loyal she was to the imperial family, as long as she settled in their house and became a real member of their family. After a few moments, she decided to turn on the detective mode, because the young lady intended to find out for herself what Ophelia really was like. A week later, Lady Ophelia visited them with her daughter. The lady greeted the butler, who met her with a smile. Luatisha, in turn, without wasting a minute, ran to the lady as she wanted to greet her. At that very moment, she greeted the guests according to all the rules of etiquette. Lady Ophelia looked at the young princess with a smile and thanked her for the wonderful greeting. Luatisha knew perfectly well that there was nothing to thank her for, since she had come as a detective. The butler stated that they should rest today, and tomorrow they would have lunch with the Duke. Lady Ophelia agreed with a smile and asked them to take them to the room. Luatisha looked at the guests intently, as she knew that her schedule was empty except for work, and now she could begin her task. Despite the fact that only services came to greet them, they did not show any indignation. She understood that for one impression, this was not bad. But still, the young princess understood that she would have to keep an eye on the guests. Luatisha realized that for some reason, her father was like the main character in a romantic drama, who mistreated the main character with his marriage partner because his father was a big shot, but later regretted it. The next day, Lady Ophelia invited the young princess to dinner. At the same time, young Luatisha knew that this was a good thing, and she was interested in what kind of dialogue they would have. Luatisha was a little puzzled, as she knew that if the lady was going to invite her to dinner, she should have told her about it before breakfast, as she now had to walk to digest her breakfast. But after a few minutes of walking, the young lady noticed something in the distance. Looking closer, she realized that it was the girl who had arrived yesterday with Lady Athelia. Luatisha came closer to the young girl and asked what she was doing. However, the young girl did not expect this, and at that moment, she screamed in fear. Turning around, she trembled with fear and asked for forgiveness. Luatisha looked at the young girl in surprise, but she screamed again and asked for forgiveness. The princess stopped her in bewilderment and said that she did not need to apologize. Luatisha looked at the girl and asked if she was hurt anywhere. Luatisha understood perfectly well that the child was vulnerable to demonic energy, and he could not remain in the Duke's castle. She understood that it would be good if the girl was the same age as Ophelia's daughter. At that very moment, she saw that the girl had a bad complexion. The young lady could not bear it and screamed. But a moment later, she looked at the young princess with embarrassment and tears in her eyes. Luatisha, in turn, was a little puzzled, but at the same moment, she realized that the girl was not injured, but simply hungry. At that same moment in June, the princess introduced herself and asked the girl her name. Dana, in turn, introduced herself shyly. Luatisha looked at the young girl with a smile and declared that they would now go and rob the kitchen. Dana was surprised and did not expect to hear anything like that. But looking at the young princess, she saw only a radiant smile. Luatisia pulled her new acquaintance into the kitchen. At that very moment, she declared that they would prepare something tasty for lunch. Sometime later, the young princess was sitting at dinner with her family, but she was puzzled because she had gone for a walk for the sake of dinner, but in the end, she had eaten her fill. The Duke, surprised, asked his daughter if she really had no appetite. Luatisia sighed heavily and stated that she had simply recently eaten a large meal. Luatisia was puzzled, as she understood that all her efforts had gone down the drain. A moment later, the Duke took his daughter in his arm and declared that she needed to eat, otherwise she would be hungry late. But the young lady said that she was full. He looked at her intently and declared that if she ate well, he would buy her a diamond the size of her fist. She was shocked and did not understand how one could tempt a child with diamonds. Luatisia, in turn, was very fond of various trinkets and money, so he seduced her, and at that very moment, she began to eat. The Duke said that she must eat all the vegetables, and if she ate the celery, she would receive a golden brooch. The lady smiled at the Duke, saying that she could never have imagined that he would personally feed the princess. She looked at him with a smile, as she assumed that he cared very much about his daughter. The Duke said with a smile that his daughter simply loved him very much. He looked menacingly at the lady and said that his daughter says he is the best. At that very moment, he turned on the boasting skill and at the same time began to tell various piquant details of their life. The young lady was sweating and looked menacingly at her father as she wanted him to stop telling such things. Luatisia looked intently at Lady Ophelia as she saw that her soul was disappearing from her body. At the same time, Lady Ophelia turned on the robot and each time dryly responded to the Duke's confession. Luatisia, in turn, saw a face that did not flinch even in the face of reckless behavior. It seemed to her that she could see both the boss and the employee. Luatisia looked at the lady intently, as she understood that this was just a trick by the imperial family to win the Duke's favor. She looked forward to the conversation between Dad and the lady, but unfortunately she didn't learn anything special. But after a few seconds, the young lady turned around because she heard someone greeting her. At that moment, the young lady greeted the princess with a smile and stated that her name was Shinsia. Luatisia greeted her with a smile. Shinsia asked the young princess how old she was. The princess smiled and said that she was already 5 years old. Shinsia shouted with a joyful smile that they had a wonderful age difference. But at that very moment, the young princess was taken aback as she saw the treacherous gaze of the young girl. She froze for a moment and wondered if their target was not her father, but her. Luatisia thought the young girl wanted to marry her, but it was happening too quickly. Shinsia looked at the young princess with a smile and stated that she always wanted a cute little sister for herself. Luatisia, in turn, breathed a sigh of relief as she realized what kind of young lady she really was. Shinsia, looking at the Duke, asked if she could ask him for protection. The Duke looked at her sharply and declared that at her age and in their house, she had no reason to ask such a thing. She looked at the Duke with a smile and stated that he did not know what might happen. She said with a smile that she meant that their story could last. The lady looked at her daughter in surprise, but the Duke did not answer her. A moment later, he used his magic on her, and she happily thanked him. Shinsia looked at everyone with a smile, and picking up the young princess in her arms, she said that they would go and play in the room, and with a smile, she wished them a good time. The young princess was very shocked at this, as all her cards were mixed up. Shinsia, with a joyful smile, grabbed the princess by the hand and pulled her into the princess's room, since she really wanted to see her. The young princess was puzzled at this, because she wanted to listen to what the adults would talk about. After some time, the young lady looked around the young princess's room with joy and delight. Shinsia looked at the various expensive things in surprise, because she knew that not every person could afford such luxurious toys. Moments later, she stated that the princess had some strange chair in her room. But at the same moment, she stated that it seemed that only the princess had sat on this chair. Luatisia looked at the girl in bewilderment, and she knew that her father had personally chosen this chair. At that very moment, the young lady turned around and looked predatorily at the princess. She turned her gaze to the beautiful brooch in the princess's hair and declared that she was, of course, very beautiful. She smiled predatorily and asked the princess if she was too young for such things. She told the young princess that she could give such an expensive thing to her, but at that very moment, she was taken aback as she heard a negative answer. Luatisia stated that this all suits her very well, who is sweet and beautiful enough to conquer the world. Luatisia looked closely at the young lady and asked if she really loved her. Shinsia froze for a moment in shock, as she didn't expect to hear anything like that, but she was furious at the princess's words. A moment later, she told the princess that, looking back, she saw that the princess was very fond of childish things. She also noticed that these things suited her. Luatisia. She understood that the lady could have better protected her pride and not said such a thing. The princess also said that it was rude of her to touch other people's things. The lady asked in surprise why she was talking about other people's things, since they would soon become a family. Luatisia asked in bewilderment if this was really so, since she had heard that they had come to them because of the land issue. Shinsia said with a smile that they had come for this reason as well, but Her Majesty also supported the idea of this marriage. The princess realized that the Empress was behind them. Shinsia happily said that it was amazing, because the Duke would soon become her father, so he put protection on her. Luatizia looked at her with bewilderment, because she herself asked about something similar. The young lady happily said that to receive protection from the Duke meant being someone special. She knew very well that, unfortunately, there was no need for her. The princess was surprised, and wondered if her father was really serious about the lady. Unfortunately, she didn't know what was in his head. Luatizia looked closely at the young lady, and stated that Ophelia did not think about marriage. The lady stated something about the princess, but it seemed she knew nothing. She came closer to the princess and said that her mother would soon become her mother too, so she should show respect. She also told the princess that she should call her older sister, because they would be on the same social level when they became a family. The princess looked at the lady in surprise, and at that very moment she declared that the princess knew nothing at all. She understood perfectly well that the Duchess's place had been empty for a long time, and therefore she had not been taught anything. Luatizia was taken aback for a moment, but the young lady stated that the elder sister would teach her everything, and so she did not need to worry. Luatizia looked menacingly at the young girl and asked if you really meant to say that she was ignorant because she didn't have a mother. Shinsia was taken aback by the young princess's look, but still, plucking up her courage, she asked the princess why she was saying such things so terribly. Shinsia walked closer to the princess and stated that they were alone in the room, but she still shouldn't have spoken in such a tone to her older sister. Shinsia looked at the princess with a predatory grin and said that she had the feeling that the princess was trying to stab her in the back. She was telling the princess that people might misunderstand her. Aftanas was taken aback by such insolence and told the princess that the lady had gone too far. The princess knew that since there was a child in front of her, she would monitor her behavior. Aftanas asked the princess if she wanted to teach the girl a cruel lesson. The young lady wondered if he really meant to tell her that she should go into a 5-year-old state and spin around like crazy to teach her a lesson. She sighed heavily, as she did not want anything like that at all. At the same moment, he declared that he respected her decision, but she still had to find out what the point was. At that very moment, a new quest began for her. She had to find out what the Empress really wanted and what her specific goal was. The princess also had to find out everything about Lady Ophelia and her daughter. Luatizia, in turn, understood perfectly well that this quest sounded just perfect for her. A moment later, the young brothers approached their sister and asked what she was doing. She turned around with a joyful smile and greeted her family. Ares smiled and asked his sister if she wanted to play only with him. Ixion looked menacingly at his brother and said that the princess would play only with him. Shinsia looked at everyone present with admiration, as she simply could not believe her eyes that she saw them all together. At the same time, she shouted that she was very sad that her eldest brother was not with them. At that very moment, she asked if her father's birthday was soon. Luatizia looked at the girl in surprise and asked if her father's birthday was soon. But at that very moment, she wondered if she could be in such a place. The lady looked at the princess in bewilderment and asked what she was talking about, because she meant that the Duke's birthday was coming soon. She was surprised that the princess did not know anything like that. Luatizia, in turn, froze in shock, as she did not expect to hear anything like that. The lady looked at the princess with a smile and said that everything was fine, because she was still young, and therefore might not know much. The brothers said that their father did not like noise, so the festive banquet was being held quietly. The young people were talking among themselves while the princess was in a daze from the news that had been given. She realized that everyone knew about her father's birthday, but she alone did not know about it. She was puzzled because she only now realized that she should have asked, "Ask your father when his birthday is." But she had not done anything like that before. At that very moment, the young lady asked the princess what was wrong with her clothes, since they were all dirty. Luatizia assumed that she got dirty on the way to the room when the girl dragged her by force. Shinsia said with a smirk that there was nothing to take from the princess. But there was nothing to worry about, since the elder sister could help her change her clothes. She smiled and told the brothers to stay where they were because she wanted to help the princess. The young man was taken aback and shouted that this was not her room at all. He did not understand why she was giving orders. While choosing an outfit, Shinsia asked the young princess with a smile whether she thought they were already expressing their interest in their girls or not. She looked at the young princess's clothes with a smile and said that the girl did not realize how valuable they were, so she got them dirty. The princess said that it was natural for a child to play and get dirty, because that was the only way children would grow up healthy. Shinsia looked angrily at the princess and asked her why she had said such a thing. She sighed heavily and declared that this place needed a duchess, and that was the only way she could grow up to be a neat child. Shinsia told the princess that she must not forget the Duke's birthday, saying that even though the princess enjoyed many privileges just because she was his daughter, she was unable to do even the most basic things. At the same time, she said that he would soon become her father, so she would take good care of him instead of the princess. At that very moment, she presented the princess with an outfit and casually gave it to her. As she was leaving, she asked the princess with a smile if she could handle it herself. But at the same moment, she declared that this would be a lesson for her. A moment later, the young lady was left alone in the room. But she understood that the time had come and she needed to respond to the guest's words. A few minutes later, the young princess left the room, and her brother, smiling, said that she should not wear everything that suited her. She froze in place for a moment, but she did not answer them. Ixion looked closely at his sister and told her to come to him as he intended to fix her hair. Shinsia, smiling, asked the young people if they had prepared a gift for the duke. The young man, surprised, asked why they needed to prepare something. She stated that it was absolutely necessary to do so, and then asked if something like this wasn't customary there. At that very moment, she looked at the princess with a fierce grin and asked if she thought the same. The young princess realized that now was the perfect moment to strike back. At that very moment, she opened her mouth as she wanted to say something, but she was interrupted. Ixion, in turn, looked at the young lady with fury. She was taken aback as she did not expect to see his menacing gaze, and at that very moment, she began to tremble with fear. Ares looked at the girl with a smile and asked if she should go and rest. She was taken aback and trembling with fear, she declared that she would go and rest. Without wasting a minute, she ran out of the room. For some time, the young people quietly watched her go. Ixion sighed heavily and looked sideways at his sister and declared that it was not his fault. The princess puffed out her beautiful cheeks and said that she had not told him anything. At that very moment, the young man told the princess that he was sad. He came closer to her and asked her if she liked the girl or him. He said that he was sad that his youngest cared more about the girl than about him. She looked at him in bewilderment since he said complete nonsense. At the same moment, she declared that he was more important to her. Luatisha asked her brothers if they hadn't prepared a gift for their father, and she also asked when their father's birthday was. They said that his birthday was around the end of the month, and they hadn't prepared anything for him since he could buy himself whatever he wanted. She was shocked and shouted that this was different because, on a birthday, people should receive gifts. The young people said that their father was a different case. Luatisha sighed heavily and asked her brothers if it really meant that she wouldn't have to give them gifts for their birthdays either. The young men were taken aback, as they hadn't expected such a question. After some time, the young lady sat sadly in her room because her brother had deprived her of the opportunity to finish off the girl. Anna looked at the lady with a smile and said that she works hard, and at the same time, she said that the young princess is simply wonderful. Luatisha confirmed her words with a smile, but at the same time, she understood that she was not at all wonderful, since she did not even know when her father's birthday was. At that very moment, she could not stand it and asked why no one told her about her father's birthday. She screamed that she hated everyone, and at the same time, she burst into bitter tears. Anna was in shock because she did not expect to hear anything like that. At that moment, she was taken aback and asked if it was already the Duke's birthday. At that very moment, the Duke approached the young princess and said with a smile that this was a small celebration. He said that there were 6 days left until his birthday. She looked at her father in surprise, as she did not expect to see him. The Duke stated that his sons reported that she was in a bad mood because of this, and he came to her. He told his daughter that she now looked like a puppy that had been caught in the rain. Luatisha, with tears in her eyes, stated that she didn't even know when his birthday was. He calmly said that she didn't know that since he had never told her anything like that. She said that she had not prepared a gift for him, and he insisted that he did not need anything. At the same time, Anna looked excitedly at her father and daughter. The Duke looked closely at his daughter and asked what she was apologizing for. Luatisha sighed and asked if he was sad that she didn't know about his birthday. He pulled her towards him with a smile and told her that she didn't need to worry about it. He wanted her to just accept his care, and that was more than enough for him. She sighed and said that she also wanted to congratulate him and give him something. With tears in her eyes, she said that there was less than a week left, and if she started preparing now, she certainly wouldn't make it in time. The Duke kissed her tenderly and said that whatever she gave him, he would be happy with it. After the Duke left, the young lady finally made peace with her maid. Madame looked at the Duke intently and said that she had heard from her daughter that he never gave banquets on the occasion of his birthday. She wondered if it would be the same this time. The Duke said in a calm manner that he was not going to celebrate noisily. Madame stated that it was still his first birthday after returning from the battlefield. He did not answer her. Ophelia immediately said with a smile that the deadlines were tight, but she could take care of his birthday. She also stated that she would like to take part in the congratulations. Everyone present was taken aback, as they did not expect to hear anything like this, since she had asked to be the hostess in order to conduct the banquet. But the Duke did not react to her words. A moment later, he calmly asked how she dared to ignore Pharaton. Ophelia was taken aback and froze in shock. She did not expect such a question. The Duke looked at her menacingly and said that a stranger could not organize a banquet for the first time in 4 years, while he noted that their family was not in such a dire situation that they would have to turn to her. She looked away from him in embarrassment, her dumbfounded gaze falling on her face, and declared that she had not meant anything of the sort at all. At the same time, she apologized and said that she thought it was unacceptable for the birthday of the hero of the empire to be held in such a manner. At that very moment, the princess entered their room and declared with a smile that it would be even more wrong if she took responsibility. The Duke looked at his daughter in surprise, as he did not expect to see her. She looked at the lady with a smile and asked how a person who doesn't understand where it's worth getting involved and where it's not can take on the preparations for the banquet. She looked at her with a smile and asked if she was telling the truth. Ophelia, in turn, looked menacingly at the young princess, but did not answer. The princess said that from a common sense point of view, people might think wrongly if she were to organize the Duke's birthday party. She said that even she, who was 5 years old, could understand this. The princess asked Ophelia if she really wanted to take part in the congratulations. The princess said that this was not just a village banquet, but the family's first banquet in several years. She asked the guest if she had looked at him too lightly. Ophelia was taken aback and told the young lady that she was very smart. The Duke said with a smile that his daughter was just like him. At the same time, Ophelia said that she was still very sorry because it would have been great to have at least a party with her family. She asked the princess if she wouldn't like to congratulate her father on his birthday. Luatisha stood frozen for a moment, not knowing what to answer. But at that very moment, the Duke said that it would be a good idea to get together with the family, like on New Year's. Ophelia beamed with happiness and asked the Duke if he agreed with her words. The Duke sighed heavily and agreed with them. But at that very moment, he turned his gaze to his daughter and asked if she wanted to take part in the banquet. She was surprised, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. Ophelia looked at the princess with a smile and said that it would be wonderful. She told the princess that this was a great opportunity to gain experience. At the same time, she noted that she could help the princess because she had a lot of experience in holding banquets. Luatisha looked at the guest with admiration, since she had simply wonderful skill in controlling facial expressions. However, she said with a smile that everything was fine, she didn't need help, and she lightly touched her plump lips with a small finger, showing an obscene gesture in response. Ophelia saw in turn that the young lady had not shown her, and without wasting a minute, she showed the same gesture in response. And at the same time, she stated that the young lady was organizing such a banquet for the first time, and at the same time, she was still young. At that moment, the young princess laughed and declared that she would tell her something straight. Luatisha sighed and said that the phrase, "it's okay," meant that the other person had refused the offer. But she apparently didn't understand that. Luatisha looked at the lady intently and asked if she had ever hosted a banquet at the imperial palace. She looked intently at the guest and declared that anything less did not correspond to their level. Ophelia froze in place from the man, as she did not expect to hear anything like that, but at the same time, she could not answer the princess to such words. At that very moment, the princess said that they could leave all the preparations to the butler. She stated with a smile that their butler was very talented in such matters. The man looked at the young lady with admiration and stated that he was very pleased that she recognized his skill. Ophelia looked at them with suppressed rage. As she was leaving, the young lady told her father that she was going to think about a gift for his birthday. She turned around, looked at him with a smile, and declared that she would be very busy with just that. He looked at her with a gentle smile and said that he understood everything. Luatisha smiled and told Olga that the guests were staying longer than she thought, so they should do a general cleaning because they needed to greet the guests properly. Olga asked the princess with a smile whether it should be done quietly or whether they would do it together. Luatisha said with a smile that it would be better if they did it together. After some time, the young lady returned to her room in anger. Some time ago, she learned about the sudden cleaning together with her mother, but she did not understand why everything was like this. Olga apologized for the inconvenience, but with a smile, she said that the guests should understand that this was done to ensure more comfortable conditions, and it would take several hours. She asked them to enjoy the garden or spend time in the playroom. Ophelia told her daughter that she would enjoy a cool drink in the palace. At this, the young lady was furious. She realized that they were ignoring the guests and throwing them out of the rooms to clean up. Ophelia looked at her daughter intently and stated that the situation was not very good right now. She told her daughter that the discussion about the land was already over, so they had no reason to stay with the Duke. And if she continued in the same spirit, they would simply return back with nothing. The young lady was taken aback and immediately declared that she would go to her brother's. Ophelia looked at her daughter with a joyful smile as she understood her. She also noticed that cleaning the rooms was rarely done when there were guests. However, such cases did occur, and therefore they did not need to be upset, because this was a great opportunity to spend time outside the home. The young lady in turn was furious, but she still obeyed her mother. She was looking forward to the moment when she would become a princess, but she still understood that for now, she could be content with the small stuff. She knew perfectly well that when they became a family, such a decoration would be hers, so she took care of it in advance. She knew that no one would know what she had done, but if this jewel was found during cleaning, she could be accused of theft. In any case, she was fully prepared. At the same time, she was eager to meet their brothers. She wanted to see the sweet, honey-like arrest, but she also wanted to see the devilish Ixion, who made her heart tremble. In turn, she wondered what it would be like if they became one family. She joyfully walked quickly towards the young people, not looking at anything. But a moment later, to her regret, she collided with the pace. At the same time, the young lady did not see who she hit, but she shouted angrily at that person. The young brothers looked at her in bewilderment and angrily asked if she really didn't even look where she was going the way she had run into their sister. Shinsia was taken aback and rushed to the princess because she did not know who she had encountered. If she had known something like that, she would not have spoken like that. In turn, she asked the prince if she was okay with them. Shinsia, with a smile, offered to help the princess rise to the ground. The young princess looked menacingly at the lady and asked what she had dropped. Luatija was puzzled and did not understand why the young lady had her thing, but the princess assumed that her brooch would come out when the cleaning was announced. The young lady was taken aback and stood frozen in place. In a daze, she did not understand why everything happened this way. She realized that she had dropped the brooch when they collided, and at the same time, she did not know what excuse she could come up with. A moment later, she heard the voice of her maid, and at that very moment, a brilliant idea came to her mind. She called her maid with a predatory grin and told her to apologize immediately. Dana looked at the lady in surprise, as she did not understand what she was talking about. Shinsia looked at her maid intently and stated that she had secretly entered the princess's room and stolen her thing. She told her maid that no matter how much she liked the hairpin, she could not take it without asking. Dana was taken aback and said that she would never do such a thing. Shinsia said with a smile that the maid had told her everything, and she decided to return the hairpin to the princess herself. Shinsia, smiling, asked the princess for forgiveness because her maid was still young and did not understand many things. She had a low status, and if she was caught, she would be severely punished. So she decided to deal with this issue herself. Luatisha was furious, as the lady simply wanted to dump everything on her servant. But at that very moment, she turned her gaze to Dano and said that she must tell the story herself about why she was to be punished. Luatisha looked closely at the young maid and asked if her mistress had told the truth. At that very moment, the young lady turned her menacing gaze to the maid. The princess looked at the defenseless girl with a gentle smile and said that everything was fine and she could be honest. She wanted the maid to pluck up her courage and tell the truth. Dana, in turn, was taken aback, not knowing what to answer. But after a few minutes of thought, she declared that her mistress was right and she had stolen the hairpin. Shinsia looked at the princess with a fierce grin and said that she was telling her the pure truth. At the same time, she noted that her maid always had bad habits, but she would make sure that such things did not happen. Shinsia looked at the princess with a smile and asked for forgiveness for her servant, but said that she would scold her well later. At the same time, the young girl, bursting into tears, asked for forgiveness. Luatisha was furious because the girl blamed her maid for everything and pretended to be a saint, and also portrayed her princess as a bad person who needed to be punished. But the young lady was not going to leave things like that just like that. Luatisha looked at everyone present and said that if this was true, then her maid could answer one question. At that very moment, she asked the maid what the hairpin she had stolen looked like. The lady was taken aback because she realized that her maid did not know the correct answer. Dana, wiping away her tears, began to say that it was a hair clip with her ribbon. Shinsia pounced on her maid and shouted that the ribbon was gone, and that was exactly what she meant. Luatisha looked at the lady intently and declared that if she said one more word, it would be taken as perjury. The young lady was shocked by this, but the princess only looked at her menacingly. Aries looked at the lady with fury and said that she had already been warned, but she continued to speak. Ixion looked menacingly at the girl and declared that no one had asked her. The princess sighed heavily and told her new friend that she shouldn't say she forgot, since she was a child. She told Dana that since she stole it, she knew exactly what the hairpin looked like, and at least she could remember the color. Luatisha looked closely at the young maid and asked if it was really she who had done this. The young lady was taken aback and froze in shock as she realized that she was now being accused of theft. At that very moment, Anna threw herself at the princess's feet and, asking for forgiveness, said that it was she who had stolen the hairpin. She accepted her mistake and begged for mercy. Luatisha looked at the little girl with sadness in her eyes. She didn't understand why she was shaking so much because of something like this. But at the same time, she saw despair in her eyes and fear. Looking at the young girl, she remembered herself, because a time ago she also knelt before the Marquis and asked him for forgiveness. The young princess looked at the maid with a gentle smile and said that everything was fine and she did not need to worry. She extended her hand to her so that the girl could stand up. But at that very moment, the young maid fell to the ground with a crash, but the princess managed to catch her. The young people were taken aback as they realized that this was the influence of their magic, and so they hurried away. But at the same time, they were puzzled and could not understand why the maid was not protected. They understood that their father could not help but do something like this. At that very moment, the princess went bald as she remembered one small incident. She remembered how the guest had happily told her that in order to receive protection, Luatisha was furious, since the lady considered only herself special, and it was for this reason that the life of an innocent child was in danger.